fight for the prize. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. To beat the best, to be the best. Yeah, a legend in the making. History in the making.
It's the one last chance to make it across the finishing line, and still a lot of the known names are down in the slumbers. Welcome to the iQOO BMPS 2024. We're currently inside of the round 2, and I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be Necros. And Necros, the overall standings are looking way too fragile. Revenue Esports might just have a chance to qualify still.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of calculations going in our mind at this point, that how many points does the team in the bottom need to qualify? What is the average that they will be needing in order to dethrone the teams, those who have completed their 6 matches? And Revenant Esports, they are one of them. And again, they will be praying to their gods that somehow the teams in the bottom don't perform, and the teams like Global Esports, Xbox literally dominate the lobby.
Exact point, right? Revenant Esports is going to be just praying to the gods, hoping that no other team is going to be making that comeback. And speaking of comeback potential, inside of Group 3, we saw so many known names all the way down in the slumbers. Hell, Group 3, shake that apart. Even inside of the Group 4, so many known names are all the way at the bottom, especially Raw Officials, Metal Esports. We never thought that we will see them over there.
Even Hyderabad, Hydras. I mean, what happened to these boys? The kind of performance that they have portrayed in the round 1, it's completely different right now.
Hands down.
Only having, like 4 points in total of 3 matches, or it's almost like nothing. What is happening with these teams?
That's a big question. We all are wondering. The answer is still somewhere quite in a mysterious spot, I'm not going to lie. And moving the conversation forward towards Metal Esports. For Metal Esports, week 1 started off in quite a shaky way. But as the time kept on passing by, they also picked up the pace. So hoping the same thing's going to be replicated over here too. They've got 3 more games to go. And knowing the fact that in the past 3 games that they played, they only accumulated 7 points. And that's a big red flag. But what are all these teams fighting for? That's going to be the prize pool, which is 2 crore rupees for the iQOO BMPS 2024. And as we know, the champion team will be getting 75 lakhs in their hands.
That's a lot of amount. And also the bragging rights with it as well. But we also talk about the individual rewards that is also in kind of there for the iQOO MVP, and also the individual rewards of emerging player, fan favorite player, and in-game leader.
Exactly. The iQOO MVP of the tournament, as you mentioned, getting 4 lakh rupees, the in-game leader getting 2 lakh, emerging star getting 1 lakh, and the fan favorite player getting 50,000. The prizes are not going to end just there. If you flip the page, you're also going to see the MVP of the finals getting a Hero Extreme 160R 4V, and the survivor of the finals getting 125R. So now that's really incredible, knowing the fact that these guys are going to be able to ride it back to their boot camps, or maybe even homes.
Definitely. They will be, I mean, they can chill out whenever they want. After BMPS ends, definitely the MVP will be looking forward. Okay, I won it and this is my prize. I can go on long rides and all and chill out, because that bike is really so powerful in that segment.
Exactly, but moving the conversation on towards a few more teams on the struggling side of things. And what can they do to get the points in their hands? Well, let's move on towards the point distribution. This has been here for a long time. The first placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points. The second one will be getting 6. The third one will be getting 5. The fourth one will be getting 4. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best possible thing. And that's going to be 1 point for each finish. Teams need to prioritize aggression today if they do not have a lot of points. For example, teams like Metal Esports, Raw Officials, Elevate Esports, VASISTA Esports, and Hyderabad Hydras. And they do have enough firepower, by the way, so they can make it happen easily. You move on towards today's schedule. It's going to be Group 4 to kick things off from the map of Wrangell, Miramar, and Sandhawk.
The main pressure will be on this particular group, because yesterday they played the last 3 matches. Today they will be playing the first 3 matches. And now they have to set a benchmark for themselves to be in top 48. Because Group 3 will be playing the last 3 matches. So there is not a set target that they need to chase, but also they have to kind of pull off a lot more points to at least cross 24 to 25 point marker, because that is the average that we are calculating.
Yeah, not just that, right? We were speaking about all the teams on the bottom side of the things. Even for Team Limra, they don't have a lot of points, and they're currently sitting in the mid-pack. In general, these groups that we witnessed yesterday, there's a big point of vacuum that's coming through, and there's a high chance now today the latter half of the board will also start to step things up. But the teams that have already qualified, they're definitely going to try to play that spoiler and try and create that blockage of points. We've got the overall standings on the screen. The top 16, they've pretty much secured their slot. No one's going to be able to shake them away. The real troubles, they might just start from 25th to 32nd.
God's Reign, they're on 23 points. They will be leading what? Like 10 points out of 3 matches should be more than enough for them to qualify. Orangutan, Team Bliss, they're in a very comfortable positions, as well as Team Crore. So they had a good day yesterday, and followed by that, today I don't think they will be under a lot of pressure. They just need some couple of points which they can eventually take over by taking like a fight with the team, grabbing 4 to 5 finishes, maybe like 2-3 placement points, and that's it.
And here's the part, right? Teams like Team Crore getting so many points in their hands, none of us saw this coming. And they've only played 3 games so far, by the way. So there's a high chance Team Crore, they might just topple all the way themselves in the top 16. So even Team Crore is going to have that proper solidification of that spot. You move on towards the latter half of the board, and another set of teams that will be in big danger. There are a few teams that have only played 3 games, so they're going to have a chance to flip the odds and flip the fate for themselves, just like GUJARAT Tigers, who've only played 3 games and still gotten 21 points. You can't say GT is much more in the safer side of things. But here's the twist. Revenue Esports, they're done with their game. They've gotten 20 points. Now, at the end of the day, if they don't get kicked out of the top 48, they can still move on forward, by the way.
Just think if Revenant barely manages to qualify being on the 48th spot.
Oh my god.
That will be the biggest climax in the entire BMPS so far. I mean, everybody is still now thinking that Revenant, they're already out because they have only got 20 points. And everybody's calculation says that the average, the minimum points that you need to qualify for the top 48 is 23 to 24. But a lot of teams, they were in the danger. But moving on to the last chart, we have got a lot more teams. K9, Raw Official, TCW, Medal Esports. These teams, they have played 3 matches. It's fine. But today, the entire pressure will be on their head.
As you mentioned, the teams pretty much on the first half of the board that we saw a while ago, they are going to be praying the fact that these teams don't really make a bounce back in the first half. If that's going to be happening, well, then teams like Revenue Esports and all the teams around them, they will be instantly eliminated. So that's where the luck factor sort of comes into play. And knowing the fact that on the last page, majority of the teams have only played 3 games, that's just going to add on the suspense and the mystery even more.
Yeah, exactly. But just imagine the players of Team Insane as well praying to the gods that somehow teams like Global, X-Park, or let be like teams like Orangutan, Team Bliss come up front and take the battle, dominate the bottom team so that they don't even stand a chance to get even 5 points per match.
Create that vacuum, right? Just steal all the points away from the teams on the latter half of the board and just try and make sure that you are the one in the driving force and not let the other teams do anything. Even for Global Esports in the Group 3, they were doing so good yesterday. There's a high chance today they might just go for a few drop clashes against the known banners, make sure they're not going to be qualifying on forward. There's so many teams that are on the struggling side of things, including MOGO Esports and Team Versatile. So there's definitely a high chance we might just see those drop clashes coming through. But hey, something that's going to help you with those drop clashes and something that's going to give you a top-notch performance is going to be the iQOO Z9S series, starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro. You might just be the one lucky winner.
Exactly. You can be that one winner. You can literally flex it in front of your friends that I won the giveaway, guys. You didn't participate. It was your fault. But again, moving on to the topic of MOGO Esports Team Versatile, I was a little disappointed because the start that MOGO Esports had for themselves, I really thought that they will at least bag up like, what, 25, almost 25 points out of 3 games?
Hands down. With how things have started, man, for MOGO Esports, knowing the fact that they have also switched things up a little bit inside of the playing field, now they're looking much more on the aggressive side of the spectrum, right? And for MOGO Esports, especially in the round 1, it was working like a charm. But in the round 2, it's not working that well. So what can MOGO Esports do? Maybe try and go back to the basics, try and figure out what exactly is going wrong, how they can approach the firefights, maybe go back to the basics once again, to the OG playstyle. Maybe that's something that's going to secure them the points. But one thing is for sure, they need to be aggressive. They need to get those elimination points. But right now, it's going to be Group 4 in contention, right? And speaking of Group 4, even over here, there's a lot of the known names. AstroKids, it's one of the newer faces on the block. Still, even they're on the struggling side of the things. Right now, they're in the mid-pack for this individual group. Can they make a comeback in the first half of the board? That's still a big question.
I still think that there's only one match that you need to go in extremely well conditions. If you get a lot more points from one particular match, like what, 10, 12 points, it should be more than enough to keep you in a very comfortable spot. But talking about the casted predictions of the day, well, I and Johnny, I guess we have some match on Global Esports, same as Spiro, but Necro, you went with X-Spark.
Of course, man. Team X Park in this group number 4, they are the dominating force. They're in the driver's seat. With 36 points, they're currently leading the pack for this entire group number 4. So I think Team X Park is definitely going to move on aggressive and try and spoil a few dreams, right? That's what they did for Metal Esports yesterday. They dropped in towards Noah Rupnoy, shut down the entirety of Metal Esports, moved on forward. For Metal Esports, that was such a big letdown.
Exactly. That is where I believe Metal Esports lost their confidence within themselves, that they can go for fights and they can move on for an aggressive front, because in the map of Miramar as well, they had such a great rotation, but they got caught off guard by the players of WindGod Esports, and in such a manner that there was no retaliation that came up from their side.
Hands down. And if the same thing keeps on happening over and over again for the side of Metal Esports, now that's going to be a big sign of concern. Knowing the fact that today you've only got the last 3 games to go. Now, Metal Esports, it's time to buckle things up. You do not have a lot of games left. And knowing the fact that you're also getting targeted on your own drop location by Team X Park, and Team X Park is flawlessly wiping you out. Now, that's a big reality check. How can they recover from it? I'm not sure. It's up to them. Go back to the drawing boards and try and figure something out. Even for Raw officials, when we saw them for the first time in the round 1 itself, they were doing so good, but now look at Raw officials. They were struggling so much, but what's going to happen inside of the game 1, that's still a big mystery, but maybe it will be revealed when we jump inside of the first game. But before we do so, we're going to have the matchup on the screen. Team Crow yesterday, they performed phenomenally well. Metal Esports still on the struggling side of things. Team Bliss, you can't say on the mid pack, but they have pretty much made the cut considering they've gotten 28 points.
Somehow I feel like even WindGod Esports and Team Bliss, they have a very good chance of going up front and taking down the bottom teams on an early phase. I mean, they have got enough amount of points, Necro. They can just play it safe or play it like normally, and they can get a lot more points. But talking about teams like God's Reign, Aerobotz Esports, this is going to be really interesting how they play around.
Hands down, for God's Reign, once again, it's quite the known banner. Right now, they're in the mid phase as well with 23 points. God's Reign is doing quite good. They are pretty much secured, if you'd like to say, knowing the fact that today they've got 3 more games to go. And for God's Reign, they can easily make that bounce back. It's not even that big of a concern. The real concern really starts from 4 aggressive men in down south, including Hyderabad Hydras. They're still in a really concerning spot. And this is a big mystery, man. For some reason, a lot of these known names do not perform in the first 3 games, and then in the latter 3 games, they just pull off a big prank. Just like iQOO, right? In the span of first 3 games, they only had 10 points. Then later on, they came forward with the latter 3 games, and they just secured so many points that we all were just flabbergasted.
Exactly. Even for Team Cosmic, the way they pulled off in the very last match, that even the last match costed them so much, got the points, they also qualified. They're in the top 16 as well. So I am really hoping that Hyderabad Hydras will be doing something similar.
And let's speak about all that nerdy stuff now, right? We are sort of expecting the cutoff to go around somewhere 24 points.
Yeah.
If it's going to go down low, that's really good for Revenue Esports. If it goes up, well, then that's going to be a big sign of concern for a lot of the known names. What's going to happen inside of the game 1? It's still a mystery, but let's move on towards the map of Erangel. As the plane fly pad starts all the way from Sosnoka military base towards the left side of the map, and that's going to be Georgia Pool. Once again, this plane fly path is heavily tilted down south towards the left side of the map as well. The big sign of concern here is going to be for teams like Team X Park, who likes to move in towards Yasna Poliana. There's a high chance Metal Esports can be drop clashed once again.
Exactly. It's almost similar flight path that we saw yesterday. But this time, Metal Esports have to be very cautious about their next move, and it doesn't seem like that they're going for the no Ripnoid drop. But X-Park, look at them. They're again going for the no Ripnoid drop location, expecting that even Metal Esports will be trying to chime in. But Metal Esports, they've taken the drop. Maybe they will be going for the vehicles and then rotate upwards towards the areas of Kameshki, or maybe play through Lipovka. Not quite sure what are the tactics going to be for them. But Elevate Esports having the entirety southern side all to themselves, as they don't have any other team around their surroundings.
Hands down for Elevate Esports, once again playing from down south. That's how Elevate Esports likes to play, right? They don't really want to be in the limelight. They don't really want to be a part of a lot of the fights. They just want to play a complete placement game. But that's also a big problem. A lot of these teams who went for that placement-oriented playstyle, it just did not really work out. And one of the prime examples of that can also be Revenue Esports. Now, yes, I do understand I am focusing on Revenue Esports a lot because they have made a lot of those rookie mistakes that they were not supposed to. Especially when you know your head's on the swivel, it's time to amp the aggression up because that's what the point structure demands.
A lot of IGLs have been tested from the point when the point structure has been changed. The Hydras, those who tend to play a little bit passive, play for those position points, they have faced the consequences, while the IGLs, or the teams, those who have adapted to this point structure, they have prevailed on the top. Something similar like what iQOO Seoul, Hero Extreme Godlike, Team X-Park, they have been doing. But talking about the circle completely, it goes in the western side, while WindGod, Raw Official, VASISTA, Esports, they will be pretty happy with this circle.
They indeed will be. Now let's speak about the teams who just have single digits on the board, right? We could have said Aerobotz is one of those, but luckily enough for Aerobotz, they've gotten 18 points in 3 games, so that's a decent start. But Hyderabad Hydras, Insidious wants to run the man over off Aerobotz, and what is going on? It's Ringa Rosie across the field, and he's not able to find that run over. Insidious, it's now getting awkward, but eventually the cavalry arrives, and they do get the confirmation on that player. And that's going to be 1 free point to kickstart things. With that 1 single point, Hyderabad Hydras, they've found themselves 9 points in the overall standings.
It is a good start indeed for the boys of Hyderabad Hydras. Even God's Reign seems to be starting off things pretty well. Password from the side of 4 aggressive men has been taken down. So a little bit of early clashes that we are witnessing for now. Hyderabad Hydras, coming back to them, again, they need that aggressive font. They need that aggressive attitude within themselves to come up front, take the finishes, and get a good leap of points for themselves.
They indeed do. Now for God's Reign, even they started things off with the aggressive note. And this is what I love, right? Teams that are quick on adaptation. And some of them are God's Reign, Global Esports, Team X-Park. That's why right now, they are supposed to be at the peak of the competition, including iQOO Seoul, by the way. These teams are at the top. And even recently, Godlike have realized that going aggressive is the only way to play. So even they have been playing super aggressive. But look at God's Reign. This is a 200 IQ play. Just blocking off the rotation for the players. At 4 AM, considering now they don't stand a chance anymore to move in towards Severny. The entire rotation path has been blocked away. And now for 4 AM, they need a reroute. Move in somewhere else.
What is going wrong with this players of 4 aggressive men? I mean, they had lost 1 player just a few moments ago, and they are taking that same route where God's Reign are rotating from. And now they're down to last 2 players, Necro. This is going to hurt them so bad. It can also hamper their performance in the ending stages, because the numbers advantage always play a bigger part when it comes down to the final fights. But God's Reign, look at them. They're literally hunting down each and every player. 2 of the players are traveling that 1 single vehicle, while 3 players of God's Reign, they're literally trying to hunt them down, and I don't think they will let them slip away from this position.
Oh my god, Jarud. He ejects outside of the moving vehicle, and that's why he gets knocked out in that process. It's a big mishap from the side of 4 AM. Yesterday's day wasn't too great. Even today's day, the start isn't that great. 4 AM, they mess things up over and over again, and now they're also on the verge of being kicked out outside of the lobby. And they will be. Not even a struggle, not even breaking a sweat. For God's Reign, this is what you call a hot knife through butter. And Fury claiming 3 points, that's even better.
Such an aggressive font for the boys of God's Reign, completely clearing off the northeastern corridor all to themselves. They can have the entirety of Severny for their loot. And somehow I feel like God's Reign, they have gained the control, or they have kind of announced that this is our area, and we won't let anybody intrude it.
Now for God's Reign, if they do want to be on the safety cushions, they need somewhere around 6 to 7 points per game. They can easily find themselves across the finishing line. That's it. 6 to 7 points. God's Reign, they've already secured 4 points. That means they need 3 more points to pretty much do the deed in this game itself. And consistency is going to be the key. This is what I'm speaking of. If you're going to be aggressive off the rip, you're also going to find the isolated duels, considering no one's going to be there that early to third-party you. So there's not going to be that extra bit of risk of getting third-partied. And also at the same time, you might just find the confidence booster for the upcoming moments.
Exactly. I completely agree with your point, Necro. And I also feel like a lot of teams won't be expecting any team to come up front and take a battle what God's Reign did to 4 aggressive men. It's a complete set of example. Just imagine you're a team who's are in the bottom charts having like 4 to 7 points in total, and you try to play it in a little steady way. Not to go aggressive right from the start, but you decide to have the loot, and then through the middle phase you want to go aggressive and grab the finishes. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a team from the top like X-Park, WindGod, Orangutan, Team Bliss, anybody just hops into your drop and completely wipe you away. You won't even expect it.
Hands down, man. These type of moves really do catch the teams on the struggling side of things off guard in a big manner. Metal Esports could have once again fallen prey to the players of Team X-Park, but luckily enough, they changed their drop location towards Milta. So now, they're out of harm's way. But if they would have went towards Nora Pnoy, once again, Team X-Park would have dropped classed against them, potentially wiping them out as well, considering Team X-Park is doing much better in the overall standings, so even their mindset must be doing much better compared to the players of Metal Esports. But now for Team X-Park, they need to breach through a bunch of teams towards that Brit side, and that's where the real struggles are going to start. On the screen is VASISTA Esports, and right now they have 8 points in the overall standings. Even for VASISTA Esports, it's going to be the same drill. Get 7 to 8 points per game, you will be on the safety side of things.
One good thing for them is that they are almost sitting in the smack center of the circle. So they don't have to go for long rotations to enter and find a sweet spot for themselves. They have the Everest control all to their side. It still is a good position for them to play along. Around their surroundings, you see Team Crore, Hyderabad Hydras. All those teams are, I would say, only out of those two teams, Hyderabad Hydras are in a desperate need of points. Though they've got one already through the early finish that they have registered against Aerobotz Esports. They have to look forward to find some pretty more. Termi, Insidious, Mox, Crypto, we have seen their gameplay in the previous round 1. That aggressive nature is somehow has been missing from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. We're talking about aggressive nature and all those aggressive stuffs. You look at Team Limra. This can be an unexpected blow, but instantly gets traded off. Gokul, he has been taken down, will be instantly needing a revival. But TCW, they little did expect that Team Limra will be coming up front.
Yeah, for Team Limra, that's a great way to kick things off, I'm not going to lie. For TCWxEMP, it's quite a bad fight. Already losing out on 2 players. This is exactly what the players of Limra needed before TCW. It's not what they were hoping for. It's such an awkward standoff between these two teams, but it's already broken out into a big war by the players of Team Limra, considering they already found a nice duo piece to play with. This fight has started off with a big advantage for Team Limra, and now they want to continuously move on forward with that advantage. But Yash is getting charged upon. The nade was overcooked, so Yash took damage upon himself, but he still reflects back and strikes down 2 players from the opposing team. As Team Limra, they might just be on the struggling side of things, and here comes the cavalry. Was a little bit too late, but still Dragon OP is going to finish the man who was there crawling in the front. And now for Jackson, everything just comes down on his shoulder. He needed to wipe out the entirety of Team Limra. That's a lot of that pressure Jackson needs to deal with. A DBS in the hand is now looking to hand out a few more death blows. He's whiffing a lot of those shots. No connections found. Jackson repositions himself on the upper floor, but he also gets the opposing team a time to try and recover. And that's a big mistake coming in from Jackson.
It could have been a 1v2 situation for him, but now it has turned out as a 1v4. Even Poco will be getting the revival. There's no questions about it. TCW, it was an important fight for them, and they've messed things around. Team Limra was the intruder team. They had the entire compound to their control, TCW, but this big mishap can cost a lot of points. They only have 7 points in the first 3 games, and even right now, they haven't secured a single finish. Jackson, if anyhow he can find 2 or more finishes, he can spoil the game for Team Limra, but it doesn't seem like it. All the needs being flooded in that one panic room, and it's done and dusted for TCW as they move out with only 0 points.
Yeah, for TCW, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, but it is what it is. Even for 4 aggressive men, it's such a bad start. And this is indeed going to happen. The weaker will be targeted by the stronger ones. But this time, even the stronger ones are quite desperate to get the points, so they've got the right to do so. Team Limra targeted the players of TCW. 4 a.m., they got targeted by someone else, which was Godsreen. We all expected this. This is going to happen. The weaker will be targeted by the stronger bunch. Now, Team Bliss, they're going to face off against VASISTA Esports. But still, it's going to be quite an awkward standoff. I don't think so it's going to come into fruition for a long time, considering there's a lot of these containers in between. That's really blocking the line of sight. VASISTA, they will have enough amount of time to reposition themselves. But for Team Bliss, this could have been a big mess up. Luckily enough, the man gets away in the cover in the nick of time.
Now, Polo's position has been given away instantly. He looks forward to find some better spot, but he's cooking up a nade. I mean, maybe he has a chance. He's expecting that this is a viable position where the players can be, and this nade, it's close enough, but Turbo has been taken down by Trigger. VASISTA Esports, they do start off things pretty well for themselves, and they do need an aggressive stance for them to find a betterment in this particular fight, while Team Bliss, they have a lot more points to play along with in the overall standings, but this fight is also important to them.
Yeah, who's going to win the battle? That's the question. VASISTA Esports constantly tossing in those utils in that same direction. This could have been a close one. But still, these utils, slowly and steadily, they're constantly doing that hurt, as eventually one of the nades will also find the knockout. That's a way to kick things off in the battle. VASISTA Esports, it's now time to make the pounce, and that's what exactly Apollo's doing. But he's also catching a lot of that limelight upon himself, doing that move. F416 pulled out, and he's going for the spam across the corner. He's not going to find anyone there. VASISTA Esports, they're revealing all their trade secrets in this fight. They need to be a little bit careful. They're moving individually from different directions. Even if one single man gets caught, this deadlock will be broken free of.
Definitely, there's no doubt about it. But VASISTA Esports, they're taking their time. They had got a lot of knockouts, but still, they try to play it slow and steady. Try to use as much utils as possible to pressurize Team Bliss out there. But Team Bliss, they have repositioned. They're playing on a 2-2 split. VASISTA Esports, they have to be very cautious. Once again, they do have a very good position inside the circle, but they cannot afford to make any single mistake. They're not in that particular position to give a single loophole to the boys of Team Bliss to capitalize against them. While Team Bliss, they're trying to play it slow and steady as well, trying to kind of get an idea where are the players of VASISTA Esports hiding.
Keep this thing in mind. For VASISTA Esports, points desperately needed. For Team Bliss, they've already made the cut. They're doing really good in the overall standings anyways. Just in the span of 3 games, Team Bliss had enough points to qualify. 28 points on the board for them. And now for Team Bliss, they're just trying to keep their position anonymous, constantly tossing out those utils in the hope that they will have that escape opportunity. Eggy catches a bit of that hurt upon himself, and he's still pinned down in that same spot. It's such an awkward standoff. VASISTA Esports, they want to force a fight, but Bliss, they don't have any intentions to do so. But if the time calls for it, Bliss won't back away from a battle.
One thing I feel, Necro, is that if VASISTA Esports take this fight for a longer period of time, they can be under a lot of trouble. The circle is almost shifting towards the containers areas, keeping it in the very smack center. And if a lot of sound is being made right now, it will grab a lot of attention of the teams in the surroundings, like Raw Official, Team Crow. They will be looking forward to chime in. But look at the circle shift. It has gone up north. WindGod Esports, Metal Esports, they're in the most advantageous situation. This is definitely what Metal Esports would have wanted for themselves. But will they be able to retain their spots? Because even God's Reign, they're looking very aggressive and they're already on a hunt. There might be a chance that WindGod and God's Reign will collide, and it is eventually happening. The first pick has been found by the boys of WindGod Esports.
Oh my god.
But that nade was way too close.
It was really close. It chips out so much damage against that man of God's Reign. And keep this thing in mind, God's Reign for them. The quota hasn't been met in this game itself. They need a few more points to close things off. God's Reign, they have 4 elimination points so far, but they need a bit more. Somewhere around 7 to 8 points in this game, and God's Reign can get away happily. Still a lot of that climbing to do. A P90 in the hand of Bobby as he is going for that spam. Pulls out the Scarrel as well. The spray's going to miss. For WindGod Esports, taking this fight against God's Reign now is not going to be viable anymore.
They're not quite sure about Fury's and Venom's position. They have taken a longer period of time to get the revival done. But you can get your hands on the iQOO Z9S series as quickly as possible, which is starting from 18,999. A powerful phone and one of the slimmest in this particular segment. Beautiful phone for your gaming experience.
Hands down. the best in its price segment. With a Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, the specs, they just keep on adding up. So move on towards Google and check the phone out. And while you do so, you might just have a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro, considering 15 of those are being given away. VASISTA Esports up against Bliss, and they've found an isolated player in that warehouse in the name of Eggy. Team Bliss do want to provide that cover fire, but how can they? Eggy's just completely isolated. He's in a big deadlock. And here comes VASISTA Esports. The man in the front, he wants to find an easy knockout, but Eggy, he does not want to reveal his position just yet. He's also getting wrapped up from the back lines. Eggy needs to be super careful. If the pounce from VASISTA Esports comes into fruition, it's going to be a big problem. And here comes Eggy. He goes for the strike, but at the wrong time. He waited for too long. And at the end, he just ended up giving his own life away to the opponents. All of those patience just paying off in a bad way for the opponents. I'm not even sure what Eggy was thinking in that scenario. He was going for a trigger discipline play. He wanted to deliver a big surprise to the players of VASISTA Esports, but that's not how you do it.
The need was also very close from the side of Team Bliss. They've lost 2 players. Once again, it is a much more important fight for the boys of VASISTA as compared to Team Bliss. And they're taking it quite well for themselves. Team Bliss, again, in the back foot position. But the circle is still giving them the time to continue this fight as long as possible. A long journey ahead from themselves, but Team Bliss are almost in a defensive position. You can see Sam, he doesn't even have a helmet on himself.
Hands down. And look at VASISTA Esports. Now it's time to make the pounce. They know exactly where the players are too. A few shots are being caught. And eventually the man from the side of Bliss is taken down way too low. Apollo knows exactly where the second man is due. And here comes the pounce. And eventually even the last man will be eliminated from the game. And VASISTA Esports with a flawless squad wipe against Team Bliss. Nicely done. The entirety of Team Bliss, they just come crashing down. It was a bad affair. Especially from Eggy. Things could have been much better. But he just went for that trigger discipline a little bit too long. The stretch, it just costed him his own life.
Even on the other side of the map, we see Team X-Spark, Orangutan. They are facing off against each other, and it seems like Joker is quite trapped. Sarkar has been knocked out, and I don't think he's going to get the revival. Even Shadow is bleeding out, it seems. There's nothing more that even he can do, but he has patched himself up. But Team X-Spark in some downhill conditions. WindGod goes up close and personal, gets Spraygon and Shadow. Both of the players taken down. X-Spark, they're in the safe hands, in the safe positions for now. While Orangutan, they're going to hunt them down. Even the last player, Joker, he's in a distant area for now. But WindGod going up close, trying to find his position. Joker whiffs the shot, maybe. Yes, it is. And WindGod finally takes him down. And X-Spark takes an exit in the 13th spot.
They indeed do. For Team X-Spark, a bad start. But once again, looking at their track record, especially yesterday, they secured enough amount of points. So if they do get taken down with just 0 points, it's all good. But especially for TCW and 4AM, this shouldn't have been the outcome in the first place. And even Aerobotz is on the verge of being eliminated, considering they've just got one last player standing. That's a big sign of concern, man. For Team Bliss, this wouldn't have been the outcome. I'm saying this over and over again. But Eggy, he could have been a table turner. But extending that trigger discipline play for too long just costed him his entire life. And that patient play sort of worked out pretty well for the opponents.
Talking about even our official mobility partner here, Extreme 125R. A beautiful bike in this price segment as well. Definitely check it out. But coming back to the game, Elevate Esports. Trying to find out some more finishes. 2 finishes already in their name. But in the position that Elevate Esports they're holding, they have a lot more teams to breach through. Even Hyderabad, Hydras, Medal Esports on the front.
Yeah.
But if they go on from a western side rotation, they can face even God's Reign.
They indeed can. I'm just glad the fact that Medal Esports is still live, Team Limra is still live and cooking inside of the game, and even VASISTA Esports is over there. But you know who's not going to be happy with their presence? It will be Revenant Esports. Now for Revenant Esports and all the teams in the mid-pack who've already played all their 6 games, they need to hope that these teams over here, they fail.
Are they starting? Well, TCW went down, 4 aggressive men went down. I'm quite sure Revenant, the boys, will be pretty happy to see them getting taken on an early note. But right now, Team Limra, they're going up against the players of WindGod. Rex gets taken down. Savitar has to do something brilliant, but no, it's not. Team Limra, they outshine the gods at this moment. WindGod gets taken down. 8 finishes in the name of Team Limra without even losing a single player. And what a run they are having right now.
I know, right? Team Limra is back in their OG form. Their glory's back. And this is the Team Limra we all wanted to see. For WindGod Esports, getting taken out, it's not going to be a big of a concern at all. They've already made it. They've gotten a lot of the points. It's all good in the hood for Team WindGod. But for Team Limra, they needed these points desperately. 8 points off the rip like that. It's going to help them out so much in their run in the upcoming moments. Hyderabad Hydras on the screen. Even for this team, they haven't taken any points so far. Just 2 points on the board. That's it. And that too, they're just focusing on the scraps completely. Hyderabad Hydras, maybe now's the time to amp up the aggression. As VASISTA Esports, they try to do so, but unfortunately lost out on 2 players. Trigger and Wixkey knocked out. Apollo and his teammates still there to try and save the day. As Apollo is pushing in tandem with Wixkey and VASISTA Esports, they will be eliminated eventually from the entire game. And what just happened with them?
Just 4 points, Necro. This is going to be very problematic for the boys of VASISTA. Well, Orangutan, they have 8 in their name. They're still in a very beautiful position. They don't need to care about points at this moment. But on to the other side, God's Reign. They are reigning supreme at this moment against the players of Team Crow. As we see them crumbling down. But even Hyderabad Hydras seems to be troubling the boys of Elevate Esports, even Mental Esports from the backyards. Elevate seems to be in a very big trouble as they're sandwiched.
Yeah, for Elevate Esports, it's not really that good of a stance. The positioning's looking pretty weak, but here comes the spray from OG. But that's a tight slap returned back from Termi. As OG's Atanki gets struck down. But that's also going to give a chance to the players of Elevate Esports to break free. And that's where one man runs away. For Elevate Esports, survival has to be on point. And that's what they like to do. That's the gameplay. But is Orangutan going to let them have that? That's the question. And the answer is pretty much going to be no. Because AKOP is looking to make that pounce. The man gets spotted out in the open while he's going for that rotation. Now he needs to eject out. His vehicle's caught fire. He does not have any other option. And eventually it will be OG to collect that one last man of Elevate Esports.
9 finishes all to their name, but even the boys of Mental Esports would be pretty happy. They've secured some couple of finishes out there. Hyderabad Hydras trying to enter in the circle, and it will be a very big obstacle for them as Orangutan seems to be gatekeeping all the players from the northern corridor. Hyderabad Hydras will have a very tough time dealing with this team, but Crypto, he gets taken down as well. Orangutan, they're returning all the slaps in their condition, but AKOP gets taken down. 2 of the players of Hyderabad Hydras, they've made it inside the circle. Insidious and Termi has to do a big job, but they were not aware of the position or where the other 2 players are of Orangutan Esports.
Boys are still knocked, by the way, and Hyderabad Hydras, they're trying their best to get something done. Shotgun's pulled out for now, up close and personal duels. But can Hyderabad Hydras strike back the players of OG? That's my question. Man advantage in the hands of OG, that's for sure. But even for OG, there's a lot of that hurt from the back lines. Util's being tossed. OG's taking a lot of damage upon themselves as Team Limra closes on up. They've found those 2 successful knockouts, and they're also saving the day for Hyderabad Hydras.
This is a blessing in disguise for the boys of Hyderabad Hydras. They might be capitalizing on all those finishes. Team Limra chiming in from the backyards. Definitely is an annoying factor for the boys of Orangutan. WindGod's position has also been compromised. But one good nade can literally put Team Limra in some real bit of trouble. Dragon tries to make a connection, and he did. Orangutan, they're out as well. 10 finishes in the name of Team Limra, and now their next target seems to be Hyderabad Hydras, as 2 of the players remain. This is a very bad and Hyderabad Hydras, they're out of the equation as well.
Team Limra, this is the form that they were missing, and now they're finally back in their OG glory. This is the Team Limra we all wanted to see. And now they're like the unstoppable force of nature, constantly unleashing themselves against the foes that stand against them. Mental Esports, even Top Dog collapses. Team Limra is like a volcano. Whoever stands in their path will be melted.
Dragon is literally spitting fires in the map of Erangel, and now their eyes have been settled on the players of Raw Official, who has been surviving for such a long time. They're in the top 5 alongside Metal Esports as well, but the comparison comes in because Metal Esports, they only have one single finish all to themselves. There is nothing more that they have done so far. But if you talk about Raw Official, they will be looking forward to grab some couple of more points, but even Team Metal Esports collapses in the hands of God's Reign. Venom's position has been compromised as well. Team Limra, they are literally taking knockouts left and right.
They indeed are. For Team Limra, go cool. He knows exactly where the foes are positioned to. And for Raw Officials, this was such an important game, but they're taking too much damage upon themselves. Raw Officials, eventually, they wipe out the entirety of Team Crow, but still, they've got another wall they need to penetrate, and that's going to be in the name of Team God's Reign. And for God's Reign, they've got a big foe approaching them in the name of Team Limra. It is Team Limra's game. No one's going to be able to steal it away. Team Limra, they're finally feeling themselves, as now they're here to strike back the players of God's Reign too. And they won't stand a chance. Even they will crumble against the formidable force of Team Limra.
What a beautiful performance it was for the boys of Team Limra, finally getting so many points from a single match. They had only 13 from the first 3 games. And right now, they have almost got 15 finishes only from this particular match. And even counting the 10 placement points, it is coming on 25 to 26 points.
Exactly what we wanted to see, right, from a team like Team Limra. And this is exactly what they were missing, too, for such a long time. And I'm just loving the fact that Team Limra is back with a bang. Knowing the fact that yesterday's day wasn't really that great enough, but now look at the transition, it's even better.
Exactly. And then as for we see 16 finishes have been registered. Good run for even Raw Official, I would say. I mean, they had 6 placement points, 3 finishes to their name. Still around, it's fine, 9 points from this particular match. At least a decent comeback. Unlike Metal Esports, I mean, they were in the top 5, but they had only 1 finish, Necro. This is where the concern lies, because again, this is a format where you have to play for the finishes. You have to be aggressive. You can't only rely on the placement points.
Hands down, for a lot of the teams, once again, just prioritizing that placement points game, that's a big sign of concern. But for some teams that could have stand a chance to make that comeback, they got eliminated way too early inside of the game. TCW, even they collapsed. We also saw another team, which was 4 AM, collapsing right in front of the players of God's Reign. Luckily enough, Team X Spark was eliminated quite early, so that's why Team X Spark wasn't there in the late game to try and spoil the day for Team Limra. If they would have been there, it would have been quite a fight, I'm not going to lie.
Hey, X-Pac was not there, but God's Reign were there. You also speak of Orangutan was there. So if one Goliath is not there, the others are always waiting. Orangutan has got almost like 10 finishes, 9 to 10 finishes in their name. God's Reign also registered 10 plus finishes in their name. So somehow or the other, we can say that they have also spoiled the game for the teams like VASISTA Esports, for AstroKids, Aerobotz, Team Crow, a lot of names.
Yeah, hands down. And now the real question is going to be, okay, for the teams that failed in the previous game, can they still stand a chance? That's the real question. And the answer is going to be yes, but the average that they need is a little bit too much. They need somewhere around 15 points per game to have that cushion. Or if you do not really want to have a cushion and moving towards a tiebreaker, then you just need 12 points per game.
I can just suggest one thing to all these teams. Play like Team Limra. This is the benchmark that they've set. 26 points from a single match. You get that, you qualify. But again, moving on to the winner chicken dinner moment. This particular nade, every shot, it has so much precision in itself to create havoc inside the lobby. And Dragon was literally spitting fires everywhere.
He indeed was. And especially when Team Limra made that bounce in the final few moments, I love that play from Team Limra. Knowing the fact that, yes, we could have played patiently too, but why play patiently when we're just feeling ourselves and we've already gotten so many elimination points, right? 16 eliminations from that previous game. That's going to give them 26 points. And with that one single game, they've already qualified. That's how easy it is, guys.
Yeah, at the start of the day, we were discussing, okay, so they have 13 points. They need to get at least this much average in the next 3 games so that they can qualify. And Limra says, we don't want to work hard. We want to work smart, and they get 26 in one game. And yes, the deed is done. The next 2 matches, we can just play it light, take it slow, and we can just relax.
Or maybe you can go for a few spoilers once again. Try and spoil the dreams for maybe VASISTA Esports, Raw Official, still on the struggling phase. Even Metal Esports Esports, they weren't doing too great in that previous game, so maybe even their game can be spoiled. Even Aerobotz Esports, they got taken down quite early in that previous game. So yeah, a lot of these names still on the struggling side of things, including AstroKids as well. Even the newer names, they're struggling way too much, especially for Aerobotz. I had a lot of expectations at the start of the day, but unfortunately getting taken down with just that one last man off the rip, it was quite disappointing.
Yeah, somehow I felt like Aerobotz and 4 aggressive men, somehow they didn't figure out that there can be a rotational clash between two teams. Firstly, it was Hyderabad Hydras who took one of the players of Aerobotz down on an early note. But 4 aggressive men, I am really surprised to see how the way they have played. They knew that that area belongs to God's Reign. Still, they went for that same way of rotation and they got taken down.
Yeah, I mean, with the way the rotations were, right, they were quite confusing. Now, as we move on towards the point standings, for Team Limra, they have gotten 26 points in total. For God's Reign, they've gotten 20. OG, they have 12 points. And for Raw Officials, once again, 9 points on the board. Hyderabad Hydras, 8 points. That's a great start. Remember, at the start of the day, I mentioned, if you want to qualify, you need an average of 7 to 8 points per game. Hyderabad Hydras, they've achieved that. Metal Esports, 4 points in that previous game. Now, that's a bit of a concern, knowing the fact that you've only got 2 more games to go, and you need somewhere around 20 points.
Even I believe for Elevate Esports, yeah, definitely they will be looking forward for some good performance. But Raw Official having like 9 points in total, that will make them to 13 points. And for them to be comfortable, I can say that next 2 matches at least 10 points should be more than enough. But moving down to the next chart, 4M, TCW, 0 points. And that is going to create so much pressure on these two teams because now they have to fight for at least, as you mentioned, 13 to 15 points on an average to be comfortable and qualify for the top 48.
A lot of these teams in the mid-pack, for this group especially, right, they started things off with either 8 points or 10 points. So I would say that's quite a decent start. But knowing the fact that today you need to perform exceptionally well, the start had to be good for today's day. And unfortunately for a lot of the teams, the start wasn't really great, including you've got a few names like AstroKids, Aerobotz Esports, even Metal Esports, just getting 4 points in that previous game. That just keeps on elevating the problems even more. And speaking of elevating stuff, you've also got Elevate Esports, that position-oriented gameplay now working out, evading the fights over and over again, now working out. And over here, Elevate Esports should really take an inspiration from Revenue Esports because playing that defensive playstyle isn't going to work out every single time. You need to go for those fights, and that's what Elevate Esports needs to implement. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63.
Ouch. I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. And Johnny, Team Limra, what a banger game that was. 26 points in one single game. They've already qualified.
Exactly, man. And we always discuss this, right? Every single team that was struggling just needed that one amazing performance. We were a little bit surprised why Team Limra was struggling to perform since round one. But hey, as you were talking about it during that cast, it seems like they're back in their old glory.
And that's what we wanted to see, right?
Yes.
Especially from a banner like Team Limra, knowing the fact that they're capable of so many great stuff. And now they're finally over here, back in their old glory, as you mentioned. But still, the performance is lacking from a few names like VASISTA Esports, Metal Esports, because they struggled a lot in that previous game.
Yeah, VASISTA in particular, I think we know for a fact that this team is capable of putting big numbers on the board, and that is what we want to see. But Elevate Esports, now, this is an interesting prospect, right? Because when we witnessed them in round one, those rotations, you also mentioned them during the game itself, their rotations were very precise, very clean, but it seems like things aren't really working out for them right now in round two.
Hey, but I think so. Something that's going to work out for you. That's going to be this device, which is the iQOO Z9S series, starting from 18,999. It's also our official smartphone partner, so I would recommend you guys to move on forward and check it out. But moving on the conversation towards Elevate Esports once again, as you were speaking about them, right? Yeah, the rotation game is not going to work out anymore, Johnny, because now the competition is way too cutthroat. And knowing the fact that if you're just going to try to prioritize placements every single time in every single game, that means you are limiting yourself pretty much, because the chance that you might just have to grab those elimination points, be a part of a lot of those third parties, you're pretty much denying yourself from that.
Exactly, and right now it is your opportunity to be a little bit more proactive in those third parties. That's the only way you're getting those finish points. And we talk about securing those placement points, right? Even if you finish consistently high up on that leaderboard, it doesn't grant you the average that you're looking for. Look at Metal Esports. That team is the perfect example for this, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned last game, 8 points secured. Yeah, the aggregator is good, but what we witnessed from Metal yesterday was the lack of finishes, and yet they were placing quite high up on that leaderboard, and yet their total tally at the start of the day was what, like 7 points?
Yeah, so Metal Esports only had 4 games in that previous game, and Hyderabad Hydras had 8 games. So that's a great start for Hyderabad Hydras. Before Metal Esports, still they're lacking if you try and look at the average, right? In the upcoming games, they need 20 points to be on the safer side of things, and we are still somewhere around expecting the cutoff to be 24.
Yeah, 20 to 24. I think it might drop a little bit. So there's still a possibility that teams like Revan and Esports, who are lurking around that 20-point marker, might actually make it through. It all comes down to how the 32 teams that are left with their matches perform. But we do have the overall leaderboard in front of us right now. And this is something that I wanted to talk about because there are a few names that have taken a dip. Team Crore, they had a decent run in that previous match, so they do move up in that overall leaderboard. But you see Team Bliss, right? They played very well yesterday. Today, there was no incentive to perform. In the previous game, they walked away with 0 points. X-Park as well has a lot of points on the board, and hence these teams are taking things on a lighter note. This opens up the doors to perform for the teams at the bottom. If they do well, they can bounce back. But this is where things get interesting. You see Aerobotz. Aerobotz did not have a fun time in that previous match. They're still sitting there with those 18 points secured, but can they qualify, or are they going to be kicked out at the end of the day? It's a big question, and this team, they need at least 5 to 6 points in the next 2 matches.
The red arrow pointing downwards, that means they've just dropped down from a few places.
Yes.
So that's a big sign of concern. The same thing can be said for Revenue Esports, TWOB, pretty much all the teams that have got the red arrow right next to him, and even Team Captain now just losing their spots. Keep this thing in mind, only top 48 have a chance to move up. For Metal Esports, the previous 4 points, they have elevated themselves a little bit more, but knowing the fact that even in the upcoming group, there's going to be another set of teams chiming in, they need to perform exceptionally well.
Exactly. This is why I don't trust these arrows, Necro, because look at AstroKids as well. You see AstroKids versus Esports, you see those green arrows, which indicate, yes, they have moved up in the rankings. AstroKids got 1 point, man. They started the day with 11 points, now they have 12. That's not going to be enough. They need at least 12 to 13 more points to get to a safer position. I would say go for 20 points in the next 2 games. That's the only way you stay safe. And AstroKids, it will be such a big heartbreak if AstroKids becomes, along with VASISTA Esports, if they become 2 of the names to go out right here, right now, today.
Now, let's be a little bit nerd, okay? We are expecting the cutoff to be around 24. but it can be lower only if there's a big vacuum created from the known names.
Exactly.
Now, Team X-Spark in this group needs to perform. WindGod Esports, they need to create that vacuum. Team Bliss, Orangutan, they need to start creating that vacuum. How is that going to happen? If they start going super aggressive inside of the lobby and not lose out any fights. But that's not being the thing, man. That's where the problem sort of rises up, because in the previous time when Team Bliss collided against VASISTA Esports, Bliss lost. Even Team X-Spark got eliminated so early. So that's a big problem, especially for the mid-pack who have already played all their 6 games and now they're just hoping to qualify.
Exactly, because they also realize that the teams at the top of their rankings in their groups are going to take things very lightly right now, and that will cause a lot of stress for the teams, as you mentioned, that are sitting in that middle pack, not really playing their matches and just watching the broadcast right now, hoping and praying to their gods that they qualify. We once again have a look at the 16 teams that will be dropping down in this map of Miramar, but for some reason, Necro, I have to say, while, as you mentioned, we can't really expect X-Spark, WindGod and Team Bliss to create that vacuum of points, Orangutan, they are still going at it. They had a lot of eliminations in that previous match. And even if they pick up those elimination points and secure those elimination points in the upcoming 2 games, they are denying those points from and taking away those points from the teams that actually need them for qualification.
Yeah.
That will also create a sort of a vacuum, not exactly the one we are hoping for, but it does take a few points off the board.
And that's the only way the cutoff is going to be lower.
Exactly.
That's the only way a few teams in the mid-pack do still stand a chance to qualify.
Yes.
All you can do if you're a fan of the teams in the mid-pack is just go to the temple and pray. That's all you can do. That's the best possible thing you can do.
Not the Sanok Temple this time, though.
Yeah, because that's going to be filled up with a lot of those teams, that's for sure. But moving the conversation on towards this game of Miramar. Now, let's speak about the potentials and which team has the potential to move up in the rankings.
Yeah.
Raw officials, they have been quite formidable, especially in the previous round on this map. They have proved themselves time and time on the map of Miramar. Even with VASISTA Esports, once again, they can pull off a big comeback. For Hyderabad Hydras, they've got a good average going off the rip. So that's a great thing. Erangel started off on a decent note. If they continue the same consistency over here, they can easily move on forward. But is that going to happen or not? Only this upcoming game of Miramar can tell us. So let's move on forward towards the deserty lands of Miramar. As the big bird's gonna hit the skies once again, and the plane flap pad begins all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards Torre Muda, all the way from the right side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities off the left, it's gonna be a tough stretch, Johnny.
Yeah, of course, the western half of the map is going to be denied to a lot of teams. But Necro, coming back to the conversation we were having before we jumped into the game, that is going to be interesting. I mean, to see Hyderabad Hydras move up. If you remember their run in round 1, they were one of the most consistent teams in terms of their placement points. And I think this team definitely has a lot of potential to pull it off. But I'm concerned about VASISTA Esports, my brother, because VASISTA Esports, Miramar has not been their strongest map.
Now, keep this thing in mind, Johnny. The more teams on the last page of the overall standings keep moving up, the more teams from the middle pack will be kicked out. Each and every single pounce you see towards the middle pack from the last page will eliminate someone. So yes, today's day is going to be filled with a lot of sadness, but also a lot of greatness and entertainment.
Oh, that is true for sure. But let's call out the teams, right? I mean, everyone is keeping their eye on where Revenant Esports is right now in that middle pack. A team with one of the biggest fan bases in terms of the organizations in BGMI, and it was a surprising exit, of course, when their journey in round 2 came to an end. But of course, their fate now relies on the performance of all of these teams. We do see the flight path coming to an end, and of course, it seems like there might just be an early drop clash towards the northern side.
Indeed, a lot of those teams taking an exit from the plane fly path at the same time.
Necro, can I ask you something?
What?
X-Pac versus God's Reign, round 2. Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready towards San Martin, my friends. These two teams, they have been colliding against each other for such a long time, and once again, they clash towards San Martin. God's Reign versus Team X-Spark. It's been quite a back and forth journey. For God's Reign, they need these points. For Team X-Spark, it's completely fine. They're here to play. Spoiler anyways.
Yeah, that is true. And yesterday, I mean, we saw God's Reign getting eliminated on Miramar in a matter of seconds at the hands of X-Spark. Today, they do, or in fact have an opportunity to try and get their revenge, but are they going to succeed? That is the biggest question right now. And of course, right off the bat, it is one of the players, I believe, from the side of X-Pac who has been knocked out, and God's Reign, they kick things off in a brilliant manner.
A dagger to the back, and the man instantly comes crashing down. Nicely done from God's Reign, a way to kick things off inside of the fight as Venom's taken down a bit low. But here comes the cover fire, even from the side of Team X-Spark. And Spray got strike down the players way too low. Another man's there in the front lines, but he's still got his hands on the pump shotgun. Hands out a death blow to one of the players of God's Reign, and that's going to be the return knockout, the revenge knock the man needed.
Well, the numbers equalize now, and the players of God's Reign pinned inside this building. Venom needs to be the savior from the flank. But Spray God, that was brilliantly done, man. He almost took down that second man on that staircase as well. Chasing him down with the shotgun until Altu came along for the rescue. Spray God now with a nade, looking for an opening, looking to see if they can shut down that flanker from God's Reign. And this, as you mentioned, is an important matchup for the side of God's Reign. They desperately need those points. X-Spark on the other side, they're going to look to secure these frags for themselves just as a flex.
But it's a 3-on-3, Johnny.
Yeah.
Even Steven. Anyone can come out on top. We're speaking of God's Reign here. You cannot really count him out just like that. Look at the off angle from Joker. But he reveals his position with that fire.
I mean, you look at positions like this and you wonder if the fight is still fairly even. I mean, the players from God's Reign, one advantage that they've had for themselves in this fight is the fact that they were able to control 3 different floors of this building. That means more loot for God's Reign. And if they have decent utility to work with, I mean, we do see Altu with a nade in his hands. And even if Fury has a few of those Molotovs nades, they can try and flush out the players of X-Spark outside of cover and then try and take a fight head on. It will be interesting, but let's see how things turn out. I mean, also, there are other teams around them, 100, 200 meters away. And if they spot out these players on these rooftops, then they will also try to third-party this entire fight.
Still, it's a big might.
Yeah.
Now it just came down to a complete standoff, and I'm not a big fan of this, Johnny. I don't like this. You're just limiting yourself from all the potential loot that you can have, and also better placement inside of the zone. But luckily enough, they found themselves towards the smack center.
But look at
so
Bliss
that's already a good
them.
position to start things off with. Yes, Team Bliss is moving from the back lines towards Hacienda del Patron. There's definitely a high chance we might just see that clash coming through, but there might just be collision between TCW and Bliss as well.
And of course, Bliss, they have gone for a 2-2 split, which is quite risky because you look at the southern side where AJ is, and you have VASISTA Esports closing in from that graveyard position. Hyderabad Hydras moving in from Power Grid as well. And as you mentioned, the northern duo, they are going to be split up by the players of TCW. So Bliss, the call might have been the right one, but unfortunately, they aren't lucky enough in this matchup to be able to execute it to perfection. In the meanwhile, X-Spark and God's Reign, yeah, neither of these sides is going to let the other one leave in peace.
Oh, Util's being tossed. The nade did not find any value. Joker's still in the back lines, by the way, doing pretty good. And look at Fury. The man's taken down way too low.
Does he have no bandages?
This is what I'm saying, right? This is going to be a big concern when you are in a big stalemate. You cannot even move out, you cannot even break free and go for the loot. You're pretty much just limiting yourself. And now Fury is taken down so low that he just can't do anything himself.
There was a first aid. Oh, he finds those bandages already. He's lucky enough right now.
Oh, nice toss.
Ooh, yeah. Threw out a first aid to help out his teammate over there.
I would say use the bandages, man. Keep the first aid for later, but he's still using it.
I think they expect the players of X-Spark to charge up at any time.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think so this stalemate's going to break out any soon. Especially knowing the fact that for Team X-Spark, they can sit over here for days. They don't care about points. The only reason why Team X-Spark is so pissed is because Saran got taken down way too early in the game.
That, and I believe there might be a little bit of beef going on between these two sides after that drop clash yesterday.
Oh, hold on. This trigger discipline, it might just work out to perfection. Team X-Spark have already found themselves the entry, and here comes the pounce. This could have been the perfect one as well, but Shadow, he saves the day for his own team. As Spray God now, even he pulls out the shock, and it's going to be a pump one. As he pumps through, he finds the second connection. Nicely done. Even Spray God's going to hand out that death blow. And just like that, the entirety of God's Reign, they're probably going to come clashing down. There's still one single man alive in the back lines.
Hey man, the revenge of the Shank with the Shank itself as Shadow finds the finishing blow onto Altu with a knife. Venom is the last man surviving, but that's the problem, right? X-Spark know exactly where he is, so he's going to be hunted down, and it might be just the 4th point in the bag for the players of X-Spark. God's Reign, a big blunder in this match. And as of now, the record for this brawl in San Martin, it stands 2-0 in the favor of Xbox.
I mean, for God's Reign, they could have had a big chance to strike down 2 players, by the way. But they messed up too much because they gave too much time for the man who was there on the bottom floor to recover. And as soon as he got his hands on the Tommy gun and the shotgun, he started doing that damage. It was Spray God himself. So yeah, the communication wasn't exactly made that precisely, wasn't exactly made quickly. That's why they lost that fight.
And Xbox, a team like Xbox is always going to be deadly, you know for sure. I mean, you remember yesterday's Miramar, right? They lost 2 players extremely early inside of this match. It was just Spray God and Sarang surviving, and they made it all the way to the top 2, securing, I believe, 7 to 8 eliminations in that particular match. This team is just absolutely phenomenal. And God's Reign, I think by now they have learned their lesson not to drop Clash Xbox in San Martin. This city is going to be ruled by them, just like Picardo is ruled by Carnival Gaming.
Oh my god, Venom being a snake, and he reveals his position. He's got his hands on the pump shotgun. He would want to pump some lead against the opponent's chest. Now also pulls out the nade. If he's going to find himself a nice 2-piece to be the opener, this is going to be a game changer. The nade's cooked to perfection. It's going to find one knockout, and that might just be the game-changing one as well. This one single knockout from Venom can also be the game changer, as he's also going to hand out a few more death blows. It was not just one knockout, it was actually a 2-piece with that one single nade. So this is the exact instance that God's Reign was looking to play with. Venom flips the odds in his own favor, and now for Team X-Spark as well, it's just that one last man standing. It's going to be a one-on-one, Johnny.
Yeah, this is not what we expected, but it is what was needed by the players of God's Reign. If Venom survives after this fight, and if he's able to secure a decent amount of placement points, then God's Reign will still stand a chance for qualification. With that shotgun, you know for a fact that he has the probability of clutching out this fight as well. Plus, he goes ahead and loots the crates of the players of Xbox as well over there. A little bit of an overpeak, takes a few shots right on his chest. The armor does tank a bit of that damage from that spray. Down to a 1v1. And if he secures this fight, it is going to be an all-out 1 versus 4 clutch by Venom.
Oh my god, this is way too scary, Johnny. I can't take it. The man's way too low.
Both of them are, my
way
god.
Too low. The man's patched himself up with that one single bandage, and he's still going for that push. The first shot was missed. It was way too close, but Venom comes in with a 1-on-3 clutch. And at least saves the day for his team in this game. He actually gets all the 4 eliminations.
It was a 1-on-3 clutch, but a brilliant 4K executed by Venom. And of course, a phenomenal save by the players of God's Reign, man. That was clutch indeed. Had they been wiped out, it could have been much worse. But look at this. This was happening on the finish speed while the fight between Xbox and God's Reign broke out. Raw Official getting beaten down and bruised by the players of Orangutan. 3 players, I believe, have been picked off from the board. It's just the last man surviving from the side of Raw Official. And this was another team that was struggling 4 points on the overall leaderboard. So this is another important game that Raw Official might just miss out on.
I know, right? For Raw Officials, once again, a bad start.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day, but the game's already done, if you'd like to say so. 2 players down and dusted. Now with just 2 players left standing, what can Raw Officials do? Not even 2 players left standing. It's just one last man left standing for Raw Officials. Things just keep on getting worse and worse, and for Raw Officials, it's time to do something, man. This one last man, he needs to go for the placement play and try and collect as many scraps as possible. That's the only way Raw Officials can bring them back into the race. Or else they need to pull off a Team Limra.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult, though. I mean, you do need the entire team to be able to pull it off, but with the last game left after this, the map of Sanhok, the most chaotic map inside of the game, Necro, it's going to be a tough task to execute. And Raw Official, you know for a fact, I mean, the performance we have seen in round 1, it's not even close to how this team was playing in round 1. Round 2, just an absolute fumble. Talk about fumbles, though, for aggressive man. They do find themselves up against the players of Team Bliss, and Charan, he's been knocked out. He's going to be put under pressure. The shotgun connects, and it's an easy frag for Sam to secure.
It was actually AJ who secured that knockout.
Oh.
His own teammate, but yes. And the knockout was right next to Sam, by the way. So yeah, for Bliss, once again, getting that 1 elimination point. Maybe something that's going to elevate the confidence, but do they really need this elevation? The answer is going to be no, because they've already qualified anyways, Johnny. It's all good in the hood for this team. They're already doing quite decent towards the upper side of the overall standings. Team Limra up against the players of Autobotz. My bad, Aerobotz. And Aerobotz is actually getting chased down, so that's not a great news at all. Corey's on the run. And Team Limra, they're going to let go of the players of Aerobotz just like that. They do know there's an entire cluster of players towards this compound. Team Limra does want to make that pounce. Considering Team Limra, they already know they've got so many points. And here comes the pounce. Exactly what Team Limra was looking out for. And Poco knows exactly where the man is. Beautiful stuff from Poco as he finds the first strike. This seems like it's a complete new and reformed Team Limra. They're not scared of anyone. Not scared of approaching the fights. Not scared of making the pounce even against their own names. For Aerobotz Esports, things just cannot get worse against this. For Aerobotz Esports, Limra are like the Grim Reapers right now.
Exactly, with their backs against the wall, the true nature of this team is revealed. And finally, Team Limra, as you mentioned, Necro, a few moments ago, they're back in their old glory. Aerobotz, they do not realize what came their way, and 3 players instantly knocked and finished. Where's the 4th man? Reveal himself. I think the moment he does, even he is going to bite the dust. He is in the distance, of course.
He's all the way in the far fray, Johnny. He's
like
there.
150 meters away.
Yeah, he's there. Pretty close. He's there, though. Isolated.
Man, Aerobotz at the start of the day needed like, what, 7-8 points to qualify?
Man, look at this. iQOO MVP of that previous game was Dragon with 8 finishes on the board and damage number of 853. Some miraculous stuff. The top 5 on the screen. Yes, the entirety of Team Limra has to be there, right? No, it's just the 2 players. And then even WindGod from the side of OG was there. Altu with 4 finishes and Phantom with 4 as well. Even for God's Reign, the previous game was quite decent.
Yeah.
And now knowing the fact that the continuation on this game is not going to be seen there anymore, but at least they get away with 4 elimination points, right?
I think they have also already made it through to the cutoff.
Yeah.
We are definitely going to see God's Reign in round 3.
Oh, we will.
But this is the team that we are a little skeptical about. VASISTA Esports. The struggles continue. The previous game also not really doing that well.
Johnny, if the vacuum's not created, even Team Insane can be eliminated.
But if you think about it, the vacuum is being created right now. Bliss is doing decent.
Yeah, because Rawofficial, a team that could have stood a chance to make the comeback, almost on the verge of elimination. For Middle Esports, they're playing quite slow, so there's a high chance they can make the comeback. Now you've got Aerobotz Esports pretty much eliminated from the game. So they don't stand a chance to make the comeback, at least in this game.
And after that previous matchup for Angle, Limra also became one of the teams that can cause the vacuum. Even if Limra continues to grab points in every single game, there will still be points denied to the other side. Teams like VASISTA Esports that are playing right now, we see them make a push for the center of the circle, but it seems like they might have walked into a trap because you have Hyderabad Hydras quite close just across the road. And from the southern side on the map, we just saw Team Crore also looking to gain some map control on the hills behind San Martin.
VASISTA Esports looking at their placement and how they've placed themselves for now. It is decent. Even the zone panning out towards San Martin. It was always the centric part of the zone. For Rawofficials, that one single man, Anustu OP, still in that Picado area. He hasn't left the city.
Oh no, Carry, that is such a bad position. And Venom as well. 2 isolated individuals, both hiding in individual buildings.
Aerobotz Esports. That one single player is there in the front. But here comes the pounce from the side of 4 aggressive men. And they're going to take a fight against Corey. As Corey gets eliminated from the game. What just happened to the players of Aerobotz Esports? Another game, a big letdown.
This was an unlucky position to be in, right? Because 4 aggressive man, Neo in particular, showed up without even realizing there was a man hiding there. Yeah. He had a shotgun to work with, was easily able to take down the opposing side player. And it was just unfortunate that Corey was the one who was hiding inside this building. Could have been the last surviving player from the side of God's Reign as well, Venom, who's actually right next door to this house. So things not really working out too well for the side of Aerobotz. But hey, if you want your device to work perfectly, it has to be the iQOO Z9S series. Starting at 18,999, there is absolutely no compromise with this device when you're performing or playing your scrims. And of course, you can be back in your scrims in a matter of minutes with that 80-watt flash charger, 5500 mAh battery as well.
Look at Turbo. The man's got so much intel to play with. This man is single-handedly dismantling the team of Team Limra as Gokul is knocked out. Here comes the cavalry, though. A few more shots were taken. Turbo realizes now the confirmation is going to be next to impossible to be accumulated, so it's completely fine. For Team Limra, they just secure that one single man and once again back away towards that high ground they had.
It seems like there is something going on with OG right now after picking off the players of Raw Official. We just saw them pick a fight against the players of TCW as well. Another team that is at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, struggling to make a comeback, struggling to qualify for round 3. For Aggressive Man, they are going to be pinned down in this exact same position for a little while. At least Harry will be. He's been sandwiched by the players of Team Limra up front, up north. And the backline's compromised by Bliss Esports. Team Bliss. AstroKids, let's talk about them, Necro. We haven't really gotten a chance to talk about them. Yesterday was decent. I wanted to see them replicate the same performance today, but it seems like they have taken a hit.
They indeed have. First game was bad.
Yeah.
Now, second game, I don't know what's going to be the outcome, but for now, they've got all the 4 players up and standing, so that's a good news. 11 points so far, by the way, in the overall table. And if AstroKids keep on moving with at least 10 points per game, they might just have a chance to come out on top.
Yeah. They got 1 point from that previous match, so... just
22?
12. No, their total tally right now sits at 12.
Okay, but now if they get 10 points per game, they will have 22 at the end of the day. So, with 22 points, can they qualify? The answer seems like it's going to be no.
Maybe.
It's
I think
still
maybe.
a big maybe, yeah. It depends on the vacuum once again. If you're going to find yourself at around 21 or maybe even 20, then you need to just pray. That's all you can do.
If you have 22 points, your fate is in the hands of the group of death, man.
Yeah, pretty much. And there's a high chance that group of death will increase the cutoff even more.
Of course.
But hold on. You've got Bliss facing off against Team Limra now. This is going to be a great fight. You would not want to miss out on Gokul. Even he's trying to reposition as he finds the first knockout. Even the second one's found with ease. Gokul, the man does not even go down. He does not even shake or break in that fight. Single-handedly strikes down the 2 players of Team Bliss. And now this is a big sign of concern, considering Turbo is trying his best to fight back. But maybe his best is not enough. But Turbo clips the first man's wings as he fights the second knockout as well. That's an incredible 2-piece from Turbo. And Team Bliss now looking unstoppable. The remaining players of Team Limra in that smoke, and the man's going for the revival on the fallen player. As for Team Limra, the fallen man's back up on his feet, and here comes the position reveal. As now Gokul's position is known, and Turbo is constantly going for that spam, he also finds that knockout. And now keep this thing in mind for Team Limra. It's just down to that one last man standing. That's going to be Hesperos. Can he clutch it out? He's supposed to be the clutch meister.
His back got spotted out from the right-hand end of that smoke. And there's utility being lobbed. This is from the side of Team Bliss. My apologies. Sam out of nowhere shows up, and it's going to be a perfect cover for the side of Team Bliss. What an amazing turnaround by these lads. But Hesperos, it's going to be so difficult for him to survive.
What just happened to Hyderabad Hydras? I know I'm speaking of a complete different fight, but Insidious just knocked himself out and his own teammate.
They were going up against WindGod Esports. We just saw that on the finish feed, and that might actually be a very difficult position for Hyderabad Hydras to be in. But Necro, I'm pretty sure we will get a recap of what happened in that fight. In the meanwhile, that nade...
No,
oh, he does the damage. The tree saves him.
Yeah, he repositioned in the nick of time. He knew exactly what's going on. And now the only thing that's saving the day for this man is the wall of smoke. And I'm pretty sure soon enough, the opponents, they're going to lose out on the patience, maybe make that push. But no, it's going to be the answer. Team Bliss, instead, they keep on moving inside of the zone. And here comes the fight into fruition. Hyderabad Hydras, they do save themselves from a big embarrassment.
Ooh, that was a close one, man. As you mentioned, Insidious got knocked out. Crypto got taken down by one of the players of WindGod Esports. But Hyderabad Hydras do manage to hold on to their position inside of the game. They do still have all 4 players remaining. But they are pinned out by the blue zone right behind them, and 4 aggressive man, they are already on the move looking for the players of Team Bliss on the other side of the ridge. In fact, they run into them without even knowing their position, and it's an all-out scramble for some cover. Medal from the back and Bliss up front. 4 aggressive man, they also are going to be forced into an early exit from this game of Miramar.
Indeed, for Team Bliss, look at the way they've placed themselves. It's not too great, but still, at least Turbo is there in the safety lines. For Turbo, he's found himself that edge to play with. Sam, his surrounding lines are not clear either. He's tossing out those utilities to provide him that extra bit of soft cover. That's just going to be blocking the line of sight, not the bullets. Just topping off his loot. He needs to reload his DBS, by the way. It's not with the maximum ammo count.
10 rounds, I think it should be enough to take down at least 1 or 2 players, but the problem is Team Bliss, they do not have all 4 players to work with. Metal Esports, though, luckily for Team Bliss, look at this. Metal Esports get a little distracted as Elevate Esports get too close to them. The top of the hill will be very important for these sides. Sam, he's been spotted out. Look at Turbo's position. He's quite close to the players of Metal Esports. And the circle, as of now, just belongs to no one. It's in the middle of nowhere. Those hills, south of that roadside, the most important position to fight for. And right now, TCW, they're the closest ones to that hillside. They have an opportunity to take control of that high ground and secure a lot of finishes, getting themselves into a position from where they can actually qualify. But in a few short moments, I think the pressure is going to build upon them as the players of Orangutan. They have the same idea.
The zone is just making the competition even tougher.
Yeah.
It's not going a lot on these players. VASISTA Esports against the players of Hyderabad. Hydras, as they start to make that pounce and move. Crypto's the only man left in the back lines, but can he make that rotation? That's my question. Even for VASISTA Esports, Shadow was the casualty, but the man's going to be back upon his feet. It's not that big of a concern just yet. Even for VASISTA Esports now, it's time to make that pounce. It's time to move away from this spot. As AstroKids, they collide against the players of Elevate Esports, and it's also the nades from TCW that are constantly doing that damage. Another nade sells in right next to Sheik, and that's going to get the confirmation.
But it's not over. TCW, they know there's another squad there. And look at this, the artillery strike. It goes on. But TCW, they need to be careful as well. As we spoke about them, the players of Orangutan might just close in from the back lines at any given second. But after hearing this commotion, they switch up. Instead of moving west, they go towards the eastern edge of the circle. But TCW, having racked up 4 eliminations from that fight, 2 of their players have been knocked out. And it's down to their last surviving player, Guru. Can he be the savior? He needs to go for those revives, and TCW need at least a top 3 finish in this game from here on out. But while moving around in the circle like this is not going to be easy for these teams, you guys can make your mobility in real life extremely easy with our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 160R4V.
You indeed can. With a smooth glide and a smooth ride. Once again, focusing back on the game, Metal Esports, quite a decent game so far.
Yeah.
4 eliminations racked up. They still need a few more to top it off. These 4 are not going to be enough. Maybe a chicken dinner at the end of the day. Maybe that's going to be something that can save the day for Metal Esports. But still, they're miles away from it. And here comes the casualty. Something that Metal Esports never saw coming. Even the Weekle blows up. Team Bliss out in the open, but they're still striking back in a great fashion. As Turbo, he will be the return knockout. But still, this Team Bliss, they're being a big pain in the foot right now for the players of Metal Esports. How can they evade their tracks? That's a question. Sam999 from the back lines is constantly doing a lot of that damage. He's being a big threat. And for Metal Esports, it's a lot of that anxiety that's building up at this point. Even the Wall of Death is now going to start to move. And for Sam, he's already got so many first states. He's going to try to play the spoiler.
Yeah, he definitely will. Again, Metal Esports also did buy themselves enough time to get their players back up, but a move made out of desperation. They are going to try and push for the circle, and this might just force them into a focus fire from all of these teams. Look at this. Players falling left, right, and center, and TCW, as they show up to capitalize, even they make the same mistake of charging in the same position, and Hyderabad Hydras from the distance, Necro, they capitalize on this positional mistake from both these two teams, but now trouble in paradise for the players of Hyderabad Hydras as their is being breached by the players of Orangutan. The nade exchange between the two sides, it hasn't found a single pick from either one of these teams, and even Aru's nade right now overshoots, and Crypto is going to be left standing, which could be a big mistake in the next few seconds, but Let's see, Hyderabad Hydras, they still have 3 players to play with. 9 finishes secured in this game. I think the job has been done. Qualification points have been secured.
That's what it feels like, but you never know. Just barely qualifying isn't going to do the job. You need to be on the safer side of things as well. You might just be caught in a big tiebreaker, and it's a place where you would not want to be in. So Hyderabad Hydras, still some more soft points that can do the deed.
Yeah.
For OG, they're still cooking in the game with all the 4 players. There was 1 knockout, but it's completely fine. The fallen man can be back upon his feet. For Hyderabad Hydras, there's that constant threat. And they're still dealing with the players of OGs, as the second knockout as well will be delivered successfully. And here comes the pounce maybe. The nade's tossed into perfection. WindGod's taken down way too low. Another nade sails in. That gets the confirmation onto AKOP. And WindGod will want to go for the revival. And that's what he's doing. Crypto's making that push single-handedly. And Crypto will meet the makers.
Well, Hyderabad Hydras, they're down to their last 2 players. And then Sirius, he's been ignored on that flank for a long time. If he actually connects a nade onto Aru, that changes everything. This one's going to be quite close. Doesn't secure the knock though. No damage dished out. WindGod in the back lines. Atanki is back up on his feet. Orangutan, they have a man advantage to play with. The numbers in their favor. But still securing the chicken. It's going to be a difficult one. But look at this, Necro. We lost hope on Raw Official at the start of the match when we saw 2 of their players fall. In fact, 3 players were picked up mid-rotation. Anuj TWOB has been playing for survival since that very moment.
Yeah.
And he's made it into the top 3. And I believe he has stolen a few extra finishes for himself as well.
He was in Picado for such a long time, Johnny.
Yeah.
But now over here in the top 3 standoff. And he's also tossing in a few nades, by the way.
Oh, the Molly.
The Molotov. Insidious catches fire. But he's patching himself up with that med. I think he eventually finds a beautiful off angle as he strikes down the man in the front. Mox gets knocked out. Still a few more players in the front. And eventually they deal with the entire squad. And now it's time for Anuj to reveal himself as he finds the first beautiful knockout. He could have almost delivered the confirmation too.
Yeah.
But no. In the end, the cavalry was on point. As it will be Raw Official to come out on top in that game.
He got that last shot. He was able to connect that final shot. Wait, what?
What just happened?
That is surprising, man.
I thought he was eliminated.
Me too.
But then he connected that last shot. Raw Officials. What a game that was.
Oh, boy.
We all lost hopes from this man off the rip. But then he was all the way down towards Picado. He somehow pulled off a miraculous rotations and now secured 14 points for his team.
Exactly, and not just that, by the way. Wasn't it Orangutan who picked off the other 3 players off Raw Official at the starting of the match? If I'm not wrong, it was OG. Revenge, man. Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know.
Oh my god.
That was one of the best finishes I've seen in this tournament.
I am left speechless. It is one of the most intense and insane games that I've witnessed so far. Even the zone was playing its mind games, by the way.
And he held his trigger for so long. He was waiting for the fight between Hyderabad Hydras and Orangutan to be in a position where both the sides were left with a single player. And luckily for Anuj TWOB, the first 2 players from the side of OG went down were on top of that hill because he had no line of fire up there. The only line of fire he had was on the slope and right up front. And Hyderabad Hydra, as soon as they got finished off, it was a 1v2. Atanki was left with a sliver of HP, few shots on him. He went down. The last player from OG, instead of going head-on against Anuj TWOB, he decided to try and run behind that car for some cover.
Johnny
showed his back to the opposing player. Necro, that's the biggest mistake.
I know, right? He tried to move back to cover. He wanted to patch himself up because he was wounded from the previous fight. And then while he showed the back, the chicken dinner just got stolen away from him. And it's completely fine. But the trigger discipline that this man showcased was top-notch. He was in that bush for such a long time. Metal Esports, at this point, they are the most unluckiest team that I've witnessed so far. Because with the way they made the rotation, their vehicle flipped. And that's why everything just came collapsing down. And just imagine the amount of trigger discipline this man showcased. There were so many teams that were just collapsing right in front of him. But he still did not reveal his position properly.
See, Metal, you said, were unlucky, right? But why did TCW charge in the exact same spot? That position was being focused by Hyderabad Hydras, OG, one man from Elevate, and Anuj TWOB was prepared from the roadside to try and take down whoever was trying to survive. But look at this. Oh, that's the 2-piece down. And the last player Ooh, the final few shots. Just the final few shots connecting.
He was connecting that spray transfer so beautifully. He sprayed the first man down, he was out in the open, instantly transfers on forward towards the second man, and then gets the third man down as well. He pretty much clutches that 1-on-3 against OG and gets that chicken dinner for his team. The timing was perfect.
I thought Hyderabad Hydras would have helped him out a little bit by taking down one of the players, but no. It was all Anand's 2 OP. That is why, is that why he has 2 OP in his name?
Yeah, maybe. Because just imagine this, right? When we saw all the final few moments pan out, he was all the way down south towards Picado. He wasn't even closer to the safety lines. How did he pull off that rotation? That's my question.
He was just sitting in that one bush for like at least 5 minutes there, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. And of course, I mean, we have seen moves like this from Raw Official, man. I mean, today is a day of comebacks, I believe, because first it was Team Limra, now it's Raw Official regaining their old glory. That day one from round one was phenomenal. They finished top 3 in every single match that they played that day. Today, it might not have been a start on the same note, but after this game, I believe their confidence is going to be boosted as well.
It just keeps them getting even better, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
But as we've got the point standings, yes, Raw Officials, they got the chicken dinner, but still not the most amount of points. OG getting 17 points, considering this team is already qualified, so we're going to overshadow that. You've got Hyderabad Hydras with 15 points, Raw Officials with 14, Team Bliss with 10, TCW with 9. Hold on. The chances for TCW to make the comeback, once again, they have been reignited. Now in the upcoming game, they need a chicken dinner. Metal Esports, they got 6 points off that previous game.
Yeah, Metal Esports, I think, definitely find themselves in a comfortable position now. They are trying to maintain that average of 7 points per match, 6 to 7 points per match. And if they can actually pull it off in the last game itself, go for like 8 or 9 points, then I think Metal is also going to be in a safer position. But Necro, AstroKids, they were doing so well. I think AstroKids are going to get kicked out unless they have a chicken dinner finish in the next upcoming game of Sanhok.
AstroKids, Aerobotz, there's a high chance they're pretty much done for, but Aerobotz at least started the day off with 18 points on the board, so there's definitely a big chance they can still pull off a comeback. If they get somewhere around 10 points in the upcoming game, they easily move.
They had a decent number. I think they had 3 or 4 eliminations from this match.
0 they had.
Aerobotz.
Yeah, Aerobotz. They had no points.
Oh, yeah. They got taken out. So, Aerobotz, I think 4 or 5 points. Maybe if we are taking the cutoff to be like 23, 24, then maybe 5 or 6 points can help them move forward. But it is going to be interesting to see if they can actually pull it off. Because these two teams, Aerobotz and AstroKids, both of them were in that middle pack. Yeah. And after that, I think today is just not going their way. First game, AstroKids 1 point. This game, they finish off with nothing. Aerobotz in a similar position. So, both the teams are taking a tumble. And if Sanhok does not go their way, it's either a chicken dinner win and qualification or nothing. Bye-bye, go back home.
But a team that's been really consistent is going to be Hyderabad Hydras. First game, quite a decent outing. Second game, 15 points accumulated. And I think so just with that performance, they've already qualified. Hyderabad Hydras, they will be on the safer side of things. Now, even if they want, they can't play the spoilers. For Godspeed, the previous game wasn't too great, but I think so they've made the cut as well. But let's move on to a short break for now.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Yeah.
Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, now we are about to head into the last match, the last map for Group 4 in round 2. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necros alongside with me. And of course, Necros, after that amazing performance from Raw Official, I think they have definitely brought themselves into a position from where they can qualify and move forward to round 3. Hyderabad Hydras, they've been consistent in the first 2 games. They also have a fighting chance, and I think not a long way to go, not a lot of points for them to secure. But one team that is a big name, they did try their level best to go for a few extra points in that previous match, but towards the end, they were missing from those final fights. I'm talking about VASISTA Esports. What has happened to this team?
Somehow I feel so bad about VASISTA Esports. Every time they step up their game, they try to grab a lot more points and finishes. They crumble down. I mean, they make some silly mistakes due to which they actually pay the higher price. And similar thing happened to Medal Esports as well. I mean, I really expected them to step up as well, but it seems like they're also having a similar game like Revenant.
Yeah, man, Medal Esports, that push downhill was just like the performance we've seen. They did walk away with a decent amount of points from this match, but still, I think one big play is going to be required in the last game that these guys play in round 2, the map of Sanok. And of course, Sanok can get quite chaotic. We have seen this in the past as well, the last game played by teams when they are looking to eliminate their main competition in early rounds. They're going to try and go for a drop clash. Do you think that's going to happen on one of these sides?
Yeah, we just saw X-Pac doing that in the previous match as well against God's Range, though it was a different scenario. But also, talking about this clashes, in this kind of clashes when you're playing on classic matches, this is the ideal phone that you can get. iQOO Z9S series with this price segment of 18,999. Not only that, if you search iQOO Z9S series in Google, you get a chance to stand out, get the giveaway of iQOO Z9 Pro.
Exactly. I mean, it is an exciting opportunity for you guys, our lovely viewers. And of course, as Necros mentioned, go on to Google, search for the iQOO Z9S series, because this is an amazing device. Fastest phone in the segment with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, 5500 mAh battery, and of course, the 80-watt flash charger with 2000 Hz of touch sampling rate. Everything you need to get your practice sessions in and to become a better player. But, I mean, these teams right now are struggling to become a better version of themselves. We have seen those ups and downs in their performances, some definitely improving by miles in terms of how many points they've been able to secure consistently in every single game, and of course the others taking a dip. The middle pack right now, the struggle continue. Aerobotz and AstroKids, 2 teams that had decent performance yesterday, today in the first 2 games, which is struggling to secure anything.
Exactly. A lot of teams are still struggling. I mean, we were talking about VASISTA Esports, we were talking about Medal Esports. Even Elevate Esports is one of those teams, those who have faced that kind of performance where they are dipping down. Every match they might be getting a good position, but they were not able to capitalize on those kind of areas to get a lot more finishes. But you know what? We'll jump on the overall standings directly without any delay, because this is where everything lies. OG moves up to 56 points in the top 3, dethroning Soul from their position.
Yeah, I mean, OG is OG. They are going to go aggressive, but this is the most important page, right? Raw Official, 27 points. So they are in a safe position, and what a beautiful leap from Raw Official. Exactly what we wanted, how we wanted them to qualify. They started the day with 4 points, but right now with 27 points on the board, I think they are in a safer position as well. All thanks to that amazing performance right now from Anuj TWOB, because there was a time when we thought Raw Official was going to take an exit from this game with 0 points, so it would have been just 13 on the board before that. But let's see. Moving forward, Medal Esports 17. The last game is going to be an important one. Revenant Esports, they've dropped down to around the 39th position. TWOB as well. They are going to play their matches later. There's TWOB, I don't think they're going to be too worried. We were talking about Aerobotz, 42nd position right now. One last game to go, 18 points. So it's Aerobotz, Medal Esports, TCW right now as well in a decent spot to fight back with 16 points. VASISTA Esports with 15 on the board now in a fighting position. So these are the teams that are about to play their last match, and they will need a big game to qualify. Of course, we can expect a few of them to be kicked out, but who's going to get kicked out? Who's going to get left behind? Who is going to try and qualify? On the next page, we have Elevate Esports, 14 points. So possibility is there. A chicken dinner with 5 or 6 eliminations. That is all these teams are going to look for. AstroKids, we spoke about them so much, still sitting there with 12 points to their name.
Just imagine a team like Team Bliss, Orangutan, or maybe WindGod tries to go for a drop clash and eliminate any of these bottom teams out there.
Yeah.
So it can be really problematic for them. But once again, you have to remember what happened in the past match of Miramar.
Yeah.
Raw Official, one good game, and they are almost like qualified. We can say them qualified because almost the margin that we have decided or we have calculated, it's 23 to 24. They've already got 27 points. So 6 points more, they would be safe and sound. But for the teams, as we saw AstroKids, we saw Medal Esports, Elevate out there, they need to find points in this last match.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an important game, and especially for AstroKids, who start the day, as we mentioned, in the middle pack. Right now, in terms of their group, they are dead lost. So, big game for AstroKids. 4 Aggressive Man is also in the list. Medal Esports. We have Aerobotz, VASISTA Esports, Elevate, TCW. These names need that big performance. And as you mentioned, door is open for anyone to try and drop clash. Right now, I think if you want to go for a risky play, if you are struggling for that qualification and you know it's an all or nothing moment for you, what you can do is try and drop clash another team that is already struggling. Go for the red drop. If you secure that early fight, not only do you secure 4 points for your side, but you also take out the competition within that particular match itself. At least a piece of pressure will be relieved from a lot of these teams. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. Sanhok will get chaotic for sure, and especially considering X-Pac, WindGod, Bliss, and an inform OG. These squads right now are just out for blood, man. They are on a hunt.
Orangutan have been annoying a lot of teams lately. You see the first 2 matches, they have got more than 10 plus finishes. They have spoiled the game for Medal Esports. Even Hyderabad Hydras, they were fighting it back in such a good manner until unless you saw one of the players of OG having a flank, taking them down. Otherwise, even I would say still HH had a very great game. Thanks to their aggression, thanks to their consistency, they have made it happen. But once again, coming down to this match, Aerobotz will be also looking for some bloodshed at this moment because they also want a lot more points. They need the finishes, they need the placement points. And I really believe at this moment, the best defense is to go aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, the best defense is going to be an amazing offense, of course, for all of these sides. A team that I am the most worried about, along with AstroKids, is VASISTA Esports. We saw them towards the second last page of that leaderboard, and of course it is going to be an important game. VASISTA Esports, such a phenomenal performance in round 1, and yet when we see them in round 2, the performance has just completely slipped up. They have been making a lot of mistakes, and again, considering it is a big name with players that have a lot of experience under their belt, there is a possibility that they can qualify for round 3, but only if Sanhok, everything goes right for them.
Exactly, but they have to keep that one mental up for themselves. If you go slow, if you go passive, this can be really problematic.
Well, let's see how this game of Sanhok is going to turn out. Now, we do have the flight path on our screens, and it is going to start from the western edge of the map right now, starting between that Camp Alpha and the Ruins position, going towards the northeastern quadrant, just east of Cow. So, on Sanhok, as we always talk about this, right, smallest map inside of the game, and of course, because of that, the flight path usually does not cause a lot of problems for these teams, but in a position like this, where one game decides whether you move further in this tournament or get left behind, all of that eastern edge, all of those isolated positions like Docks, Kampong, Lakavi, Camp Bravo are going to be important for these teams to utilize. Is anyone going to go for that drop? Big question. And we are about to find an answer, which right now it feels like is going to be a no.
Oh, Johnny, you can see the cluster happening around the ears of Ruins. Team Crore is there, Elevate Esports, Medal Esports having a good split for themselves. This can be really problematic. I mean, for Medal Esports, they have to hold on to their ground. They need to find finishes. But how far their approach has been in this total round 2, I don't feel like they are ready for any drop clash fight or an early fight. And that too against a team like Team Crore, who have been doing pretty good. It would be a big disaster. But once again, God's Reign, they are into some serious drop fights for that vehicle contention. AJ has been taken down. Venom is up for a knife. What is he going to do? Is he going to get inside the vehicle? That's a big question. He's got his teammate to back him up. Phantom joins the party. But Team Bliss, Turbo doesn't want to mess things up, but AJ has been confirmed. Even Corey gets the first pick of Elevate Esports. Multiple fights being breaking out, but Turbo, what is he going to do? Because the entirety of God's Reign is running behind him, and Turbo, even he goes down. Thanks to Fury, who came into the rescue with that Scorpion, and even the vehicle has been retrieved by the boys.
Yeah, but Bliss, they are not going to be too upset with taking a few early exits in this game. In fact, look at that. A few moments ago on the radar, we noticed the other players from the side of Bliss showed up, trying to re-engage into the side of God's Reign. And Bliss is just falling left, right, and center. As I said, not too worried about their exit in this game, Team Bliss. They already had a decent amount of points on the overall leaderboard, and there is a high possibility that Bliss might move to round 3. So right now, they are just looking to cause some damage to the players of God's Reign, and even God's Reign is not too concerned. They had decent eliminations in that previous game. And those eliminations themselves did push them beyond the threshold that we feel is going to be the cutoff. But here comes the slam with the DBS. He should be able to take down Venom, who's already extremely low. The other lad just has a Scorpion to work with. Not really one of the best weapons you would want in this point-blank duel. The DBS definitely the stronger of the bunch. And Sam has the S12K as well. So I believe we are going to witness God's Reign getting wiped out in the next few seconds. The jump shot, it whiffs. Sam still trying to run around the rock. Spots out one player on the edge. Oh, no. Fury with that AKM does manage to take him out. And of course, God's Reign, they do end up surviving with that squad wipe, although they have lost 2 players now.
At this point, God's Reign doesn't care about how many players that they have, got taken down. But the main thing that God's Reign is looking forward to hunt down the players. So they have to look forward how things goes around, because for them, the deed is done. They've got ample amount of points. They have qualified. They have secured their slot for round 3. But one thing that God's Reign, Orangutan, they have been doing so far in this particular Group 4 has been spoiling the games for the bottom teams.
Yeah, that has been true. It's true for a lot of these big names, to be honest. But again, with Bliss out, God's Reign, 2 players picked off, feel it is going to be about the points that are left on this map for the teams looking to qualify to secure placement points. They are going to be guaranteed based on where you finish inside of the match, but finishes is always going to be a variable. And as we all know, we've studied the basic arithmetics. The more variables you have, the more complex an equation will become. But Metal Esports, I think Metal is already in a safer position to qualify. They just have to go for another 7 or 8 points in this match. That should do the trick.
But hey, Johnny, can they do it? That's a big question mark. They still have a total of 17 points to their name. And again, getting 7 points is what they require to qualify for the top 48 and be in the safer spot. Once again, you don't want to qualify by being on the margin line. You never know when you're going to drop. Even for Group 4, this is the first 3 games that they are playing. And after this, even Group 3 will be coming into play their last 3 matches. So now they have to set a benchmark for themselves. But if they fail to do so, it will be problematic. But talking about the early fight that happened between God's Reign and Team Bliss, we see it. God's Reign, they've definitely got a good outcome for themselves. But even Team Crore, they have faced some consequences. But God's Reign, they are being caught off guard by the players of WindGod, as Rex was taken down by one of the players. But Savitar, he's definitely got the trades on the right time. WindGod Esports will be looking forward to secure both these frags to themselves.
Well, let's see. Venom with that nade can be a hindrance in their plans. And he throws the nade in the wrong direction, runs up the ridge, gets denied an opportunity to go for a squad wipe. God's Reign, now for sure they are getting eliminated. WindGod, there's too many players there, and Venom is just going to get finished off by these lads. 2 points on the board for WindGod Esports. But again, finishes of these teams right now do not matter to them. They already have ample points to qualify for round 3. At this point, it is just going to cause more struggles for teams sitting at the bottom. And talking about teams sitting at the bottom, 4 Aggressive Man, we saw on the finish feed, they got picked up by the players of Team Xpark. 3 players down. One of them, I believe, is extremely low. All right, 2 players finished off. 2 players still left in the game. 1 extremely low, has been left behind by the players of Xpark. And Sporta, he's on the run. So for Aggressive Man, this is such a tough position for them to be in. With a single player, yes, it is possible to secure a chicken dinner. That is what Anuj 2 OP showed us in that previous game. But it's going to be very difficult to make the same moves again, especially if you are looking to qualify for round 3. And speaking of round 3, the group draws are going to happen today itself.
Exactly. From 9 PM IST, the group draws will be live. Make sure to join in, because the round 2 draw was itself so exciting. Oh, yeah. And now to see which team will fall into which group in round 3 would be more exciting. Again, a reminder, it will start from 9 PM Indian Standard Time. So make sure to tune in. But coming back to the game once again, 4 AM. They had 12 points in the past 5 matches that they have played. And in this particular match, they almost needed like 18 points, I would say,
Yeah.
to qualify or to be in a safer. Let's even reduce the point. Let's make it like 14 points that they would have needed. But right now, only on a solo player, one single player earning 14 points, it's really tough. But on the other hand, oh my god, Aerobotz Esports, what is going on with them? TCW, they're capitalizing on the players.
Exactly, as you mentioned, I mean, while the players from 4 Aggressive Man needed 18 or 20 points in order to qualify, Aerobotz needed like 6, man. And they haven't gotten anything in the first 2 games. Even in this one, they lose out on 1 player already. TCW, though, they are picking up the pace very nicely right now, but Team Limra, they show up knocking on their doors, and a big positional mistake by Hesperos. He loses out on a big chunk of his HP. Yash in the backlines finds 2, and Team Limra, in a matter of seconds, just get destroyed at the hands of TCW. 5 points picked up on that leaderboard, and TCW right now are looking very strong. And they've just pointed out the players of Aerobotz as well, so that is a big sign of concern if you are rooting for Aerobotz to qualify.
Exactly, 2 back-to-back matches, not a single point, and even now, they're struggling. They do have 3 players, they have secured 1 finish, but once again, they need at least 6 to 7 points. That's the minimum amount of points that the players of Aerobotz desire, the fans of Aerobotz desire. But for TCW, them stepping up like that, I really believe there's something gonna happen like what happened with Team Cosmic. They pulled up the comeback in the very last game. So I really believe TCW, they have the potential to do similar things like that. And once again, you have to remember TCW, they had 16 points in the past 5 games. 6 more points, or at least 8 more points in this particular match can earn them the spot. They've already secured 5 points already through finishes. Let's see how many placement points or extra finish points can they accumulate.
And playing that shoreline, I think that position is also quite decent. If not the finishes, then they can play for placement from here on out, considering it is the map of Sanhok. Going for a heal battle will always be an option on the table. TCW, I think the lack of compounds, the lack of structures around them might hinder their search and finding those first aids. AstroKids still playing for survival. They're sticking towards that northwestern edge of the circle right now. And the problem for them is going to arrive in the form of Team Crore here. They show up. Levi needs to be careful. His back is exposed. No one looking in that direction from where the players of Team Crore are heading here. Such a tough spot for AstroKids to be in. Because right behind the players of Team Crore are going to be the players of Xpark. So if you end up making a lot of noise and if the fight is not wrapped up quickly, Xpark is going to show up knocking on your door. And we know for a fact the players of Xpark are quite upset after that early exit on Miramar. So they are looking for some revenge. Doesn't matter who they find. This is going to go all in. Look at this. 4 Aggressive Man being hunted down by Xpark.
This is it, Johnny. I don't think there is anything that we can say further about 4 Aggressive Men. Their run has ended. For this iQOO BMPS 2024, it seems there's no more points that they can earn. This was the final match, and Xpark are the one to put the nail in the coffin for these boys. They definitely tried to have a good run, but definitely not the ideal one. Then had the performance that they wanted, but finally, a lot of struggles, a lot of permutations and combinations being done, but the result comes as 0. 4 Aggressive Men, they will be definitely very upset with the performance. But talking about the iQOO MVP of the previous match, it's going to be the IGL of Orangutan, Aru, stepping up their game with 6 finishes, 668 damage, 3 headshots as well. I mean, Aru was really flawless in the last match of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, he was phenomenal from the side of OG. OG themselves have been phenomenal, I believe. Just being very hyper-aggressive, in fact, in every single game that they've played. In round 1 and in round 2. But look at the shift of the circle. We were talking about TCW and them looking for qualification. I still believe that's a good spot to play from. Just go for placements, find those first aids, and maybe you'll just have enough points to qualify. But Orangutan, they are towards Cave, the southeastern edge of the circle right now. It seems like they were able to spot the players of Raw Official, but look at this, Team Crore on our screens. And as we expected, a soft collision against the players of AstroKids. An important fight for both these teams. More for AstroKids than for the players of Team Crore. They need to come out on top, and they need to make sure that they do not lose a single player once this is all said and done. AstroKids, are they lacking utility? Do they have no throwables on them? Alright, no they do. Sheik with an 8. But doesn't really find a connection, I believe.
They do have utils, but not in a lot of numbers, Johnny. And that can be a little concerning. We have seen how Carnival Gaming, how Team Limra or Orangutan, they have played in the past matches. The util usage has always helped the teams win fights. But for Team Crore, they're not in that position. They are playing it slow and steady. But both the teams, they require points. So you can't afford a single mistake. AstroKids, they have the privilege to enter the circle quickly than Team Crore and find a good spot to gatekeep them while entering the circle, because once again Team Crore, they're in the outside area of the play zone, and this is what I was talking about. The player has been spotted, but instantly the retaliation coming up from Pranav gets Levi down. Team Crore, this can be the turning point. This can be the green signal for them to enter the circle at this moment, but they don't have any vehicles. Yatin's position has also been compromised. This flank could have been really vital for the boys of Team Crore, but it seems like it has been discovered. Team AstroKids, they are still trying to retaliate as much as possible. But TCW, on the other hand, are also taking a fight.
Well, TCW, they have the center of the circle, so not a lot of pressure upon them. But AstroKids right now, the struggles continue. There's a standoff, and it's being extended between these two sides. Yatin, he's been pinned behind that rock, but the other two lads from the side of Team Crore are trying to gain that flank advantage in this fight and put pressure on the players of AstroKids from another angle. In the meanwhile, Raw official, soft little reset found mid-collision. OG from one end, they have another team up north in the form of Metal Esports on the other side of the hill.
Not an ideal position for the boys of Raw official, definitely. But we see that Cold War being again started between Team Crore and AstroKids. Lavish has been taken down. We can see them in the finish feed. And the next circle shift, once again, would be really concerning. If it stays around the areas of Painan, then TCW would be the happy lads out there. For WindGod as well, it would be good. But the most important teams in the lobby, Metal Esports, Aerobotz, you see, talk about TCW as well. They're in a desperate need of a good circle for themselves. If they can get one, probably they can bag up a lot more points.
Yes, they can. I mean, the opportunity is still there. And of course, we can't really forget about VASISTA Esports, who are still playing in that blue zone towards the eastern half of the map. But AstroKids, man, this is going to be heartbreaking. Players getting knocked out left and right. They have found a trade in the form of Pranav. But Silopi is going for that revive, runs behind the rock at the right nick of time. And AstroKids, in the meanwhile, do make sure that their revives are going to come to fruition. All four players back together. But after this elongated collision, not a single finish has been secured by either sides. Their struggles continue, but yours do not need to. If you get your hands on the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Indeed, a powerful chip that you get. As much as we can say, a 80-watt flash charger. Instantly, if your battery dies, you can charge up and again start gaming. Definitely a good choice, but coming back to the game, AstroKids, they haven't conceded any casualties. That's the really X factor that we should highlight. But traveling in a solo vehicle, it can be really challenging. The shots being fired by Pranav. AstroKids somehow manages to just survive from that position and enter in the areas in the compounds of Painan. They have to keep the vehicle alive, but I don't think they can travel further along with that. It has already been smoked up.
Yeah, I mean, especially in these stage 4, stage 5 zones, if you are using a vehicle, you end up giving a lot more information to the opposing side. And of course, considering there are still 12 teams, 40 players still alive in this game, you will be inviting a lot of that focus fire from every single team you come across upon you. So it's better to travel on foot from here on out. Of course, not travel at all will be the ideal situation you would want to be in. Hyderabad Hydras. Hyderabad Hydras, OG, and Raw Official. I think these three teams that are playing that southeastern edge right now, they are definitely kicking out one of the big names from this lobby. Either Metal Esports is going to be shut down or it will be VASISTA.
It gave me chills to even imagine that teams like VASISTA Esports and Metal Esports, they are crumbling down like this. But Raw officials, Daljit, he strikes back. VASISTA Esports, this can be really troubling. The split that they have is incredibly well. Shadow barely survives on a pixel HP. This can be the final demise of the boys of VASISTA Esports. Shadow still trying to pull things off. He gets 2 in his name. VASISTA Esports, they try to fight back as Raw official. They're crumbling down, but Shadow, he will be getting picked up from backyards by the players of Orangutan. This is not the ideal position for VASISTA Esports. 3 players down and out. Wixkey is way too far away from his team. This is not good for the boys of VASISTA Esports. Orangutan does have a chance to spoil the party for Raw official as well. The position has been compromised. Abiopi, he will be trying to lob in some nades in that position itself, but Atanki has to do a big job. He's the solo player surviving. Orangutan doesn't care about the qualification because they have already secured their spot, but this 1v1 can be really problematic for the boys of Raw official, but still it's Abiopi on the top as Orangutan takes an exit with only 1 point.
Yeah, man, Raw official, even they had enough points to qualify, so I don't think there was too much pressure on this team, but look at that finish feed. We do see the players of AstroKids picking things up. I believe they had a few picks, or in fact 1 pick secured from the side of Team Crore, and they were able to secure 1 more from the side of Elevate Esports. So again, the pace being picked up by the players of AstroKids, but again, they are going to need a lot more points than this. Team Crore on the other side finally getting shut down as they find themselves up against the Grim Reapers in the form and in the name of Team Xpark. VASISTA Esports, by the way, they capitalized quite nicely on that entire fiasco, walking away with 3 elimination points. But the problem is, VASISTA is down to their last man. In the meanwhile, WindGod, they find the last player from Raw official. He's going to get picked off. TCW shutting down the players of AstroKids. And is this the end? Yes, it is. Just 2 points secured by AstroKids. That is the end of their journey in the iQOO BMPS 2024. I don't think there's a way this team moves forward to round 3.
Definitely, Johnny, but for Raw official, they have got 5 points, and I think the deed is done. They had 27 points, and adding 5 to it, they move up to 32, and definitely they have secured their spot. But Elevate Esports, even they get taken down with only 1 point. I even think that Elevate Esports run is also ended. That keeps Metal Esports and TCW in the contention. WindGod Esports raining down all those needs in that 1 spot. While Guru is barely surviving. Hunter, he has been knocked out. Jackson, he's in the backyards alongside Yash. Guru has to deal with all those artillery strikes, but even he falls down. Metal Esports from a distance has to capitalize on all those finishes in order to grab a lot more points.
But with the contenders around them having fallen out of the race, the doors are open for Aerobotz to actually move forward. We spoke about it before the game began. A big win is required by Aerobotz for qualification. They have those crawling bodies in front of them, but they are outside the play zone. It is such a tough task for Aerobotz to even close in and move in towards the circle. All they can hope for is securing those finishes that are lying in front of them on that shoreline across this river. TCW, one of the lads, has crawled into his teammate to go for a revive, but as soon as Viper tries to move in, he's going to be shut down by WindGod Esports, who are now ruining the day for this side. Aerobotz, the only other team right now that stands in contention for qualification. In fact, 2 sides are going to be VASISTA Esports and TCW. And TCW have done phenomenally well. I believe 9 points should get them close to that qualification marker. I believe it will be cleared up once we have a look at the overall rankings. But VASISTA Esports, down to their last man, who is going for a heal battle. I understand desperate times call for desperate measure, but that is not going to cut it. They need a lot more points than that.
Exactly, Johnny. But you have missed out Metal Esports in all these fights. They have got 2 finishes, 4 of their players are remaining. If I'm not wrong, they have secured 19 points so far. They still need around 7 to 8 points, at least 6 more to be in the safer side. But Hyderabad Hydras, they also end their run. Xpark literally letting everybody feel the spark in the lobby. But TCW, they're also facing the consequences. Xpark spoiling the game for these boys. TCW, they might not have a lot more points, but they did. 16 points in total before the match started. This can be very problematic, but even now the circle has shifted away. Metal Esports needs to enter the circle. It has to be a 4v2 fight, and if Metal wins it, they can qualify. This is the main point that they need to focus about.
Yeah, they dropped the ball in the previous map of Miramar, but not this time, having kept their players alive. The qualification, it looks like the job is almost done, and of course the cleanup around the map is being done by the players of Xbox themselves. Down to the top 3 teams we go, and Metal, I think, realized that one player somewhere is going for a heal battle. So they just push out into the open against the deadly duo of Sarang and SprayGod, and the spray from Sarang does not really connect on the players of Metal. He has 4 grenades on him though, and even if one of them takes down a duo from the side of Metal Esports, things will be made a lot easier. But SprayGod, put under immense pressure, goes for an aim duel and gets put down on the floor by Encore. Metal, they are hoping for a win, they are hoping for a chicken, and I think it will be given to them. Brilliant positioning inside of this game that was needed to be secured for qualification. And finally, there it is. Points secured. The chicken dinner bagged and tagged. And Metal Esports, I believe, after this match will definitely be moving forward to round 3 of iQOO BMPS.
Definitely, Johnny. 10 placement points and almost 4 finishes. 14 points being backed up by the boys of Metal Esports. And now this is like 31 points, if I'm not wrong, if my maths is not that wrong. They have secured around like 31 points. TCW having 11 finishes. They also end their run in the 4th spot, so probably they will be also having like 4 points in total as the placement points, and kind of summing it up, they also qualify.
See,
wow.
I mean, all the teams that are above 20, between that 20 to 25 marker, right now it feels like, yeah, they are going to be safe. But let's not forget, the group of death was waiting to hand out exactly what they are called. Death to everyone and their hopes and dreams for the iQOO BMPS. So that is something that we will have to wait for to see what the aggregate over there is going to be, and finally what the top cutoff will be for the top 48. Good thing for us is we don't have to wait a lot of time. It's just 3 matches. But man, this does bring a lot of interesting positions inside of that overall leaderboard. As you mentioned, TCW, they have enough points now. Metal Esports have enough points. Raw Official made a comeback after that previous game, but Raw Official kind of took a very big leap in the overall leaderboard, so they are in a much better, much safer position. Even in this game, they were able to walk away with a decent number of... I think they have good points just to get that extra bit of safety cushion in. Teams that are already out. 1 team for sure, in fact 2 teams for sure, AstroKids and 4 Aggressive Man. These 2 teams took a very early exit. Elevate Esports as well, I think, might have taken an exit from this tournament. So it is heartbreaking, especially for AstroKids and Aerobotz. Such a decent run in round 1. A decent start to round 2. But on the last day, the last 3 games, they dropped the ball. Man, had they just replicated the same amount of points from yesterday, right, especially for the side of AstroKids, had they just gotten, they got 11 yesterday. Had they tried to hit that 11 marker today, I believe they could have been in a safer position, because in 3 games, you are going to find those extra frags here and there, right? So that 11 would have transitioned into a 13 or 14 points, especially in that last game of Sanok. They could have gone for a heal battle, but no. Playing edge to edge to edge to edge, they just got wiped out.
Even for VASISTA Esports, I mean, the calculation does say that they might not be on the safer side. They might not be around the areas of team for like top 48, but still a lot of things to say, a lot of things to even see, because again we are left with 3 last matches of Group 3 as well. I don't know what's gonna happen in there, because if Global Esports does something better, again what they did in the previous day, things can be dicey. But talking about the winner chicken in a moment, Team Crore, they had a good impact inside the match, but somehow they failed to get a lot more points. Aerobotz also had a good privilege to bag up some free finishes, but they were also unable to enter the circle and find it.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be very intense. So let's do this, Necros. Let's leave the maths to the computers, because you and I both aren't good at it, apparently. So we're going to let the calculations happen in the back end. And as we talk about the winner chicken dinner moment, even if it's a 2v4, man, when you charge against X-Pac, it's always such a big challenge. Because towards the end, when the players of Metal Esports were pushing towards SprayGod, had a perfectly timed nade from Sarang connected. It could have just shut Metal Esports down then and there. That US slam behind that rock, it could have been destroyed in a split second. Luckily for them, Sarang was a bit distracted.
Yeah, he went for those sprays. On one side, we saw Spray God cooking up a nade that, okay, it might just make a connection, but no, it didn't actually make it. And eventually, at the right moment, we saw iQOO moving on to the right-hand side of himself and then getting one of the players taken down. And that's where, I mean, X-Park, they have done their job. They've got the finishes, they've got the points, they are qualifying for the round 3. There is no problem in that. But Metal Esports making a comeback like this, all the matches were so low-key, and we were like thinking that, will Metal Esports qualify? A lot of question marks, but right now they answered it.
Exactly. I mean, it is gonna, but still, I mean, a lot of questions are up in the air. How many total points does Team X have? How many total points are the teams in the middle pack having secured? And what is the target set for Group 3 that is about to play their matches next? It is going to be very intense because Group 3, as we have been talking about it since yesterday, some of the best teams inside of BGMI are in that same group. So over there, securing points is going to be extremely difficult, but that's also the problem, that teams are so good that they do find a way to keep up their average. But let's have a look at the rankings for this game. It makes our life a whole lot easier, Necros, because X-Park, 15 points, all thanks to those eliminations. TCW, 15 points secured. So I believe TCW will be moving forward. Metal Esports, finally a big game for them. Metal Esports also secure a position inside of that qualification bracket. VASISTA Esports, yeah, bye-bye to VASISTA, I believe. I don't think they're going to have enough points. They are going to be eliminated from the game, from the tournament, in fact. AstroKids, Aerobotz. Aerobotz and AstroKids, for sure taking an early exit from this iQOO BMPS 2024.
Definitely. They literally crumble down like anything. Have to see how things goes around, but Team Limra getting 0 points, 4M0. I mean, for Team Limra, they have already qualified by the performance that they have already done in the past matches. Elevate Esports only having 1, Bliss having 2. I mean, for Bliss is fine. Again, they have already secured their spot. They had a good performance in the last day as well. So they are quite comfortable. But for teams like Elevate, Aerobotz, AstroKids, it breaks my heart, but once again, it is what it is. This is one side of the tournament that you have to agree with.
Another team, 4 Aggressive Men. They are also, I believe, heading for that early exit. And again, these teams, although I have to say, I mean, even though they are getting eliminated in round 2, we knew from the start, Necro has been mentioning it since the start as well, the iQOO BMPS 2024 was extremely tough to compete in. And it was such a pleasure to see teams like AstroKids, how much they've improved, 4 Aggressive Men as well, how much they have improved since the last few tournaments we've seen him till now in this iQOO BMPS. The performance was a little bit more refined, but of course, moving to the later rounds, the competition gets tougher and tougher, and these teams were just not able to keep up.
Definitely. But a lot of comeback that we have seen already. Again, Raw officials stepping up the game.
Biggest, yeah.
Yeah, definitely Anuj 2OP did a fantabulous job. We also saw a good game by Team Crore, Team Bliss, again with the OG names, stepping up to their performance and delivering and telling everybody that we have still got the game in ourselves, and they are definitely will be looking forward to kind of showcase the similar things in round 3 as well.
Exactly, but let's see how the rest of the day is going to turn out for these squads. Again, their fate now depends on the matches of the upcoming group. Group 3, the group of death, is still there. 3 more games left, and of course, the one exciting thing or the one outlying factor about their group is that their journey starts on the map of Vikendi. Man, that off-map start always throws you off.
Yeah, Vikendi. Again, it tests your team to its limits. You have to go for the slow rotation as well. Sometimes you also have to take the fights. But at this moment, once again, for the teams, again, lying bottom of in the group 3, they have to step up, they have to go for the finishes while you still have the Goliaths like Global Esports in your group.
Exactly. And that is just going to create more problems, right? As you mentioned, Global Esports. You listen to that and I instantly was filled with a lot of fear in my heart as to what they're going to be up to. Because yesterday, not a single chicken dinner, man. Just going into those fights and securing those frags. And kicking the day off with an incredible clutch as well. Ninja, boy, I'm excited to see that man in action. But of course, we're going to have to wait for a bit because the teams are getting prepared, ladies and gentlemen. But if they get prepared, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better pass the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out my baby got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160 R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से?
Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160 R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से?
Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
3 groups have already concluded their 6 matches in round 2, and now it's time for the group of death to come in the play. And joining alongside me, I've got Necro. What are your thoughts about this group? Because once again, we saw Global Esports, what they did entirely in the yesterday's match. All the 3 matches completely dominated.
I know, right? For Global Esports, it's going to be quite a way to start things off, and knowing the fact that it's also going to be an off-map, there's a high chance Global Esports might just try to pull off some weird shenanigans. But here's the real problem, right? On the map of Vikendi, you do not really see the early action, and that's going to be a big sign of concern, especially for the struggling teams, because they need those isolated battles. And if those isolated battles are not going to be there, if they do duke it out in the mid phase of the map, there's one thing is for sure, and that's going to be the third parties that will happen.
Definitely. We can get a quite example of what X-Park and Orangutan did in the previous group itself. They were literally hunting down the players, also including God's Reign as well. I mean, they were all out for hunt, getting all the finishes left and right. But that has raised the concerns because teams like AstroKids, Elevate Esports, they have failed to qualify because of those things.
And once again, knowing the fact that all the upper names, right, they already secured enough points to easily move on forward. In the previous game, yes, AstroKids, they struggled a lot, including the players of Aerobotz Esports. There's still a lot of those question marks going on. Can Aerobotz Esports qualify or not? We still do not know the proper cutoff, but we're just holding that it is going to be somewhere around 24. So if the teams do want to qualify, they need to score at least more than 24 points. And right now, if you try and speak about the struggling side of things, Group 3 is supposed to be the group of death. You already know there's going to be so many teams on the struggling pack, but still qualifying is going to be the main important thing. And here's another twister. Metal Esports qualified, VASISTA Esports made that comeback, TCW made that comeback. You know what that means? There's a high chance Reven Esports can be kicked out of the top 48.
Exactly, and for that we have the overall standings right in front of us. The first chart, we see a lot of teams going above. OG is in the second position with a total of 57 points. X-Park, God's Reign, definitely they have qualified with the performance that they have already done. WindGod Esports also stepping up in the top 13. We also see Team Bliss with a total of 40 points. So a lot of teams from Group 4, they have made their mark in the top 16 as well. But talking about the second chart, you've also got Team Crore as well as Hyderabad Hydras stepping up the game.
Now, once again, these overall standings don't really matter, especially for the first two pages, right? These teams, they've easily made the cut. That's not going to be the big sign of concern. The sign of concerns will begin as soon as you flip the page, and that's where you're going to see a lot of those problematic spots. Now, the cutoff has rised up by a big margin. 16 is going to be the number for the current cutoff, but still, to topple over 16 points, that's going to be easy. Knowing the fact that in the upcoming group, there's so many teams with that potential of making an easy comeback. Keep this thing in mind. There's still teams like Ignite Gaming that is, of course, going to amp up the performance even more. You've also got FS Esports underneath the barrier, Reckoning Esports, MOGO Esports, Blind Esports, 4 Miracles, Sarkar, even Team Versatile, and K9 Esports. All the known names, they're still on the latter half of the board, just waiting to be unleashed in the playing field. And look at Revenue Esports. At the start of the day, they were there, somewhere around 33 to 37 spot, but now look at their positioning on 43rd.
They're praying to their gods that somehow the top teams dominate and the bottom ones do not qualify, do not make any comeback like what the boys of Raw Official and the company did out there for the Group 4. But talking about the second chart, again, you see the names as we have already spoken about. FS Esports, Reckoning, MOGO Esports is also there. A team which has the most amount of gun power within themselves. You've got players like S-Power, you've got Delta PG, Destro. Oh my god.
Right now, the team that is currently on the cutoff line is Ignite Gaming. And as I mentioned today, they're definitely going to amp up the performance. So it should go somewhere around 24. That's what we all are hoping for. Because if you're trying to look at the average as well, it should come somewhere around 8 points per entire group. So one thing is for sure, things are looking pretty unclear. Once again, we're just sitting down over here speculating a lot of the stuff because that's all we can do. We can't really predict the future. But one thing is for sure, if things are going to be dominated by the teams at the top, once again, like Global Esports, Team 8-Bit, even Autobotz Esports, the GUJARAT Tigers, then that vacuum is once again going to slow down that cutoff, and we might just see the cutoff lower than 24.
Exactly, and that can also help the teams like VASISTA Esports as well. Those who have backed up like around 22 to 23 points after the end of their 6 matches. They will be also looking forward to see these teams performing. But once again, we have got our beautiful phone in front of us. This is going to be iQOO Z9S series starting from 18,999. A beautiful phone with a powerful processor.
Indeed, Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, right? The processor, it's going to make sure that you're going to have buttery smooth gameplay every single time. And also 5,500 mAh battery, you're going to be gaming for days. But moving the conversation on, right, towards the mid-pack once again. Over here in the mid-pack, they have much more points compared to the Group 4 that we just saw a while ago. So the mid-pack, they've got an easy chance to make the comeback in the top 48, right? So one thing is for sure, a lot of these bounce backs are going to be witnessed And as I mentioned, witnessing the previous group and seeing how many teams made the comeback, even Revenue Esports, they're on the verge of being eliminated.
Oh yeah, TMG Gaming, I mean, one of those teams. We saw Franklin, what he did in the map of Sanok yesterday. The man was just stuck right in one position. Everybody who came onto his front got taken down. He got 6 to 7 solo eliminations all to himself, and then he tried to pull things off. Though it was not his luck, but still, that one game has put TMG Gaming onto a very good spot. Next 3 games, I really hope they continue that kind of momentum.
Yeah, hands down. And speaking of TMG, as you mentioned, yeah, Franklin was the man who was performing pretty well. For now, TMG, they've gotten 17 points. Somewhere in the overall standings, they're doing quite decent. That's a way to start things off. But if you move the conversation on towards the struggling pack now, Blind Esports is one of those teams, especially when we saw them for the first time in the round 1 itself. Now, with the way Blind Esports kicked things off for themselves, we all were surprised. We all were a big fan of this team. This team made a special spot for themselves in our heart. But now in the round 2, as the days kicked off, Blind Esports in the first 3 games, they were a complete disappointment. But let's just hope that today itself, Blind Esports, they pull off a major comeback and surprise all of us.
Even for 4 Miracle Esports, having an IGL like Adi, so much experience. Also, the players in that particular lineup is also experienced in terms of firepower and taking fights in some really pressurized situations. They are also failing to deliver while having only 11 points in the first 3 games.
Hell, you know what? Keep all of that aside. What is exactly going on with Versatile Esports? Somraj and the boys, they've gotten so much experience to play with. Troy, Somraj, quite the known names inside of the playing field, but still Versatile Esports is struggling so much. Even Equinox, one of the best assaulters this country has to offer, but still Versatile Esports is on the struggling side of things. They only got 8 points in the 3 games. How is this even possible? We're speaking of Somraj and the boys here.
Definitely, it was a really bad day, and Somraj will be looking forward to make a good comeback. But talking about comeback, even Reckoning Esports, they seemed pretty off in the first 3 games, only having 13 points in their name, not also having a lot more finishes, only 6. A team like Reckoning, who has got players like Viper and so many experienced players, also having a good IGL to themselves. We have seen them performing in the map in the past BGIs as well. But coming now to BMPS, that too in round 2, we do expect a team like Reckoning to pop off pretty well.
Hands down, man. Reckoning Esports, we have seen a big dip in that performance, right? In the round 1, they did quite decent. Week 1 wasn't exactly that great. But then when they made the comeback towards the week 2, Reckoning Esports once again pulled things back in their court. And now they're over here in the round 2 itself. And now for the round 2 journey, Reckoning Esports, as you mentioned, quite a shaky performance in the first 3 games, just getting 13 points. It's not what you expect from a banner like Reckoning Esports. You expect chaos. You expect havoc from a team like Reckoning Esports. You want them to dominate the playing field because they've got the young guns and they've proved themselves time and time in the past as well. But here's the best part about the Group 3. All the teams are more than capable enough of pulling off moves like Reckoning Esports. And that's why the competition is so tough. But then comes in a team like Global Esports and just easily dominates through lobbies like these.
You have to keep your head calm and you have to be very focused in taking the fights. You have to be confident as well that even if there's Global Esports in front of us, we can take them down. That's the confidence that is much needed from the teams like Versatile, Sarkar Gaming, 4 Miracle, Blind, and so many more. If you have that kind of confidence, then only you can qualify for the top 48.
And knowing the fact that Global Esports, they've already qualified, one thing is for sure, they're going to try to play a few spoilers here and there, right? Go for drop collisions maybe, go super aggressive in the game. That's what Global Esports likes to do. So many known names are on the struggling side of things. If you get rid of the competition early in the competition, it's all going to be good in the hood for the later phase. But what's going to happen in the upcoming game of Weekendy, it's still a big mystery. But for now, let's just directly jump in the icy lands. As the plane fly path starts all the way from Vihar towards the opposite side, which is going to be Cosmodrome. Once again, the plane fly path a little bit tilted to the northern side of things, but I do want to see, are we going to see any sort of drop clashes? Because that's going to be a game-changer thing.
Yeah. Not a lot of teams will expect that, you know, this team can come to our drop and maybe try to get some early finishes, but that's where the surprise lies. This has been done by Team X-Park in the past towards Medal Esports in the map of Erangel. We have seen it earlier. God's Rain did it with 4 AM, almost spoiling their entire round 2 with that one match of Erangel itself. We're talking about the drop locations. Teams are going and heading towards their respective drop without any problems for now. But once again, we know it's Weekendy. It's a small map. Sometimes you do see teams running around or maybe just trying to scout out a couple of compounds and then might be catching some of the players off guard, which can be really chaotic. But talking about the circle, Necro, it has gone for a central shift, while Team Versatile, Sarkar Gaming, Team Reckoning will have some good share of area, the compounds to themselves. We'll be looking forward to see how they play around, because for a team like Team Versatile, again, they are having only 8 points in the first 3 games, so they need to at least have around 20 points in the next 3 games that they have.
Now let's speak about the teams that have already been eliminated from the competition, right? There's quite a lot of these names, and one of them is also Elevate Esports. The newer faces on the block came in with so many promises. We all had a lot of expectations from this team, but unfortunately failed to deliver. The same thing can be said for AstroKids, Hyper Rush. Man, the names just keep on adding up. Even 4 aggressive men were not able to move on forward. And it's a really big disappointment because we had so many expectations from these returning names, but still not been able to qualify, still not been able to perform. I'm not sure what exactly is going wrong, but one thing is for sure, now this is a reality check handed out to them. They can move back to their drawing boards and try and figure out what exactly is going wrong inside of the banner. You've got MOGO Esports on the screen in a bit of that standoff against the players of Blind Esports, and this standoff, I'm not sure how this one's going to pan out. Knowing the fact that Blind Esports, they've been struggling too much. Even MOGO Esports not doing too hot in the overall standings. Both these teams are desperate for points.
The one team who wins this fight will definitely have their confidence boosted up and will be also looking forward to carry it forward throughout the match of Vikendi. And as you mentioned earlier, Necro, a lot of teams will be opting for some early clashes. And one of them, it can be TWOB. I'm not quite sure whether Auckland's position is kind of compromised or not. But TWOB, with 3 of their players striking in, it's going to be a heavy lifting job for Auckland to do so. If you can find one, it can be really problematic for the boys of TWOB. He goes for it. He finds one, switches to the DBS. Can he make the connection? He does make it, but also faces the consequences. He has been taken down. Mavi is in the back lines. He can be the savior for Auckland. But Sarvith comes in rescue. He will be getting all the revivals done. Auckland, I don't think he can be saved at this point.
Mavi's actually the savior. He saved the day for Arslan. Mavi from the backlines delivered a knockout blow. And that's the only reason why there's a 2-piece just lying across the fray for now. For TWOB, at least they get the revival on the fallen man legit. As Global Esports, they make the pounce towards the compound. Ninja Boy, he's closed on up. As Arslan found the 2-player strike down, that was quite a beautiful way to kick things off in the fight. Global Esports somewhere down line, having the advantage as well. And now for Slug, he needs to be a little bit more careful. Tosses the util in the front, but it's right on top of the vehicle. He needs to back away, and his own nades knocks him out. It's quite unfortunate for Global Esports. 2 players on the deck, not feeling too great about it. Ninja Boy and his teammate now left together to try and do something. Mavi's there as well, right behind the vehicle. Even he's got a lot of that heavy lifting to do. And here comes the cavalry for Mavi. But unfortunately, legit, single-handedly striking down the players. This man is not even being shaken away. TWOB, they might just still be in the race by wiping out the players of Global Esports. As now the last standing player will be Ninja Boy, but you cannot rule him out.
He has done it before. He can do it once again. Ninja Boy has got a DBS. And we've seen what he has done yesterday in the map of Erangel itself. Legend trying to give a lot of damage, but eventually Global Esports will be the first team to fall down in this particular map of Vikendi. The Goliaths that we were already talking about has fell short of those positionings. But TWOB, what a beautiful start that they have. And Legend has 3 finish in his name.
And keep this thing in mind, Legit was the first casualty in this fight. And still now getting revived. Getting that 3-piece against the players of Global Esports, not even having full HP. Man, he was a hero. And TWOB needed these points too, by the way. Global Esports, they just wanted to be the bullies in the lobby. But instead, they got the karma.
It was just a reverse psychology that TWOB used. I mean, for the first 3 matches, they had 20 points. And now adding this 4, they move up to 24. TWOB still seeming safe and sound for now in the overall standings. But a team who is still not safe and sound is going to be Team Versatile. Again, you look on to those players traveling in a single vehicle. Sometimes it's really problematic. We have seen it earlier as well. 3 players not having enough vehicles, like traveling in one single a car or maybe a buggy have faced the consequences of the sprays of other teams.
Versatile on the run. And now just look at Global Esports and how they started things off, right? Arcelin, he was there all by himself. He tried his best to get something done, but unfortunately fell short. And did you notice one change in Global Esports?
Yeah. Auckland coming into the play and there is no beast out there.
Yeah. The playing 4 now switched up and Global Esports is testing the waters.
I mean, why not? Isn't it so? They have already got a lot of points. They can let the other players play as well to keep on the grind. Maybe we can see Auckland playing in round 3 as well sometimes.
But hey, Global Esports got eliminated. Even that's an important factor, right? Off the rip like that. So Arcelin, once again, he did get a chance to play, but not for long. His team was the first one to get eliminated from the game. iQOO MVP of that previous game was WindGod from Team Spark with 5 finishes racked up. With the way Mavi was also providing that cover fire from the back lines, but then later on, Mavi and his teammate, both of them choked hard, especially against Legit. And Legit delivering that nice 3-piece. It was beautiful.
Even after having that ridge advantage, we usually tend to talk about that the players having that height advantage always has an overall view over the heads of the opponents, tries to make that early connection, but still Legit being in the downhill manages to pull off those beautiful frags.
It wasn't exactly a downhill. I would say Legit was the one using the ridge. It's not a hill, right? It's just a little dip. So Legit had the ridge advantage there, and Global Esports was trying to straight up move from a flat surface. So look at here. The peeker's advantage was in the hand of Legit. He was peeking out, getting those shots. Considering he also had a shotgun to work with, he was unmatched.
Oh my god. TMG facing some consequences, what we see in the finish feed. And it's none other than Team 8-Bit. One of the table toppers of this particular group, followed by Global Esports. The knock was there, the opening was found, and instantly 8-Bit decided to chime in to this fight. He don't want to waste any more time. Mighty coming up with a flanking position, but Mac cooking up a nade can be really deadly for the side of Franklin, who is already above there. But one good nade can cause a lot of havoc for the side of TMG, and there goes Skeleton down. This is the opening that 8-Bit wanted.
Yeah, Juicy's doing a great job. But an 8 sails in, even in Juicy's direction, and now the man gets shaped up a little bit for Team 8-Bit. They've got the man advantage inside of the fight, and TMG, they make the pounce! What a pounce this was! Devil finds a nice 2-piece. Mac is there to try and save the day, but even Mac gets strike down! What just happened? You blink it, and the odds are now flipped in the favor of TMG! The known names, they're crashing down off the rip, and it's not something we all expected. And eventually, there's a high chance the entirety of Team 8-Bit will be crashing as well. It's down to just Mighty, but will he be mighty enough to clutch it out? That's the question. 8-Bit's Mighty, he's just handing out the death blows at this point on time. He just wants to play the spoiler, but here comes the ram from the side of Ignite Gaming. Eventually, even the players of 8-Bit, they collapse. But now for Ignite Gaming, the field is well set.
Flagshot, he's all alone. This is just a feast served in front of Ignite Gaming. This nade should do the job, but Flagshot is barely surviving out of all those Molotovs and nades. Ignite Gaming coming as a squad might just be facing some backlash, but no, it's not. They get all the 3 finishes in their name. TMG, after securing 4 beautiful finishes, has been taken down instantly. And this was the comeback that we were talking about by the boys of Ignite Gaming, completely using the right moment to strike in and find the best out of it.
I told you, the teams that are desperate for points, this is going to be the best way they can secure those points. And that's going to be the early game. You will get those isolated duels, and that's what they're doing. The desperate teams, they're getting the points in their court. TWOB getting 4 points. With those 4 points, they have solidified themselves the journey for the upcoming round. Ignite Gaming getting 3 points. That's a way to kick things off. Even Blind Esports got 1 scrappy point. So yeah, my prediction for this game pretty much just comes true. As I expected, that's what happens.
Lately, your prediction has been very accurate, Necro. And hopefully, it still continues for the other teams as well in the next maps. But for now, talking about Gujarat Tigers, safe and sound in a good position. You see them having 21 points in the first 3 games. Again, playing it slow and steady. They know that they are very close to the qualifying margin, so they can just take some time, get like 6 to 7 or 8 points in total in all these 3 matches that they're going to play, and they can just qualify easily. But now it's the circle. It hasn't made any drastic shifts. We can see a lot of cluster forming around the central part of the circle. Reckoning still having a very good spot on their name. Have their eyes entirely on the players of K9.
They are pinning them down indeed. Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players towards that southern vicinity. And looking at how they've been placing themselves too. Once again, Reckoning Esports, they've got no intentions of taking the early game fight. And looking at how the way this fight kicked off as well, right? It felt like 8-Bit, they've got the big advantage, but then one man steps in the playing field, and that's Franklin, and he just flips the odds in his team's favor. This one single man, Franklin, he has been a menace for the entire lobby.
Exactly. One single player stepping up, but not only that, the entirety of the team tried to do something, but were really unfortunate, as they never expected Ignite Gaming to chime in like that and eradicate them from this particular lobby. But still, I guess after so many early fights that we witnessed just few moments ago, Vikendi is again going to be a little quiet for a small period of time, until and unless teams like Versatile and K9 maybe try to engage around their urban area, and even Reckoning might have a chance to go for a third party if, once again, if they engage.
Still, it's a big might though, right? And I don't think the Reckoning Esports would want to engage just yet. It's the map of Vikendi, especially knowing the fact that now you're finally in the mid phase of the game. There's going to be a lot of those third parties happening. Especially the fight between the players of 8-Bit and their foes elongated for so long, which was TMG. That another team came in, which was Ignite Gaming, and they just got the elimination points. And that's what I'm saying. In the mid-pack, there's going to be a lot of these third parties happening. So you need to be careful when you are taking a fight, especially in the mid phase of the game.
For the teams, those have already secured those early finishes. Like, you've already got 3 finishes or 4 finishes in your bag. Like Ignite Gaming, TWOB, they will be playing it slow. They know they are very close to the qualifying margin, so they can just take some time. Again, as you mentioned earlier, it's again the mid phase of the map of Vikendi. And you don't want to invite any other team for a third party while you're engaging with one. So, somehow I feel like Ignite Gaming, they will be settling around that compound for a little amount of time till the next circle shifts away over their head.
I mean, somewhere down line, we pretty much knew that few of these teams can easily qualify, right? That have already gotten a lot of the points in the first 3 games. Even if you do have somewhere around 20 points, you can easily move up in the overall standings on the latter 3 games. And one of them was TWOB. Speaking of TWOB, they had 20 points. But now at the start of the day, they've also got 4 points. So that's going to make it 24 in the overall standings. They've already made the cut.
But just to be a little bit more safer, they would be looking forward to get a lot more placement points for them as well. But the next circle shift goes down southeast, keeping Castle once again in a very good spot. From where I believe Versatile, they're having a 2-2 split out there. 2 players on the outskirts of Castle, 2 players inside the Castle area. They will be looking forward to capitalize on a lot more finishes, because you see Raiden and Troy's position. They will have a good upper ground advantage. They can just look and get a lot more intel for the players like Somraj around the corner. But for talking about Sarkar Gaming in down south, they're also looking forward not to engage right this moment.
Let's speak about the teams like 4 Miracles, Sarkar Gaming, Versatile, and K9 Esports once again, right? If you're there in the bottom 4, especially if you're K9 Esports, considering they've only gotten 4 points in the first 3 games. Imagine, they need so many points today. They need 25 points to be on the safer side of things. And that's a lot to ask for in just 3 games. Unless they're going to perform like Team Limra, then that's going to be overshadowed. But for K9 Esports, today's day is going to be filled up with a lot of the struggles. Versatile, They started things off with only 8 points in the overall standings. And for Versatile as well, you can't say they need 10 points in the upcoming games. If they do get those, then it will be quite a good approach for the upcoming stage. But what just happened? Blind Esports, they walked into a field trap set by the players of MOGO Esports, and already 2 players are lost out. We'll make that 3. Even Sarv is on the verge of being eliminated from the game. The man's out in the open. He does not stand a chance. And easily, MOGO Esports will collect all those 4 eliminations.
Same mistakes happening at this moment for the boys of Team Blind. MOGO Esports, they've got 3 finishes. It seems like one of the players of Blind got taken away by any other team during the rotation. But this fight was supposed to happen under such an early phase of the game. But still, it was a different scenario. But okay, it seems like TWOB wants to also chime into this fight. What happened just a few moments ago, you can see them having a good split. S-Power has been taken down, but Sarvit's position has been compromised. Prince wants to push in, but he's all alone. He will be waiting for his backup to arrive as well. But MOGO Esports, they're in a little back foot as Power has been taken down. He will be needing a revival on the right time, but that nade could be really fatal if it timed it well on him.
Yeah, but the nade was misplaced, and that's the problem. And I'm loving this aggressive TWOB, by the way. MOGO Esports getting third-partied inside of the fight. A beautiful place nade as well. That's not going to catch Destro, so MOGO Esports is lucky enough for now. And for TWOB, they know they can afford these type of shenanigans. They can easily get the points to qualify. They've already got 24 points in the overall standings. It's all looking good in the hood. And even Sarvit catches the first player. Delta goes down. Even Justin's going to hit the decks. Already the 2 primary firepower has been cut off. And now look at S-Power. He wants to save the day for Delta. He wants to go for the revival. But is that really going to come into fruition? That's my question. He's sticking it. But S-Power is also catching a bit of that hurt upon himself. 2 main pillars of MOGO Esports have already crashed, and now it's down to just S-Power. Can he save the day for the banner? And the answer is going to be no.
This is a big mishap by the boys of MOGO Esports. They were already on a back foot when the S-Power got taken down. They had 13 points in the first 3 games, and adding on to 3 more finishes, they will have 16 in total after the end of 4 matches, while TWOB, look at them. 8 finishes already secured by stage 4. 11 teams are still surviving. And it seems like as the Goliaths have failed to deliver, like Global Esports and 8-Bit got taken down on an early note, TWOB, they're utilizing this opportunity because why not? This again, a group of death.
I really do want to say that a lot of the known names got eliminated early, but then this entire lobby is filled up with known names. So, yeah. That's pretty much the case. Eliminating a team is not going to be easy, but still TWOB, I'm loving this aggressive front. So good. Getting 4 proper squad wipes. Even inside of this fight, knowing who to exactly prioritize. Taking down Justin and Delta off the rip. That's like the major chunk of firepower instantly eliminated from the game for MOGO Esports. And then the leftover 2 players, Destro and S-Power, even they get wrapped up.
Again, having a recap of what happened in that particular compound. At first, it was Blind Esports who went blindly in to take a fight, not having an idea that MOGO Esports were hiding there, having a shelter around that corner. They capitalized on all those finishes, having 3 in their name, but instantly, as soon as the fight ended, TWOB chimed in, finding good openings for themselves. Cyrax and Sarvit did a fantabulous job claiming this fight all to themselves, while TWOB backed up 8 finishes in total so far. Really have to see how things goes up in this particular match because TWOB, they're having a very good form. But for MOGO Esports, once again, Necro, it would be very tough. I mean, they have 16 points, but in the next 2 games, they will be at least needing 20 to 22 points.
Listen, as soon as Justin and Delta PG fell, I knew the fight's done for. MOGO Esports can't make a comeback anymore. It's the same thing as Global Esports, right? If Ninja Boy and Beast gets knocked out, there's only these 2 remaining players who can't really do a lot. A team always has those 2 main primary assaulters, and if those 2 main primary assaulters have been taken out in the early phase, then the entire team that's left over, they can't really do a lot. And that was pretty much the cause for MOGO Esports to get eliminated from this game. The next zone's going to center on up once again towards K9 Esports. Believe, Aimbot, Zap, and MJ. They've gotten a nice split for themselves to play with, but now it's time to reunite. You cannot play with that split for too long. TOWAR is now going to be heavily contested by a lot of these teams. They need to be a little bit more careful and wary. Ignite Gaming's Aizen, even the man's looking forward to find that entry towards the safety lines. Especially looking at how K9's positioned. If aimbot gets taken down for K9 Esports, this won't be a good ending.
And look at the split that aimbot is playing in. Even if it gets taken down, there is no backup from the side of K9. If Believe wants to go and provide some backup to aimbot, it is still a big distance.
Yeah, he's too far away.
You see Ignite Gaming rotating just beside him, so it can be really concerning as Ignite Gaming. They're playing it slow and steady, playing onto the edges. They've got 3 finishes already. So they're taking the time, analyzing and having all the intel in the world for themselves. But for Miracle Esports, I don't think they want to give their time to the players of Ignite Gaming. But meanwhile, even FS Esports, they're in the backyards. Ignite Gaming has a big job to do, while Hulk still trying to find out one opening against FS so that their movement or their push can be evaded.
Oh man, the players of FS Esports, they're constantly going for those peaks. And now for Ignite Gaming. They've already dished out a decent amount of damage against him. Here comes Reckoning Esports against the players of Autobotz. As utilities are being tossed from both the sides, it's an exchange of utilities. But Hunters is able to find the precise marker. Another nade sails in towards that same direction. Considering they've already found the opener, now Reckoning Esports, they might just let their hands loose. A few more utilities finding that constant knock is really keeping the players of Autobotz in a big world of trouble. As now Rico, he might just be brought back to his feet. They have found themselves a nice little area to play with. And eventually Hunters will be welcomed with open arms in that area. But still Dino says he's there in the back lines to save the day. And now Beard Baba is going to be the only glimmer of hope left standing for the side of Autobotz Esports. Can Beard Baba keep his team alive in the race? That's my question. The man's making the run away from that spot. He will be able to stay alive for a decent longer. And now it's time for Reckoning Esports to collect all those pieces that are falling on the board. For Autobotz Esports, a bad start, I'm not going to lie. Just down to this one last man, which is Beard Baba. He can't even escape. It's a complete deadlock that he's found himself in. But a beautiful place net from Beard Baba will find a return knockout. Even the players of Reckoning Esports, they're not really feeling too great. Even they're facing the brunt. This one single man from the players of Autobotz Esports, he has been a big pain in the foot. How can you deal with him?
Another nade coming out of the direction of Beard Baba. His position was compromised, but the nade just landed beside him. But Beard Baba still manages to survive. And with that nade, he would be trying to fall back from that position. But Reckoning says nope. Autobotz gets eliminated with 0 points on the board for themselves. They had 23 points in the first 3 games, and they walk away with none from this one. But Sarkar Gaming, they're onto some world of trouble. TWOB right in front of them. Prince Oji taking the charge all to himself. Sarkar going up close in person alongside Dash out there. But TWOB will end their run with a total of 9 points on the board. Sarkar Gaming, they have 3 finishes in their name. And 3 players are still surviving.
For Sarkar Gaming, a decent game indeed. It can be if they keep on moving up with the same consistency and the pace. But unfortunately, one man short inside of the action now will be even tough to deal with. K9 Esports, they got pounced on by the likes of Ignite Gaming, but K9 Esports, they made sure that Ignite Gaming will be facing the brunt, as now they already find themselves on the advantageous side of things, considering they're almost on the verge of wiping out the entire team. They've already struck down 3 players. For Ignite Gaming, there's one more man, but he's way too much in the outskirts.
I don't think Aizen's position has been compromised yet, but K9 definitely will be going for a hunt. They don't want to left any piece behind. Reckoning once again, dropping those utils, getting Darklaw down as well. Gujarat Tiger seems to be in a wall of trouble once again. 2 players have been knocked out. Good retaliation from coming up from WindGod as well. Reckoning, what is going to be their next move? They also need to enter the circle. And for that, they need to eliminate the boys of Gujarat Tigers.
Reckoning Esports now just being the cleanup crew and cleaning up anyone that stands in their pathway. They want to go for the confirmation too, and here it comes. They do find it easily. Gravity is able to collect those 2 easy eliminations. While you try and look at the elimination feed, it's also FS Esports facing off against K9, and FS Esports is actually finding the best part about it. They are taking down the players of K9 Esports left, right, and center, and within a blink, the entire team has just came crashing down. This competition was really important for K9 Esports. This map held a lot of value, but still, they were not able to extract the most out of it. Even GT will be collapsed as the players of Reckoning Esports, they've found themselves so many eliminations to play with now.
Team Versatile also coming up from behind definitely will be annoying for a lot of teams as well. For Miracle Esports have all their eyes on the players of Air Esports. Mr. Spray goes down. Somraj from a distance, he's trying to capitalize on every finish that he's seeing out there. Mr. Spray has been confirmed as well. Team Versatile, they have got 4 finishes already. But Somraj gets traded off from a distant Viper. He will be getting the knock and the finish done. Team Versatile, they're down to the last 2 players. But for Reckoning, once again, they have the higher ground advantage. They have to take a lot more finishes in their name.
Our official mobility partner is the Hero Extreme 160R4V. And looking at all the chaos that's currently happening in the playing field, this is a bike that can save you the day, that's for sure. But Versatile, they have been playing it quite passive. Somraj is the only man with 4 eliminations, by the way, from the side of Versatile Esports. I'm not sure how they exactly got those, but these 4 elimination points will be counting a lot in the overall run. Considering Team Versatile, they only had 8 points to start the day off, and now add on these 4 points, they have 12 in total.
Look at the circle, Necro. For Miracle Esports again, going with some similar Vikendi strats. Adi just lying behind, going for the heal battle, I believe, while 2 players have been sent up front to take the battle, but Justy finds Sayam. Yeshu has to do a big job alongside Kyoya. He's there, but Sayam will be confirmed as well. One good nade should do the job, and Justy barely survives. If he gets taken down from a distant area from the side of Team Versatile, maybe I would not be surprised at all. But the nades coming left and right from
oh my God.
MV, even for the players of Ignite Gaming. I wonder who is going to take him down.
He's so lucky to be alive. I'm not gonna lie. Justy, he's dodging these utilities barely. And now he's cooking up his own nade. He wants to return back the favor. Yeshu moves away at the nick of time. There's so many fights happening around him as well. There's a lot of these gunshots that you can hear. And even FS Esports, they come clashing down. As it's gonna be the players of Reckoning Esports putting that nail in the coffin. Reckoning Esports with 8 eliminations so far in the game. They're indeed quite a dominating spree. And now, for Air Esports, just this one last man, he's the only glimmer of hope. He's managed to bring his team in the top 6, and he's trying his best to keep the spot pinned down for his team as well. But for how long, that's the question. 3 players of 4 Miracles are on the verge of collapsing right on top of him. Can he have enough firepower to try and distance him from them? And no is going to be the answer, as Kyoya will deliver that knockout blow.
For Miracle Esports having 4 finishes, but look at this nade coming out of the direction of Aquanox. He barely survives, but the smoke is going to fade away quickly. So Team Versatile, they have to take a decision very quickly. And for the boys of Reckoning Esports as well, they have to go and move down slope. So they can be the easy targets for the players of 4 Miracle Esports as well as for Team Versatile. They have to be very cautious with the next move that they're going to plan. Already you see Hunters going up front, trying to stop and prevent the entry of 4 Miracle Esports inside the circle. But in all these chaos, Ignite Gaming, that one last player, is still surviving.
He's trying his best to keep his position anonymous. And that too, it's Aizen. We know what this man is capable of. We have seen Aizen pull off some insane clutches in the past as well. As long as Aizen's alive, there's a big hope. Reckoning Esports, 9 finishes accumulated so far. Dominating the entire playing field. This is the Reckoning Esports we wanted to see. A lot of the teams today itself, they have regained their old glory. And it's an absolute great sight to witness it. As Reckoning Esports, they've got a lot of those troubles against the players of 4 Miracles. But these nades are doing some serious amount of damage. Another nade sails in, it takes down Yeshu to barely any of HP. A pixel of HP available on Yeshu.
Oh.
And even the Wall of Death, it closes on up from the back. The man completely lost track of it.
11 finishes on the name of Reckoning Esports as well right now. They have their target set on the players of Versatile. Raiden, He's got the compound cover, but the blue zone is going to give him the hefty amount of damage. Top 3 teams are still surviving, out of which everybody's going for the heal battle. Even for Sarkar Gaming, KSR is the one doing the heal battle rate and try to pull off something, but he will be taking now the 12th finish, being resisted by the boys of Team Reckoning. We were hoping for a comeback, and the pack of wolves, they have already done it. Team Reckoning, they're on a roll, but even for Sarkar Gaming, those 6 placement points that they will walk away with would be really crucial, having 3 finishes as well. So summing it up to total 9 points.
Yeah, 9 points in total for Sarkar Gaming. Quite a decent positioning as well for Versatile. So one thing is for sure, these teams are not doing too bad. Before Reckoning Esports, what a game that was. With this one single game, they've propelled themselves directly with the qualification bracket. Reckoning Esports, what an outing this is. All it takes is one game. First it was Team Limra, and now it's Reckoning Esports. What a sight it is to witness these teams to go back to their old glories days.
Total of 35 points, if I'm not wrong, in the overall standings for the boys of Reckoning, and this is definitely the ideal comeback. We were talking about it just a few moments ago before we hopped on to this group of death, that you just need only one good match to qualify right now in the top 48. And Reckoning, they've already done it, even for the boys of Ignite Gaming. I mean, they've also grabbed a good amount of points from this match.
Exactly, man. First it was Team Limra, now it's Reckoning Esports. The amount of eliminations Reckoning Esports had, it was quite commendable. Even TWOB, man, you cannot really take it away from them. Off the rip, they started off with 2 squad wipes, and that's impressive. Even with Global Esports and how the opponents faced off, which was TWOB themselves, man, we all thought TWOB is going to come crashing down, right? But then Legit comes into the playing picture, and he just wipes out the players of Global Esports.
That was indeed a great start, but followed by that, we also saw the fight between MOGO Esports, Blind, and again TWOB hopping in that fight as well, prevailing on top, eradicating the entirety of MOGO Esports. But later down the line, again, there has been some circumstances. Sarkar Gaming actually outplayed them in that particular fight, and they got a lot of points as well. Good for Sarkar Gaming. They also had a decent points. Same goes for even for Merkel Esports. They also had some decent number of finishes. So, summing it out, this match was again very decent for a lot of teams in this particular group.
Yeah, let's talk about a few upsets though, right? You've got those right on the screen. Blind Esports is going to be one of those. Even K9 Esports not able to get any sort of points. For K9 Esports, this was such an important game. They only had 4 points to start the day off, and now look at K9 Esports. They got nothing in this entire competition. They faced off against the players of FS Esports. They instantly come crashing down. For FS Esports, that was a hell of a fight, I'm not going to lie. Quite a flawless approach. Then even just this one last man from the side of Aero Esports, he was being a big pain for the players of 4 Miracles. And for 4 Miracles, losing out these 2 players in such a way against the players of Reckoning Esports was their demise. And then Yashu, he completely lost track of the blue zone, and the Wall of Death started to move in from the back lines, and the man got confirmed by the play zone itself.
Yeah, even for Raiden, he was trying to pull off at least one finish. Please, if I can get it. But no, it was not. Again, Reckoning had the numbers advantage, and Raiden's position was almost kind of compromised. So everybody had their eyes on that one spot of broken wall. And again, Versatile walking with only a total of 4 finishes. Still a decent one. They finished in top 3, so they will be also getting a good number of placement points. For a team like Versatile, who were struggling, they are also having a decent start. Hopefully, they're on that same track of getting like 8 to 9 points on an average in the next 2 games to qualify.
And keep this thing in mind, for MOGO Esports as well, this was quite an important competition. Yeah. They collided against the strong force of TWOB, and even they come crashing down, right? Especially losing out on players like Delta PG and Justin off the rip in that fight, and that's where TWOB just found the upper hand. And then the only remaining 2 players were Destro and S-Power, and not a lot could have been done by just those 2 players.
Exactly, MOGO crumbled down really bad, and Destro getting taken on was again a turning point, because we have seen that man stepping up. Even if he's a solo survivor, he can clutch it out. The past match of Orangutan that he played yesterday was definitely a big reminder to it, but for his power again, bringing it down to a 1v4, that was a really, really nervous situation, and he couldn't do much better than that. But talking about the point standings and the total of points that has been acquired by all the 16 teams in the lobby, let's have a look on it.
Exactly, point standings on the screen, 22 points in total from Reckoning Esports, SG with 9 points, Versatile Esports with 9 as well, and TWOB with 9 points too. And TWOB, all those 9 points came in from the eliminations itself. Now, if you're trying to look at Versatile Esports and Sarkar Gaming, that's a great start, I'm not going to lie. That's the average they need to keep on moving up with. For K9 Esports, just getting 5 points in that previous game, that's not going to cut it, man. They need a lot more. Now, K9 Esports, they've only got 9 points in total in the overall board. And K9 Esports, in the upcoming 2 games, they need 20 points. So that way, they can have 29 points in total.
Yeah, 20 points to barely survive, maybe qualify in the top 48 margin. But if you want to be safe and sound, take it 22 to 23 points. And on an average, you need 11 points in the next 2 games. So if you bag up 11 points in the next 2 games, it's fine. If you get a good game, like one big game, a chicken dinner with decent amount of finishes, then things can be different.
Now listen, we are pretty much assuming the cutoff to be somewhere around 24. If the players of K9 Esports get 10 points in the upcoming 2 games, or 10 points per game, that's what I want to say, they are going to have somewhere around 29 points in the overall board, and that's more than enough to qualify. Because if the cutoff we are assuming is 24, then 29 points is miles away from that. So for K9 Esports, the task is still Herculean. It's not going to be easy, but the only thing they need is consistency. And with the way K9 Esports has been playing, I'm not sure if they can achieve that.
Even for MOGO Esports, I felt like the consistency is missing from even the past day. The first 3 matches, I didn't see something of what I can comment that, yeah, MOGO Esports, they had a consistent game. Even the first game, today as well in the map of Vikendi, it crumbled down. But I'm going to wait for Miramar and Erangel to happen and how things turn around. But also for Miracle Esports, I'm looking forward to see how their Miramar turn out.
Yeah, for 4 Miracles, one thing is for sure, with the way they're taking the fights as well, the communication isn't looking exactly on point, and even sometimes they're making a lot of those rookie mistakes as well, right? 4 Miracles struggling with the confidence as well, and even the proper 4 players, they aren't really able to communicate that well. But let's just hope in the upcoming game, things can be ironed out a bit better, and we might just see a better version of 4 Miracles. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Yeah.
Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, finally some glimpses of hope from the teams at the bottom.
Yeah, but the problem is then the middle pack is again suffering, man. And of course, the teams that are done with their matches are also panicking as they're watching the broadcast right now. I can see you guys.
Yeah, but what a game that was from Reckoning Esports. An absolute banger.
Yeah.
First we saw Team Limra pull off that major comeback, and now it's Reckoning Esports just flipping the odds with that one single game, getting a nuclear performance on the board. And with that one single game, they've also propelled themselves directly on that qualification bracket.
Exactly, but it wasn't just Reckoning in this match, right? It was K9 Esports having a decent run, Team Versatile as well, walking away with a decent number of points, and Sarkar Gaming as well, putting their survival instincts to the test. So 3 teams that were basically the bottom 3 of this particular group had a decent run. That sets them up for chance at success in the upcoming 2 games, and that is the most important thing we need to keep in mind.
Yeah.
That 2 games are still left.
Yeah, but for K9, 4 games done and dusted and only 9 points in the overall standings. That's a big sign of concern, Johnny. They've only got 2 more games to go. And in the upcoming 2 games, they need 10 points per game. And that's an average that might just be next to impossible to achieve, looking at the past track of K9 Esports. So It might just be too much to ask for, but you know what? Something that's not going to be too much to ask for. That's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro, and 15 of those devices are being given away right now.
But as you were saying, I don't think they need 10 points per match, Negro. I think 6 or 7 points per game is going to cut it. So K9 Esports do not need to overexert themselves just going for those frags early. They can play for placement, play for survival in the upcoming games and try and qualify. Perfect example of this is going to be Raw Official, right? Forced into an unfortunate situation where they were down to their last player, and yet with Anush 2OP just performing out of his mind in this in the map of Miramar itself, by the way, did secure enough points to push his stream to the other side of the cutoff.
But let's be honest, man, those type of moments are really rare, right? Anush 2OP, just the final survivor. Luckily enough, he finds himself that one little bush to play with, that too on the deserty lands, by the way. And luckily enough, he does not even get checked. So yeah, for Anush 2OP, that was quite a rare occasion that he just came out on top from, and that also saved the day for Raw Officials, by the way. 32 points in total in the overall standings for them right now. This is going to be the second page of the overall standings, and look at Reckoning Esports. With that one single banger, they've gotten 35 points.
Yeah, Reckoning, but we knew for a fact that this was a team that was going to bounce back, right? One of the best teams, top contenders to make it all the way to the LAN finale stage. But as we move forward, this is where things get interesting, because now we have a clear indication Revenant Esports, they are about to be kicked out in the next game itself on that 48th position. TMG have an opportunity to save themselves from getting eliminated. Ignite Gaming as well. 22-21 points for both these two teams. Aero Esports lurking on the 22-point marker as well. They need that extra bit of push. Gujarat Tigers in that previous game, not a lot of points, although they do climb up on that leaderboard, but I still feel a big game is required. Gujarat Tigers, you do not want to see a team like this just barely qualify. You want to see them make a statement.
Yeah, but maybe they're just trying to pull off a global esports, man. Just like the way they did in the round one, right? Just barely qualifying from the marker and then coming in inside of the round two like the alpha males and just dominating the playing field.
Oh, but yeah, do you want surprises? Unpleasant ones.
I think so. They're right on the screen.
Yeah, look at 53 and 54. Versatile and MOGO Esports. Alright. They have just one placement points, the players of MOGO Esports. They are going for those frags, and they are able to secure a decent number of frags. But Necro, as of now, they got 3 points in their previous game. 3 or 4 points, right? And again, if they are able to secure 3 points per match, that still gets them to what, like 22?
Yeah, pretty much. And for MOGO Esports, the previous way they fought off against the players of TWOB, right, on the map of Vikendi, they choked it big time,
Big time, yeah.
Losing out on 2 of your main assaulters like that, Justin and Delta PG, the entirety of the firepower instantly just collapsed down to 25%. And now with that, you can't really get a lot done.
Exactly. Again, S-Power was the last player left standing, and I don't know, he was just trying to juke around the players of TWOB, but they basically had all the angles marked. So at that point, it was just him facing his inevitable demise. But still, 2 more opportunities to go, and it is Team Versatile and MOGO Esports we are talking about. And of course, since the next map is going to be Miramar, I think a lot can be expected from Versatile in particular, because it's Somraj, man. Somraj and Miramar, they have a long time history.
It indeed can, but you cannot really rule out the players of FS Esports too. The previous game, they had a middle-of-the-pack performance, but that's more than enough for a team like FS Esports to propel themselves maybe in the first half of the board. So that's going to be all good. For Aero Esports as well, they had quite a decent amount of points to kick the day off, so even for them, it's all okay. Autobotz Esports, yesterday's day was phenomenal. First game, no points, it's all good. They still have a pretty nice base setup.
In 3 games, Autobotz needs like 3 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can secure it. I think Autobotz can definitely go for those 3 points in the upcoming matches. But yeah.
Blind Esports is the real concern, Johnny. They got taken down off the rip. No points in that previous game, just like MOGO Esports and their rivals, which were Versatile Esports that are there on the latter half of the board. But just for Blind Esports, it's even worse.
Yeah, it is worse, and this makes us doubt ourselves, right? Because Blind Esports in the opening weekend round 1 were just phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
They threw the competition out of the park, and of course it was an amazing run. But after that week 1, once we transitioned to week 2, it was a lot of confusion. Their performance took a massive dip. I believe 13 points in 6 games is what they were able to secure in that second week of round 1. And it seems like that slowdown in the performance has carried forward in round 2, which should not have happened for a team like Blind.
you definitely have a point, right? And for Blind Esports, knowing the fact that, yes, they have got the newer faces on the block, but still they've got so much to live up to.
Yeah.
And these newer faces, they need to understand there's a lot of that responsibility, and responsibility is what makes you a man.
True.
And now it's time to turn into an alpha male. Blind Esports, 2 final chances. If you don't make the cut, it's going to be a big disappointment for the fans, and knowing the fact that you've got so much to live up to, it will be adding on even more pressure. But something that's even getting added on, it's also the entertainment, and the upcoming map from Myanmar is going to be booted up on the screen right now. As the plane fly path begins all the way from El Pozo towards down south of Los Leones, and once again this plane fly path is a little bit tilted towards one side of the map. If you do want to move in towards the northern side, maybe be towards La Cabrera, Torreamuda, it's going to be a bit of that tough stretch.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough stretch. Anything towards that northeastern quadrant is going to be off limits, but of course, it is Miramar, El Pozo available to the players of Team Versatile. Are they actually going to go for that drop, or are we expecting a switch up right now, considering they are very desperate for those points? I do not see their parachutes. We do see Ignite Gaming. Gujarat Tigers head for El Pozo. Well, they're getting extremely close, and I think right underneath them is Team Versatile as well.
And Versatile, for them, knowing the fact that the previous game was
not
quite
Versatile.
a decent average.
It's 4 Miracle.
Yeah, but VXT is moving towards Power Grid. 4 Miracles is towards El Pozo. Interesting. Versatile Esports, they are looking pretty versatile. They do not just want to move in towards El Pozo. Instead, switch a few things around, catch a few teams off guard, maybe get the early elimination points in their hands, throw a bit of a spanner in the works for a few teams as well. But GT, they're going to drop clash against the players of 4M. Now, this is going to be quite interesting to witness.
Yeah. This is definitely going to be quite interesting and intense for both these two sides. 4M, 4 Miracles as well, not really having that much of fun inside of their matches, of course. Struggling to secure points, and Gujarat Tigers not too far away from qualification. They win this one fight, and Necro, they are going to be good to go. 4 points, 27 is going to be the total tally after this win, assuming they win. And that will bring them in a much safer position on that overall leaderboard. But it seems like they have been denied access to the city. They have taken control of the compounds towards the northern and the eastern periphery. And of course, I assume that those parachutes were spotted out by the players of TWOB as well. But TWOB, not really a team that we have seen charge into those early fights right off the drop. So they are going to look for weapons first. But you have a southwestern circle this time.
I like that, right?
Yeah.
Just going with the plane fly path. Even the plane fly path was tilted towards that area. Even the zone is now over there, so it's not going to be too brutal on these teams. But someone that's going to be pretty brutal, that will be Global Esports. Because even in that previous game of Weekendi, Global Esports, they took a fight against the players of TWOB. Yes, the outcome wasn't exactly something we all expected. It was TWOB to come out on top with their brilliance. But now this time around, Global Esports, they have faced that tight slap of reality. And now they will try to be a little bit more cautious.
I don't think so. It is Global Esports, Necro. You give them a tight slap of reality and they are going to take that hand in the next game and try to break it with their own will. That is how this team functions. I mean, we remember how the journey started yesterday, right? It was an amazing clutch fight with Ninja Boy rescuing his teammates. They did get eliminated in that game quite early, but the next game onwards, they were just dominating.
Yeah, for Ninja Boy, he pulled off an insane clutch too, right? A 1-on-4.
Yeah.
And it was super impressive. So yeah, for Global Esports, every single man, he just packed so many punch. And this time around, Global Esports is also experimenting a little bit with their playing 4.
Yeah.
Arslan was the man who was playing in the shoes of Beast. Yes, it's a lot to fill up for, but still, man, Arslan too, you cannot really take anything away from this man.
Yeah, I mean, Arklin, he hasn't really gotten that much time, play time in the recent days. Mavi has been the man leading the charge for the team, but Arklin as well. I think the play style does drop the pace in terms of the aggression of the team, but hey, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how they function right now. But moving on to the other teams, I mean, we have FS Esports on our screens, another team that was eyeing out for that qualification marker. And FS Esports, we have spoken about them quite a lot. TraceGod, this time in particular in round 1, was in an incredible form. But since then, round 2 hasn't really gone that great. But they do have Hitman in their lineup as well. And he, in the past, has been quite a reliable player for the side of FS Esports. If Hitman regains that old form, regains the composure again, and starts playing like the hitman of the past, then maybe I think we are going to see FS Esports make a brilliant bounce back today.
Yeah, for FS Esports too, the base was pretty much set, right?
Yeah.
They do have okay amount of points in the overall standings. They just need a few more to maybe topple it off, and they can be feeling pretty well. Even the previous game, it was quite the middle of the pack performance, and it's FS Esports we're speaking of. They can easily pull off good performances. It's not even a big struggle.
I think 4 to 5 points per game is what they needed at the start of the day. And as you mentioned, middle of the pack in the previous game. If they finish with like 4 to 5 points in this game as well, I think it should be, or it should get them in a decent enough position. But MOGO Esports now, it seems like finally they are looking to make their way towards Impala. This time again, the flight path denying them the easy access to their hometown of Impala. They will look to have a slower start. And Gujarat Tigers on the northern front. It seems like after abandoning the city of El Pozo and walking away from that early fight against the players of 4 Miracle, they find themselves colliding against TWOB.
Indeed. And a lot of those shots have been taken away against the players of TWOB. And somehow, TWOB, they always find themselves on the receiving end of things off the rip. But then later on, they're also known to pull off quite a nice comeback in the fights. So let's see if this time around, can they pull off a comeback against the players of GT. As Prince, he finds a beautiful return knockout. And that's going to be a really good knock as well, considering Clutch God getting knocked out. Now GT's aggression, it will be on a halt. And here comes Sarvit. He wants to go for the extra bit of information. And Sarvit instantly ejects out in the front. He wants to get the re-knock as well. He found the first chance, but he misses. And here comes the pounce as well, as Legit from the back lines as well will get the beautiful trade. And now for TWOB, once again, they find themselves on the right side of things. As GT down to a 3-man squad 2, now the fight's taken down to a 3-on-3. Prince barely survives. TWOB's taking a lot of those risky moves, but they're still somehow coming out on top. As the man finds a 2-piece with that run over. And now for the players of GT, down to a 2-man squad, it sounds too much to deal with.
I think they can still manage to make a comeback in this fight, but TWOB, will they choose to apply pressure, or will Gujarat Tigers find that breathing space? Harsh, he has an incredible position on the other side of the ridge, while his teammate in the backlines is going for a revive. The UMP, the trigger pull from Prince, and of course the perfect timing on that duel gives him the edge. The numbers advantage once again swings back in the favor of Gujarat Tigers as the revive comes to fruition, and TWOB, they are down to their last man Legit, and he was always too far away from this fight to be a part of the action. So I guess 3 free points picked up by Gujarat Tigers, and if my maths is right, I think this does push them to the other side of what we thought the cutoff was going to be.
Probably. But legit, I'm not even sure what he was doing there. So isolated all by himself, and now is also getting pounced on from the sidelines. He's getting approached by the players of GT. Legit can't even move. He's pinned in this spot. GT with just a 2-man squad, they're constantly looking to pepper shots against Legit, and Legit knows what exactly is happening as well in the surroundings. So he wants to be a little bit more cautious and careful. And here comes the run from Legit. He indeed is catching a lot of that hurt upon himself, but he also wants to strike down the man of GT in the front lines. Shots were taken, but no casualty yet. As now Legit prones out in the open, and this is going to be the advantage in the favor of Dark Lord. And Dark Lord, for him, it's going to be an easy cakewalk.
Yeah, he had the TPP advantage from that particular position, and of course the car-4 cover as well. Was able to just aim the crosshair before the peak and just lined it up perfectly right on the head. Legit didn't even stand a chance over there. Gujarat Tigers now with 4 points secured. I think they are going to be somewhere around 26, 27 points in the overall leaderboard, which is comparatively a much better and much safer position for them to be in. So from here on out, it's just full freedom for Gujarat Tigers to do whatever they please in this game. And TWOB, of course, caught off guard. Quite unfortunate. Sarvit, the first man to go down. And after that, I mean, after the recovery, did get that 2-piece run over, but it wasn't enough. GT, they had too much map control at that point in the fight.
Yeah, that run over was something that was pretty gutsy, I'm not going to lie.
Should have naded after that.
Just moving in the enemy territory like that, running over 2 players, finding that 2-piece. It was indeed a game-changing moment. And now for GT, they have pretty much toppled themselves over the qualification bracket. They have moved on forward. It's not a concern anymore. The wall of death as well, it starts to move. Still a few teams outside of the blue as well. It's going to be Global Esports, K9, Reckoning, even MOGO Esports. If MOGO Esports, they do collide against Reckoning, that will be an intense fight.
Blind Esports, again, another big name. It was struggling for points. We had this conversation before the match began. Not really in a wonderful position. And our Esports as well, another middle pack team right now. Outside of that qualification bracket. This is going to be a big fight, but a big blunder comes in. Blind Esports lose out one player instantly. Man knocked out. The finish has still not been secured. Air Esports, though, already down to a 3-man squad. So their struggles are going to be much worse than that of Blind Esports. But Mr. Spray, what is this?
What am I watching? And he's still almost on the verge of coming out on top. Eventually, that man from the side of Blind Esports will be struck down, but he still found a lot of that damage before getting knocked out. There needs to be cover fire on point. Blind Esports, they need to save the man who's knocked out. Justy's going to be the last man standing once again for Air Esports. And what can Justy do? One last glimmer of hope. Air Esports as well. They need the points. Even they're quite desperate. But Justy's going to get melted through that smoke. And Blind Esports, they easily come out on top.
I have no idea what was that fight all about. Air Esports, that movement coming in from Mr. Spray, that should have never happened. Blind Esports had full edge and the information of where the players of Air Esports were coming from. But hey, before they can reset a third party, it seems like from the players of TMG. Oh, he fails the run over, and this could be big. Flex shot knocked out. Blind Esports almost having recovered already. Equalize the numbers to a 3v3 against a second team.
Oh, this is brilliant from Evil. As he finds the opener, now that's going to be the reality check for the players of TMG. As now they're looking to back away from the fight, and that's what happens. They get a little bit of that piece of reality. And look at TMG now on the run.
Yeah, man, I mean, that was too much commitment. Overcommitting into a situation where you should have been a little bit more careful. I mean, lob those nades inside of the smokes. Make sure the position is going to be clear before you take a drive through basically zero visibility zone. But TMG, I think, too many mistakes made in the past as well. Even that previous game, not really a good conversion.
No way, the man's spraying down with just a red dot.
What is this? I mean, this is too much desperation.
Yeah, I do understand TMG needs points, but they're also facing off against Blind Esports. You cannot really underestimate them too much. Yes, that team is struggling, but it does not mean they're going to forget their mechanical skills, right?
Yeah. They're not panicking for sure. I mean, that was clearly visible in the fight that was taken against Air Esports and how they handled how they punished, in fact, the mistake made by FlexJord from TMG. But those shots fired right now, Necro, they have attracted the attention of Sarkar Gaming in the backlines of TMG. So TMG right now need to keep their heads down low, not really engage or push for any fights further from here. Reckoning Esports, though, they are on our screens right now. And Reckoning Esports, of course, that phenomenal performance in that previous game did get them into a safer position into the overall leaderboard. So they have the luxury of going after whoever they please at this point.
Yeah, for Reckoning Esports, they can be another party spoilers.
Yeah.
If they want. They can third party a lot of those fights. They can be a part of a lot of those as well. The top 5 players on the screen. Samraj from the side of Versatile Esports. He was the only man who got any sort of eliminations for Versatile, and that's the reason why Versatile Esports secured 9 points in that previous game. And now Versatile is taking a fight against the players of Global Esports, considering they've already fought Ninja Boy off. And Versatile's once again on the run. As soon as they found out it's the players of Global Esports they're facing off against, they instantly run away.
Poked the wrong bear over there, it seems like, Team Versatile. But let's see, it is Global Esports, so you know for a fact they are going to start looking for the team that took off their best player. And it's just 3 teams right now that are struggling in the blue zone. MOGO Esports, FS, and K9. All 3 teams struggling for qualification.
Oh my god, here it comes, Johnny. Global Esports is so stubborn that they actually do want to block off the players of Versatile.
Well, they've gone to the compound just west of where Versatile is. And they are at least 200, 300 meters away from them. It's going to be difficult to block them, but what they can do is just track them, follow them, and then try and pick them off once Versatile is distracted enough.
MOGO Esports still all the way out in the blue next to K9 Esports. Even FS Esports is making that pounce from the northern side towards the safety lines. Try and look at the smack center. Why is Global Esports playing so safe? Once again, the OG strat's back?
Nah, I think they might be just looking for teams to collide with. They are just taking their sweet time. They want a little bit more commotion. I think that is, as we know, Global Esports, they thrive amidst chaos, and they are waiting for that chaos to just get worse for these teams. In the meanwhile, looking at where the teams are right now and how the circle is, now I want a hard shift up north, man. That northern half is completely empty.
Oh, it's going to catch everyone off guard. You're an evil man. Sarkar Gaming, Autobotz, Reckoning Esports, Blind Esports. If that does come true, all these teams will be screwed. The next zone's going to pop up soon. K9 Esports, they're going for quite the late game rotation. Let's hope that this one works out. They have been on the struggling side of the spectrum for a really long time. K9 Esports, they are desperate to make that bounce back. The next zone shift is going to be off the essence, knowing the fact that it will be the dictator. And this time, it shifts down south, right on top of the place of Reckoning Esports. And now Reckoning Esports can wreak a lot of hell.
Oh, of course. I mean, those two Masera Hills are going to be such a beautiful position for them to hold, especially with Autobotz down below them. Reckoning has an opportunity to take fights wherever they please. But the question will become, can they handle the pressure that will befall them later on? In the meanwhile, look at the scramble for position, scramble for cover that will be there towards the western edge of the zone right now. You have Sarkar Gaming, Blind Esports, TMG, Ignite, 4 Miracles moving, and all the teams looking to move in from that western edge. And not everyone will make it inside the zone for sure.
Something that's going to help you perform even better in these type of competitions will be our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device, and 15 of those are being given away right now.
Of course, an amazing device helps you put up amazing numbers in your matches, but Global Esports, I was expecting a big fight between them and Gujarat Tigers actually a few moments ago when we saw that rotation clash, but no one initiating any conflict.
And Johnny, knowing the fact that the group draws are going to be happening tonight itself, today's state's filled up with a lot of that excitement, huh?
Yeah, it is definitely quite exciting, right? Are you getting to draw another chit today?
No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not.
Did God's Rain complain about you, Necro?
Maybe. But hey, at least they qualified, right? So that's a good thing.
That is true. But hey, let's see. 4 Miracle Esports also looking for qualification. It seems like they have put up a little bit of hurt onto Sora for Blind Esports. The man knocked out in the open. Evil moving in to try and see if he can help his teammate recover, but it's not going to be easy. That's a very awkward position to get knocked in. And Yashu, he will have the line of fire to try and take down Evil as well. Fails to connect the shots. The last few do. And another man from Blind Esports just hits the floor. This is just getting bad and worse by the second.
Yeah, it's like Evil was asking to get knocked out.
Yeah.
He was driving so slow. Maybe his tire was out, but still Evil. At least he could have popped out, used that buggy as a cover, toss out a few smokes, maybe be on the safety side of things. But Blind Esports, they're getting systematically dismantled as they collide against two different forces. One of them is also going to be Sarkar Gaming. And Nova 21, when he clashed against them, he instantly collapsed. And now the confirmation should also follow up soon.
Not looking good for Blind Esports this match. Things might just get worse. Sarkar Gaming, they have the high ground to work with, but as we saw on the map a few moments ago, Autobots were extremely close to their position, and it seemed like they were looking to charge on the players of Sarkar Gaming, but TMG from the distance just causing some trouble for the players of FS Esports down below.
What? Where was the cavalry? That's my question. Why was Colette so isolated? He could have been saved.
I think he was sent inside the circle as a scout, but his teammates were very far behind.
Man, just blows. TMG handing out that free death blow. Now feeling pretty good about it. One finish point already collected for TMG. There's a lot of that climbed left to do. One player down and dusted, which was FlexJod. It just adds on to the misery even more. Versatile Esports, Now they find a free hand against the players of TMG as the players are out in the open. Equinox is going for a lot of those shots, but unfortunately not precise enough.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Team Versatile. Spray committed, but the players of TMG at least are going to be forced to rotate through the blue. They take unnecessary damage in this rotation. And Versatile on the other side, look at their position on that western edge. They will find an easy entry and of course some cover to work with as well once they breach that Chumasera city. Global Esports on the other side, the safest team of the bunch.
What is Equinox doing?
Just shooing them away, man. Don't come here. Don't come for the hills.
Probably, but still, man, with the way he was taking the burst. Okay. Well, I mean, the players were not going to come there anyways. They were running way too far away, so I don't really understand the intentions behind taking the shots. But yeah, for TMG, they haven't really found themselves too much of the safety lines. They barely do make it inside of the safe zone. There's Global Esports right next to him. Even Versatile is right above him. Blind Esports is one single man. DP is in the playing field too. GT is also right next to DP. Man, so many teams starting to stack right next to each other, and it's just getting my anxiety rised up.
Oh, it is, for sure. I mean, it's not just you, Necro. It's me, you, people watching us, and of course, worst is for the teams that are waiting to see if they make it through to round 3 or not. For Miracle Esports, Adi, it seems like, let's see that moving vehicle on top of that hill, and of course, the player of Reckoning Esports spotted out as well. A brilliant spray committed. Gravity IGL. Seems like too much gravity for him to handle because he has just hit the floor. And for Miracle Esports, they instantly commit for the push.
Reckoning Esports is one man gets knocked out. As now for Gravity, there's going to be Viper to try and save the day, but here comes the pounce. And it's quite the quick one as well from 4 Miracles. But as Reckoning Esports, they're on the rescue mission. They're also taking a lot of that hurt upon themselves. And Adi will miss the opportunity to make that proper pounce. He will not have the continuation of the eliminations anymore. But Hunter still gets knocked out and confirmed. For Reckoning Esports, the problems are not going to end just there. Even for the players of 4 Miracles, they face off against the players of K9 Esports. There's equal knockouts on the board as Sayum steps inside of the playing field and he finds another strikes. As he's going to strike down the players of K9 Esports, as even MJ's there in the front lines, trying his best to fight back, and MJ will return one favor.
But Necro, look at the radar. This bait and switch from Reckoning Esports. They are also keeping an eye out on this exact position. They want to see if they can pick off the loose stragglers from the other side. But hey, a quick squad wipe, and for Miracle Esports, they just wipe the floor with the players of K9 Esports. 7 points secured, 7 finishes in this match itself. This is going to be a very nice boost for the players of K9 Esports on that overall leaderboard. If they can secure just 3 or 4 placement points from this game, I think that should be enough to qualify for round 3.
Johnny for K9, only 1 point in this game. It just cannot be worse than this, Johnny. K9 Esports was already at the bottom of the overall standings, and now with just 1 single point, it just gets even worse. Now they have 10 points in the overall standings, by the way.
Hey, so we know, right? Erangel, big chicken dinner, the only thing that can save
20
them.
bomber.
Yeah.
10 eliminations on the board, that's the only thing.
I mean, 10 points, right? 25 points, 15 points. 5 finishes in chicken dinner.
Yeah, but still, we never know what the cutoff is probably going to look like, man. There's probably going to be a lot of these tiebreakers that will be happening.
True.
So you do not want to be a part of that. Then that's where the placement points will be prioritized even more. So yeah, for K9 Esports, nothing really looking great anyways. Autobotz from the back, they get striked by the players of Sarkar Gaming. And for Sarkar Gaming, easy elimination point collected. Orlo and his teammate right next to each other from the players of Autobotz. And for Autobotz, even they want to find themselves a bit of that safety shoes in the safety lines. But unfortunately, the zone shifts right on top of the players of Ignite Gaming, so a lot of these teams are now screwed, and they need to start moving and racking up right now.
Yeah, but the question is Ignite Gaming going to be proactive from this position? They have control of that high ground of the hill, and the teams below them are just fighting each other. If they can secure those third-party points, that is all they're going to need to qualify. Autobotz Esports on the other side, 2 players lost extremely early in the game. And we knew from the start they did not need a lot of points. 4 to 5 points, and that was it.
Sarkar Gaming's anonymous. Right next to two of his own teammates. KSR7 and Daksh. And with how things are, for Sarkar Gaming, the previous game was decent. They found a nice average to play with. But in this game, Sarkar Gaming needs to find that continuation. They need to find that consistency. If they can't, well, then the upcoming game is going to hold a lot of value. So much value that they might just crumble under it. FS Esports is on the run. Hitman, he finds himself barely across the safety lines.
Ooh.
A team's approaching from the back lines, and this time it will be the firing squad of MOGO Esports. As they enter inside of the playing field for FS Esports, this might just be too much to worry. As he tosses the nade upon himself, I'm not sure what exactly the thinking was behind it. And then he just stands right next to his own nade. He's so lucky to not get eliminated from that nade. But for Hitman, something that's working in the favor. It's going to be Delta PG getting knocked out right next to Destro. For MOGO Esports, there's a lot of these utilities that are being tossed against them, and these utils are doing a lot of that damage. For Hitman, there's still a chance. He can't survive, but he needs to face off against two formidable forces of MOGO Esports, but eventually he will come crashing down. For the players of FS Esports, there's still a big split that's coming into fruition. MOGO Esports can still be demolished, but those two players in the back, they will need to make the push.
One nade and it's all going to be over for the side of MOGO. Necro, they are down to their last player. This is a big sign of concern. They still need those points, and this one, it overshoots, luckily for MOGO Esports, and FS Esports are getting distracted from the backlines by the players of TMG. So Justin does get a revive on S-Power, and since they've made it into the top 7, they do get that extra placement points as well. So 2 points for MOGO Esports in this game right here, right now. But do they get to push any further? 5 grenades onto TraceGod, and he only needs 1 for that 2-piece on the other side. The players of MOGO Esports do not have a lot of HP to work with. In the meanwhile, Necro, I have a big question for you. Why was 8-Bit playing so slow in this game?
I'm not sure, but look at TMG. Franklin, he finds a beautiful knockout against the team at the front, which is going to be MOGO Esports and FS Esports at the same time. TMG with this third party, they have been getting a lot of that value collected, but even Versatile from the top, they're just raining down death and destruction. It's hellfire from Versatile. To stand against it, it will be tough. There's Ignite Gaming in the smack center of the zone. Versatile, they start to make that run towards the safety lines as well, as they're going to find themselves the safer grounds. But still, for Versatile, there's so much to try and deliver. That too against the players of TMG. As Devil this time, he will collapse, but a beautiful place nade as well from Raiden's going to find the 2-piece on the board. And now the wall of death starts to move, and Franklin's not going to stand a chance.
A Versatile will definitely make it through to round 3 after this match, but still, it's that one man of MOGO Esports that everyone is looking out for. Just one finish on the board for the team, and they do get an extra placement points in this game. But Justin, it's all down to him. He needs at least 4 to 5 points minimum to get his team into a manageable position for that last wrangle. And yes, they break into the top 4. FS Esports eliminated, so big threat just disappeared off the board for MOGO Esports. But I think the win of this game has pretty much been decided. And it was decided, destined to go into the hands of Team Versatile. It was a game of desperation. It was one of the last few opportunities for this team to qualify. And of course, it is Somraj on the map of Miramar. So who is going to doubt him at this point?
They have pretty much mastered the art. And finally, Versatile Esports, they wake up at the right occasion. But look at 4 Miracle Esports too. They've gotten so many finishes. And what am I watching? Somraj and Adi sitting right next to each other. Adi's still not striking. What am I watching? This has to be a joke. But unfortunately, he gets taken down by a well-placed nade from Ignite Gaming. Even Ignite Gaming had no clue where they were tossing that nade, but still, luckily enough, they find that piece.
Now, that is in a true essence the bonus point, because you don't even know it's there. Ignite Gaming, what a phenomenal performance in this game. And this team also did not need a heavy matchup to qualify for the other round, but I think they are going to be happy with their performance in this particular match. Decent number of eliminations secured. But look at Justin, he's avoided any conflict in this match. Finally goes down. I think MOGO Esports, they get themselves very close to that qualification marker, Necro, after this game. Versatile Esports, they will comfortably be within that qualification bracket.
Today we saw so many teams back at their old glory.
Yeah.
Versatile team, Limra in the previous game as well. Reckoning Esports performed exceptionally well. Even 4 Miracles in this game. Adi's back to his old ways, aggressive playstyle. Over here, Ignite Gaming could not really do a lot. The man was just pinned behind the corner, and he will be snuffed out and eliminated. It is Team Versatile Esports to get 12 finishes underneath the banner and get 22 points in total.
Man, this was an impressive game from Team Versatile. Especially, I mean, it was a surprising start too, considering we saw them abandon their comfort drop, Somraj's comfort drop, the IGL's home ground, El Pozo. They went for a more central start to this match. And of course, there was Global Esports right next to them. Team Versatile somehow avoided every single early conflict, moved into the late stages and secured so many points.
Yeah.
But there was so much chaos into that last fight. I mean, especially one of the biggest chaotic positions was that MOGO Esports FS fiasco. What was going on over there? So much utility lobbed onto MOGO Esports. Yes, Justin did manage to secure a few placement points for his team, but the question is, are they going to be enough?
I know, right? Last game now, and that too on the map of Wrangle. Can MOGO Esports move on forward? Just getting that one single finish point too in that previous game. Johnny.
They're going to be at 22 after this match. 5 for placement, 1 for finish, 6 points, 16 was there on the board before this game, yeah.
Then they need to qualify.
They need 2
in
or
the
3.
upcoming game, they just need 3 to 4 points. That's it.
Listen to the best part, Necro. You haven't waited for the whole news. 4 Miracles. They also had a wonderful match, right? So there's going to be, as you keep calling it right, tiebreakers. I think if MOGO Esports secure 5 to 6 points in the next match, then they're going to be safe. If not, because let's not forget, 9 to 16, you still get 0. If they get taken out early, if anyone drop clashes and eliminates MOGO Esports very early in that last game, then they're going to be stuck in a tiebreaker situation.
So the last game is pretty much going to be the dictator, right? In the last game, these teams do not even need a lot of the points. Just they need barely any amount of points. 3 to 4 points is all they need. But if the two teams get 3 to 4 points at the same time, then that's going to come down to a tiebreaker. What is the cutoff? There's still a big question mark, and we do not even exactly know what's happening in the overall board. But even Ignite Gaming is now stepping up by a margin, by the way.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming did very well, and of course, Ignite Gaming started the day off with like 16 points on the board. And after this match, I think they are also going to be in that tiebreaker situation somewhere around 20 to 23 points. But let's have a look at the winner-winner chicken in a moment. And in the meanwhile, while we see the wonderful performance from the players of Team Versatile, TMG as well, by the way, one of those names that did have a decent bounce back in this match. Necro, you have to explain it to me. Global Esports, Team 8-Bit, 2 of the best performing teams in this group. Why are they dropping off the map like that? We didn't even see them take a single fight.
You want me to reveal the secret sauce?
Yeah, don't say they're practicing for the next round, man.
No, I'm not going to say that. They're just testing the waters.
Why do you find all of this water, man? That you need to test it every single time.
I mean, they brought Arslan back in the playing 4. There's no reason for that because already the main playing 4 was performing well enough, but they're still bringing Arslan back here, so they have to be testing the waters.
So I think in this game, it was the original playing 4. Mavi was again leading the charge. Arklin again taking a back seat. And again, I think even after that, we just saw them take things extremely slow. Ideally, when we saw the players of Team Versatile go for that early pick onto Ninja Boy from Global Esports, you and I both expected the same thing, that Global Esports was going to charge in the faces of Team Versatile and just annihilate them. They moved out of their way instead.
But if you remember, I also said maybe Global Esports is back to their round 1 days. That's what they were doing, right? Playing super passive, just get those barely any amount of points, 4 to 5 points per game, and Global Esports were having happy faces on the board.
I think they are just taking Global Esports, as far as they go. I think they might just be taking a break today. They had 43 points yesterday. Even if they skip out on the matches today, they still qualify, and they'd still qualify in a decent position in the overall leaderboard, by the way.
Yeah, hands down. Global Esports, they had so many points to kick the day off in general. They had 43 points, Shawnee. In 3 games, they had 43 points. Global Esports, they're already in the top 50%.
Of course.
They don't even need to worry about the teams down in slumber. But someone who needs to worry about that is going to be MOGO Esports, maybe with Sarkar Gaming. But for Sarkar Gaming, you can't say the consistency's still up, but they need a few more points. Another team that's going to be a big sign of concern will be Blind Esports, Johnny. Just 5 points in this game.
Yeah, Blind Esports, slowly and steadily, they are getting close, but this is not going to be enough. They need that big win in order to qualify. But after this game, Necro, I think Team Versatile and 4 Miracles are in a much safer position. Ignite Gaming as well moves into an extremely comfortable spot in terms of their overall leaderboard ranking. It is Sarkar Gaming that I'm going to be worried about. Sarkar Gaming started with 10 points. That previous game was that middle of the pack finish. This game, they get 6 points. So yeah, I think they're going to be lurking quite close to that borderline.
Hands down, they will be. GT with just 4 points in this game, but once again for GT, they've already made the cut, so it's not even that big of a deal. You move on towards the latter half of the board, you will see a few known suspects. TWOB, they made the cut as well, so just 2 points. They're going to be more than happy with that. Global Esports with 2, 8-Bit with 2. All these teams have already qualified. Reckoning Esports with 0 points. Even they've qualified, so
Yeah.
for them it does not even matter. All the teams that are already on the safer side of things is just not performing. That means they want the cutoff to rise.
Yes.
They want Revenant Esports to be eliminated.
I think Revenant Esports is already eliminated after this match. That's the harsh truth,
Hey,
man.
you know who did it? Revenant Esports.
It's this guy.
We're making the rivalry now.
But anyways, there was this one team on the last page of the rankings. K9 Esports, Necro, this is the only team in this group that's struggling. Everyone else has made that bounce back.
Yeah, I don't think so. K9 Esports is going to bounce back to the safety sides, man. I don't think so. They will be seen in the upcoming rounds.
You know what? Since a lot of the teams from this group are crossing that threshold, teams from the other groups are going to be eliminated, man.
Johnny, you know why K9 Esports is not performing?
Why?
Because at the start of the day, I had a talk with Maisie, and he was saying that K9 Esports will qualify. It's not a concern.
Oh, the powers are very strong in that one, of course. We have all heard the rumors. And of course, he did make prediction
of rumors, man. It is the confirmation. Because he went for Revenant Esports as the champions for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
You know, he tweeted that MOGO is going to qualify.
Oh my god. Well, you know what? Let's move on to a short break for now. There's a lot to talk about.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Heavily loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024, and the judgment hour has arrived. Finally, it's the last game of the day, and not just of the day, it's the last match of round 2. Of course, we knew from the start only 48 teams will make it through to round 3, and it is time to decide which ones get left behind. This is Super Johnny joined by Necros alongside with me, and Necros, a few big names still on that borderline for qualification.
MOGO Esports on 22 points, still not safe, and I really believe it's going to be tough. What if there's another team taking a drop clash against them and wiping them out on an early note?
It can happen. It can happen. A big name can go after MOGO Esports to try and take the competition out early. But another thing that can happen is the plan backfires. MOGO Esports right now are in a position from where they need like 3 points, 4 points to qualify. In case of a drop clash, if MOGO Esports comes out on top, then they automatically qualify. All of that mental pressure on Destro and his players, that's going to fade away. And after that, they are just going to go ham inside this map of Wrangle. And that is the best situation for them, that this is Erangel. It is the map they are most comfortable on. If they get isolated position on that military base, they're going to be very brutal. But if you want to be brutal like these players in your matches, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Also, don't forget to search iQOO Z9S series on Google, because 15 of iQOO Z9 Pro are being given away, and you can be the one lucky winner out of all those 15 giveaway winners. But talking about, and again coming back to the game, I really believe not only MOGO, but Esports is also one of those teams. Those are in that same radar as well. They also have around like 22 points, followed by that Team Blind also having 17 points, and they just have like, this is the last match, and Blind, K9, MOGO, Error, everybody will be trying to get as many points as possible.
That is true. I'll just take K9 off that list because K9 is not having a fun time today. I think in this last game they're going to struggle. But hey, let's clear things up, right? Before the last game, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard, see where these teams are and how they are going to be performing, or how they will intend to perform in this last matchup. We have Global Esports, who have secured 2 points in the 2 games they've played till now. They're going at the average of 1 point per match today. I don't know why this team always does this, man. They play like superheroes on day one, and the next day when they know that they have to do nothing, they just take a backseat and play with one hand tied behind their back.
You know, they are that toppers in your class.
Yeah, I haven't studied for the exams, gets a 98.
Exactly. I mean, you always think that, okay, they're going to push till the final day and they might be looking up for good grades, but they say, I'm going to get it on the first day itself. But talking on to the overall standings right now, Sarkar Gaming, they are in top 48 so far, having 25 points. TMG, FS Esports still on the safe hands. Meanwhile, a team who is again praying to their gods is going to be Insane Esports. 26, 6 matches were done on an early phase, and still they're in the top 48.
I mean, Insane still is in a much safer position, right? Of course, FS, TMG and Sarkar Gaming, if these squads get 1 point each, then Team Insane will take a drop to that 44th, 45th position. Rivals Ape, they are out of matches, so 24 points is all they have. And I think that is that one team that actually needs to be concerned, along with VASISTA Esports, who are there on that 47th position with just 23 points. I4I, they are already out. MOGO Esports, there they are, 22 points. And who's closest to them? It is Blind Esports. So MOGO Esports have a little bit of safety cushion to work with. They don't have to worry about anyone up until Blind. But if Blind Esports want to qualify, and they are thinking of something evil, and if they're feeling confident in their firepower, they can go for a drop clash onto the lads of MOGO.
They had 5 finishes in the last map of Miramar, right? So we can say that they have gained the confidence somehow.
Yeah.
But where they lacked, I felt like, was the placement inside the circle. They could not enter the circle properly, or that one important fight they choked hard.
Yeah.
Even for FS Esports against MOGO, I was like, what in the hell is happening in that particular smoked area? A lot of nades being pounded up. MOGO Esports, I would say that they have completely misplayed that kind of fight. They could have done much better, and they could have survived for a little longer period of time.
Yes, they could have. 100% agree with that. I mean, I think they just assumed there's going to be an isolated player, and the 2 lads in the shack behind belong to a different team. Why are they going to help him out? But no, all 3 of them were from FS Esports, and as soon as MOGO Esports showed up, first of all, kudos to that isolated player from the side of FS Esports, because he took down 2 from the opposing side. He forced them to be in an uncomfortable position where they were in the line of fire of the teams at the top. And of course, the artillery strike that came as a backup from the 2 lads in the backlines, that made things extremely easy. But Justin is the reason that this team is there right now on that qualification marker, and they need to make sure that his efforts in that previous map do not go in vain. MOGO Esports, all they need to do is just play to survive, play to secure. Even if it's just 2 placement points, go for it.
Exactly. And it's going to be really important how things turn around, because even for Sarkar Gaming, I feel like they are quite safe.
Yeah.
But to be in a much more like, okay, from here on we can't fall down out of top 48.
Yeah.
I believe they need almost like what? We can say like 5 more points? 5 to 6 more points should be more than enough. Talking about Sarkar Gaming, we also have Air Esports that we were mentioning earlier. That Air Esports, they also have 22 points on the board. So even they will be looking forward to at least get 6 to 7 points.
Error has 24 points and they are sitting on that 48th position. So Air Esports is the most desperate right now. And it is down to them whether they decide to take out one of the biggest names in the circuit in round 1 as well. Big opportunity for a lot of these teams to strike a big big blow onto the players of MOGO Esports. But it's MOGO Esports, it's Destro, it's the man who has an evil mind just like me and Necro. So I'm pretty sure he's also expecting the other teams to try and go for a drop clash. And if he pulls out at that reverse card and plays it on this lobby, just switches up drops in that last game, then things will get interesting. I believe things will get interesting no matter what happens.
Adding more spices to get some more flavor in the food.
Yeah.
But definitely, what if Global Esport goes on a rampage? I mean, so far it hasn't been like that, but what if, even for 8-bit?
Hey man, it's a Tuesday evening. I believe that's the day off for the lads from Global Esports. They are not performing. Not even in the last game. I don't think Global Esports is going to secure more than 5 points in this last game. To be fair, they do not need to secure a single point in this last match as well. So they have taken that option. We don't need to do anything. That means we are not going to do anything. That is how Global Esports functions. But let's see how the game is going to turn out. Last match of round 2. Here we go. And here we have it for one last time. The big bird is in the sky and the plane in front of our eyes. It is going to be an intense match no matter what happens. And this time around, the flight path starting from the northwestern quadrant of the map, just west of the northern Georgia Pole city, it's going to stick to the northern half and ends to the north of Lipovka.
It's an interesting flight path. Once again, you see a lot of variations would be coming in, but for teams like MOGO Esports, who usually take their drop in Sosnovka military base, for them it's going to be a very big journey. They have to contest for those vehicles on an early note. They have to grab them, then rotate down to their drop, have the loot, and then play along with it. But is it going to be that easy? Because we have seen so many times that when you go for those early vehicle clashes, we have seen teams facing those early casualties, and that actually affect their final game.
Oh, if it definitely can, but let's see how things are going to turn out. We do see the players of MOGO Esports, and this was the team everyone was talking about. Considering the flight path is the furthest away from their preferred drop location, there is a possibility there's going to be an early fight, and MOGO might just lose out on their players in that fight. If that happens, a lot of hearts are going to be broken today. But let's see. Possibility is there. It's still not 100%. And look at who's closest to them, by the way. It is FS Esports down south and Era Esports up north. Global Esports, yeah, they get that flight path. They're going to go for Severny for some reason. I want to see GE fighting, man. They are just avoiding fights.
I guess, as you mentioned earlier, it's GE chilling today. Not
yeah,
GE
it's
fighting.
GE chilling today.
We're going to take on off day, but not for Blind Esports. It's Ignite Esports in front of them, and this is going to be really interesting. Aurora falls down. DP finds one. 2 finishes, if I'm not wrong, being registered by the players of Blind Esports. Vermithor also falls down. Ignite Gaming not on an ideal spot. But Blind Esports, they have got the desired start for themselves. 17 points is what they had after the end of the previous match. Now adding 3 more points to it, they move up to 20. Still 6 to 7 more points that they need to be on the safer side.
Yeah, and let's see. I mean, with these 4 points secured early, there will be a possibility that Blind just completely vanishes from the map and plays for survival. Hulk, the only man standing between Ignite Gaming and an early exit in this game. But it was a 4v1, a focus fire on the window, and Ignite Gaming, they get picked off and ripped apart in this match within a matter of seconds of the game commencing.
Oh my god, Johnny, look at the circle. MOGO Esports definitely wished it if it was a flight path of southern part.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to wish for a southern flight path, but look at 8-bit. They expect MOGO Esports to cross that military bridge, or they are expecting to have anyone show up. They're going to look to ruin their day. They've crossed towards that military island quite early. Now, where does MOGO Esports go? They did not have enough time to pick up weapons. They just collected those vehicles and were already rotating down south, looking to move towards that military base. But will they successfully be able to execute that rotation, or will the side of 8-bit or maybe K9 Esports find those frags?
Talking about frags as well, Johnny, look at the Lower Rapnoi Bridge. There is Reckoning, there is 4 Miracle Esports, there is Autobotz as well. But seems like Beard Baba has been taken down. Orva, he has managed to just slip away from the spot, but Beard Baba, I don't think he can be saved that easily. 4 Miracle Esports are definitely on a vengeance, they're on a hunt. They might be safe at this moment, but definitely they're looking forward for some more frags and some more points. One finish has been registered already for Miracle Esports. Kyoya is the one getting the loot out of the crates of Butte Baba, but Autobotz Esports, they decide to move forward towards the Southern Island. But there is also another team that is waiting patiently for these kind of rotations to happen. That is going to be Reckoning. Those who are actually looking like in a very good form. They have been doing pretty amazing in the past couple of matches.
Oh, that is true. They have been quite amazing, but still not going to be easy.
Wait, what?
Now there's a hunt. Autobotz, Orva, here comes the players of Reckoning Esports, and he does not have a single weapon. Just runs in, finally finds a shotgun, but too late, buddy. Gets hunted down by Hunters himself, and the first frag on the board for Reckoning Esports. Not a good day at work for Autobotz. Although they did not need a lot to qualify for the other side. At least something from every single game is what they were hoping for. But hey, MOGO Esports, one way or the other, they find the entry, the access to the military base. Now they're back home.
Out of all these commotion, MOGO Esports, they reach in their primary drop location without a single scratch. I mean, that's surprising because even you expected that it can be 8-bit or K9 trying to hold them down on that ferry pair bridge. But nothing happened like what actually happened with Autobotz. I mean, they are also on 23 points. They are in a need of 6 or at least 4 points from this particular match in order to qualify or be in the safer side of the overall point standings. But did he not see the players of Reckoning rotating towards an overrip? No, I have a very big question for the players of Autobotz.
Yeah, I have no idea. He was way too far from his team, because look at where the rest of the players from the side of Autobotz squad are. They are just north of that military base on top of those hills, close to the road. Yeah, that was just a very awkward move. And Reckoning Esports, I mean, they also realized that, like, what are you doing here, buddy? Instant punish. Yeah, you're not supposed to be here. Also, on our screens right now, we have Sarkar Gaming, Error Esports towards the Georgopol area. These two teams can collide mid-rotation as well, resulting in one of them being eliminated from the tournament.
I'm wondering really that almost every ideal spot in the Southern Island has been taken away. You see Autobotz, yes, they don't have the numbers advantage, but still they have a good compound to play along with. Reckoning they have the Nova Ripnoi control all to themselves. K9 also holding that ferry prayer bridge outskirt compounds, so that if any team tries to pass through those compounds, will be punished. And if anyhow a team or like 2-3 players manage to escape K9, they will be facing 8-bit next.
Oh, of course. Let's see. There's going to be a lot of commotion in that military island soon. But majority of the teams have successfully crossed over towards the military island. A few teams still sticking towards the northern side of this map. And FS Esports is one of those teams. I'm worried about FS Esports, man. Their entry into the circle is blocked by one of the players from Team Versatile. And from the northern side, we all knows who comes towards Rozhok. It's Global Esports, who have finally started to move out of Severny. Just about to cross and get close to the city of Rozhok, looking to enter the circle. But now, Error Esports, they've gotten themselves quite close to that qualification marker. A few mistakes here and there, because of which they are still amidst that struggle. Sitting on the 48th position in the overall leaderboard, Error Esports. Every single point that they get in this game is important. Every single one.
That's why they are being very cautious. That's what I feel like. Because they're tanking the damage of the blue zone, then coming with a slow rotation, in spite of knowing that the circle is completely favoring the Southern Island. So if you have to cross through the bridge, it's going to be tough, because definitely, due to your late rotation, there will be teams already holding up, trying to gatekeep you. So there is one option that Air Esports might be opting for, is going to be for the rotation.
I mean, yeah, but you can expect the southern shorelines of that military base to be taken over, but Apart from that, I think the easiest strategy right now for a team like Era Esports to execute would have been just like pile up those first states for one player, leave him in that Georgia Pool City to go for a heal battle with like 20 or 30 first states lying around him. More than that if you can find all of them, because they had that Northern Georgia City control all to themselves. And then 3 players just charge forward looking for aggressive fights. Even if they find 2 or 3 points, it makes their life a whole lot easier. But look at this. Life getting a little difficult for the players of Team Versatile as they come across the players of Gujarat Tigers. And this time it is Troy knocked out. He has his teammate Raiden right next to him. And of course the players of Versatile are not going to let Gujarat Tigers just trample them with that much ease. Raiden and Aquanox, they show up looking for a fight. There's going to be a little bit of a drift from Skips. But that was just a distraction as Dark Lord does find that knock. Somraj hits the floor as well. Last man left arrive from Team Versatile. It is going to be Aquanox and he's out on a run. It is going to be a difficult position for him to survive in. But who cares? Versatile already had enough points for qualification after that previous winner chicken dinner on Miramar.
Exactly, 39 points on the board for Versatile, so they are already safe and sound in the overall standings. Nothing more to do in this particular match, but for Gujarat Tigers, they want to be in some more safer side. They want to have that safety cushion for themselves. They had 27 points by the end of the last match, and right now they have bagged up 3 more, so that makes it 30 points in total in the overall standings. But now the circle shift is quite dicey, Johnny. I mean, Gujarat Tigers are on the northern side. Aquanox is still surviving out there, being a solo player from the side of Team Versatile. But do you think there is a slight chance that we can see a hard shift towards the northern island?
Yeah, the possibility is there, considering there's an even split between the northern island and the military base. The possibility, the probability is still going to be there, but look at that, the iQOO MVP of the previous match was Aquanox. In this game, he has to put up a similar performance if he's hoping for any points, but for Miracle Esports now, going up against the side of Blind, and this is another intense fight. Yashu is still surviving, the last surviving player for his team, and he knows there's a nade coming in his direction. Does he decide to dodge? No, it overshoots. And Blind Esports, they have a slight edge in this fight. But look in the backlands, we saw the players of Global Esports just rotating around them. And they are looking to collapse on this compound, looking for those points. So a third party is inevitable. And here they show up, the players of Global Esports, looking for those free points to bag. Blind Esports under so much pressure. They do end up wiping the players of 4 Miracle, but that is not going to be enough. Slug still left standing, was burning in the fire of that Molotov. Evil from the side of Blind Esports does manage to run away, and Mavi just decides to let him be.
He had to. There is literally no other option that Evil had. He had 7 finishes. Total Blind Esports have 7 finishes. They had 17 points just before this match got started. That makes it 24 points for Blind Esports. And if I'm not wrong with the calculations, they might have crossed the margin point.
See, as of now, they've crossed it, because within this game, the cutoff is shifting. Blind Esports is barely inside, but Aero Esports, they were there on that 48th position, but Aero Esports are getting absolutely destroyed. They need a few extra points, one after the other. The players are falling. Dark Lord looking to put an end to the hopes and dreams of Aero Esports, and I believe he has succeeded indeed, as Johnny is going to fall down to the player of Sarkar Gaming. Aero Esports, they are down to the last player. It is Matty. Can he play for survival from here on out? As I said, Aero Esports, they needed to get into those fights with 3 players early on and have all those first aid on a single man. 3 is not going to be enough. A big error in judgment, a big error in performance.
This rotation has definitely costed, and Matty's trapped. He can't even get out of this compound because his Mirado is already burning. But being in the very ideal position, Global Esports trying to take away a lot of frags, but FS Esports retaliating to their limits. Mavi trying to take down one. He finds one though, but even Hitman strikes back as FS Esports, they're back to 4 finishes, eliminating the mighty Global Esports out of this lobby with a total of 4 points. FS Esports, 3 of the players have been knocked out. Hitman needs to be the medic for the team right now.
Yeah, luckily for them, there's no one around them, so these revives are going to be very easy for them to execute. Global Esports, I think those 4 points is bonus, man. I mean, it's Global Esports. We've been talking about them since the start of the day. But luckily for everyone else, it's a big threat that's not going to be there inside of this game right now. But look at that northwestern edge. Gujarat Tigers, Sarkar Gaming, and then there is Matty in between the two titans. Aquinox as well from Team Versatile, playing and trying his level best to play for survival. TMG moving in from that Milta Power, another team that's fighting for qualification, but they need a big game. It's not going to be easy for them to secure that big performance.
Even K9 is surviving, Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have a lot of hopes from them at this moment because they just have 10 points in total in the overall standings. But the way they are inside the circle and the position that they hold, it might be doable that they can kind of get some points. But once again, just by getting some points, it's not going to work out. You need to have a chicken dinner. And for that, you need to take your fights very cautiously with a lot of confidence. But again, moving back to the recap that happened between Blind Esports and 4Miracle Esports, it was a good fight that Blind Esports initiated. And after that, they never expected Global Esports to come back forth and literally spoil their dreams. But 4Miracle Esports, they did try to do something great. They got taken down, but Global Esports, they did completely hamper the momentum of Blind Esports that they were carrying forward, leaving Evil only a solo survivor behind.
Yeah, but what happened in this clash? Mavi took down one player and instantly in a playing Global Esports, which is out of it. Look at this. Oh boy, that was so much chaos. But talk about chaos, and Gujarat Tigers show up every single time it is this team. That's what Sarkar Gaming is thinking right now. Dash and Anonymous hiding in that ban house while Skips, Dark Lord and Clutch God just drop a bunch of nade indoors trying to see if they can catch anyone off guard, and they find one. Dash, he's not going to dash anywhere, and the second nade out the door was very close. Anonymous almost finding that frag, but not anymore. Inside of the game, gets eliminated by the players of Gujarat Tigers, and it is the map of Erangel where the Tigers choose to pounce. 9 eliminations secured.
What a run it is going up for the boys of Gujarat Tigers, but Sarkar Gaming getting eliminated with only 1 point. That means they move up to 26 total points in the overall standings. I have to see. I mean, they should be fine with the points that they have already conceded. But now the Circle is the one who is playing the main games. You can see 8-bet. They will be moving up close towards the bridge area. Followed by that, even MOGO Esports. They have to leave the compounds of Sosnovka military base. And now they have to initiate some fights. They have 22 points in total. And right now, taking some couple of fights, having like 4 to 5 finishes should be an ideal position from where I believe MOGO Esports, they can qualify.
Mathematically, yes. But again, depends on K9 Esports, what they decide to do. Era Esports, if they survive in this game any longer. And Viper, I do not know. Snakes could climb metal like this. But this one can. Reckoning Esports. This is going to be a nice little prank on the players of FS, man. I haven't seen this in years, by the way. There used to be a big creator who used to do all of these tips and tricks. Oh man, it's been a long time. I'm forgetting the name. My apologies of that man. But he was the one who was teaching the community how to do all of these cheeky plays. And it seems like those lessons haven't really gone away.
I mean, every time, all the players that you see, they have been playing for a longer time, I mean, for years, and they have learned through them as well. But you can also have a very intense gameplay experience if you have this iQOO Z9S series with yourself. I mean, very powerful chipset, slim phone, beautiful for gaming experience. That in this price segment, I mean, just on 18,999, you're getting a device like this. Also having 80-watt flash charge and 5,500 mAh battery. Oh my god, so many specifications to talk about.
I mean, it is an amazing device. Has a lot of features that make your life while playing BGMI so much easier, man. My favorite thing is that display size, right? Because I struggle with visibility. I play with a very awkward 5-finger setup, and because of that, there's like too many buttons on the screen. But that is what I find the easier. It puts very little strain on my hands while playing. But again, on devices with smaller screen, that is the struggle. On the iQOO Z9S, it's very easy because of how nice the screen size is.
Yeah.
But that's from my personal experience. That's what I find the most convenient, the best thing about this device. The display size, but Blind Esports, ouch.
Oh.
7 points and an exit. All right, not an owie moment for them. I think it is a okay moment. 7 eliminations. I think that's a decent exit.
Still a question mark? Because they had 17 points. Now they have 7. Now it makes it 24 in total.
If the cutoff goes higher, right now it was 23. If it goes any higher, then maybe Blind Esports will be out as well. Oh, you know what? With every single time one of these middle pack teams, or especially the teams that are there in that qualification bracket, close to that 48th position, every single time one of them gets a single point, the cutoff qualification for MOGO Esports just rises. Oh, luckily for them, Esports get taken out by Gujarat Tigers. Now life will be much easier for MOGO Esports because now they know exactly what they have to do. They need 3 points to qualify.
0
right now.
points. My God, Error Esports. They have made a very big error at this moment. They just needed, what, like 4 to 5 points and they could have qualified. And now they have completely misjudged the circle, maybe the rotation as well, due to which they have been taken down. But Gujarat Tigers looking so solid with 10 finishes on the board. They have already qualified, that's not a question, but still dominating and spoiling the games for the bottom teams. It's the work that they're doing, but the prank can be made right now.
Yeah, it's happening right now. Viper, he just lets them go by. He sees the vehicles in the backlines as well, and he chooses to pull the trigger on the players of TMG instead. FS Esports, they get to cross over for free, but not for free actually. The other players of Reckoning Esports are sitting on the other side of the bridge, so they are going to try and secure those frags. There it is. Hunters kicks things off. Hitman hits the floor, but TMG, they also run into this very awkward trap, losing out on their key players. It's just Franklin who's managed to evade this threat. FS, they're down to 2 players, Wizard and TraceGod. And Wizard is going to go and try and go for a revive. TraceGod, having pushed already on the other side, is going to try and see if he can help his team recover. But it is going to be a difficult recovery, considering that one man on the bridge is still just lurking. His line of fire is going to be an awkward one for sure. But hey, another contender for qualification might just get kicked out in this fight as TWOB, they move forward and charge upon the players of K9 Esports. Legit, just jumping and hopping, moving towards the players of K9 Esports. And there it is. I think K9 Esports, now we can call it a day. Time of elimination. Well, whatever the time is right now, but they have been eliminated.
Exactly. Not an ideal run for the boys of K9 Esports. They tried very hard to qualify for the round 3, but this is as far as they could have gone.
Did FS forget about him? He's still there on the bridge. Takes down one, looking for a second, fails to connect, and now finally they are out of his line of sight. This man is a menace.
Viper is just being Viper at this moment. Giving those snake bites to the players who is lurking around. TMG was one of those victims, and even FS was one of those victims. But talking about it, again, FS have already got 6 finishes in their name, and they are safe and sound. They had 26 points, moving up to 32 already. They are pretty much comfortable in the overall standing, so they don't have to push themselves harder in this particular match to gain a lot more points as what MOGO Esports have to do, because you see the circle, they're still on the southern side, and now they have to take at least a couple of fights against 8-Bit or maybe FS, then they can grab a lot more points. But Gujarat Tigers, in the meanwhile, they have caught one of the players off guard of TMG.
Man, Gujarat Tigers, the more finishes they get, again, it's the same calculation. The more finishes this team walks away with, the less points there will be there on the map for the other teams to secure. But this fight can help MOGO Esports qualify as the players of FS Esports walk into a trap and they walk away with 2 points. MOGO Esports, one man knocked out into the open. They're going to look to secure that point as well, because as of now, they just have one. But Destro runs out into the open, and from top that hill, the players of 8-Bit are going to keep an eye on this situation as well. But FS Esports, they are going to be forced to take an exit from this game. Now come the placement points. So as of now, MOGO Esports have just gained 2 points from this match. 1 for placement, 1 for finish. The quicker the other teams take an exit, the better it will be for MOGO Esports. From here on out, it doesn't matter whether they secure finishes or not. It's all about survival.
And even talking about the mobility that MOGO Esports they're showcasing, you can have your own mobility in real life with the Hero Extreme 160 R4V. Definitely cool looking bikes with so much power in the engine. Definitely do check it out. But coming back to the game, TWOB, they have 5 finishes in the name, 4 of the players still surviving. And look at the circle. Out of all these commotion, Autobotz Esports, they have decided to swim through and enter the circle alongside TMG and Gujarat Tigers. Autobotz Esports, they had 23 points just before this match started. Still a lot of chances for them even to qualify. They need at least 3 to 4 more points. to be in the safe area of overall standings. But Gujarat Tigers, the position that they have, they can just go for fishing out there.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be an intense moment for all of these teams. Clutchguard, look at him. He's spotted out the players of TMG, and I think their dreams are going to be shattered right now. But the rescue from the bridge as TWOB, they take advantage of Clutchguard being a little too distracted as he walks into the line of fire. He will get knocked out. The smoke does get lobbed out for some soft cover, but Gujarat Tigers getting a revive here is going to be close to impossible. They will have to try and pick a fight against the players of Autobotz, who have gained access to this small little island in the middle of nowhere. Nades exchange, no damage connected. Looking for another nade, skips. If this one connects, he gets that extra points, and of course, Autobots, they are going to be in a world of hurt. It needs to be a low toss at a very awkward angle. Orlo pushes forward. Skips might hit the floor, but no, he survives. Rico with that nade. It is cooked perfectly. Just the last tick of damage connects, but it might be a little too late for Autobots because Clutchguard in the back lines is back up on his feet, and this man will not slow down. Never slow down. But MOGO Esports, as they move out into the open, it is a big mistake. Prince dodges that buggy. Too much damage on the players of MOGO Esports. Destro has been knocked out. Delta taking a lot of damage as well. Hits the floor. MOGO Esports down to 2 players. Prince gets traded out. S-Power and Justin still surviving. But TWOB, a better position inside of the circle, inside of this play zone. And of course, even the backlines of MOGO Esports are compromised by the players of 8-Bit up the hill, who are still present in this game. Placement points are going to be extremely important for this team that is fighting for qualification, and it is all down to this man, Superpower himself, all on this one play. Just 2 points, 4 finishes, 4 frags, and he goes down hiding in the smoke, and he has to keep his head down for as long as possible. Just wait for TWOB to go out.
S-Power has to be the savior for the boys of MOGO Esports. 2 points they have collected indeed, but Sarvit will put the nail in the coffin. MOGO Esports goes down and out with 4 total points. They move up to 26 points in total, but will it be enough? There is still a lot of questions because there is a lot of teams on 26 points already. But talking about TWOB, they've got 10 finishes in their name, and even Team Versatile's Aquanox, whose teammates have fallen down way too back in this entire match, is still surviving and playing for the points. VXT, they have only 1 finish in their name, and that can be problematic, but still TWOB is going out for a fishing and troubling the players of Gujarat Tigers.
Aquanox with all of these placement points has guaranteed qualification for Team Versatile. TMG, there's going to be a big question mark of whether this team makes it through. TWOB, they were having a pretty easy time inside of the lobby today, and these 10 points guarantee the qualification. Same goes for 8-Bit. 8-Bit was one of the best performing teams from this group yesterday. Gujarat Tigers, not a lot of concern for them. And now the game is coming to an end. TWOB with those buggies looking to run over the rest of the competition. But the main competition is the players of 8-Bit up that hill. Sir, with barely a sliver of HP on him, is definitely getting knocked out and then within the next few seconds. Max Nade. Oh, it's not nowhere close. Sarvit does get his HP back up. The second one, does this do the trick? 8-Bit, they're looking for that opening. Sarvit is going to get spotted out, and Aditya with a very nice spray does take him out. The other 2 lads from the side of TW were also spotted out. But here we have it. TMG, they desperately needed points for qualification, and they do get 5 points from this match for placement. They had a few eliminations as well, and as 8-Bit secures the chicken dinner in the last game of round 2, the question that is in the heads of everyone is, has MOGO Esports qualified for round 3?
So many teams on 26 points, Johnny. I mean, even Autobotz, they have backed up like 25 points after the end of 6 matches. MOGO Esports on probably 26 or 27. Sarkar Gaming also crossing probably 26 and 27 as well. Oh my god, my head.
I think MOGO pushes through. I think they have 7 points from this game. They're 22 to kick things off, so they're going to be close to 29. 29 and 30. I think MOGO Esports might just qualify. But then again, as you just got confused realizing that a lot of teams are going to be in those mid-20s, right? Because this last game was very brutal for almost all of these sides. It is going to be important to see what the overall ranking is going to look like. And of course, what an intense way to kick things off or end things in this last match. 8-Bit, first of all, I don't know why 8-Bit and Global Esports was so passive today. What is going on with these two teams? They are the most aggressive teams in this particular lobby. And both of them just took a back seat. Global Esports, I'm pretty sure the reason they showed up to third party that fight is because they might have just matched the noises with the finish feed and realized, like, alright, worst case scenario, there's going to be 2 players inside that compound. We can charge forward right now. Otherwise, they were also rotating for looking for that southern rotation towards the shoreline of the main island.
Yeah. And again, when you are in a safer spot, why not take the fights? Why not have some little bit of warm-up before the round 3 happens? Because once again, for the audience watching us live, the group draw will be starting from 9 PM IST today itself. So do not miss it, because the round 2 group draw was literally amazing. And you don't want to miss the round 3 as well. But talking about the winner chicken in a moment, it was so amazing. Even Franklin spoiling the game for TWOB from the back.
Oh yeah, Franklin, I mean, again, he was staying on top of that island for so long and just held his ground up until the moment it was there for him to strike. Gujarat Tigers, yeah, they were the nuisance and the menace that everyone wanted to deal with in this particular match. No one found a way how, because Gujarat Tigers just showcasing what their firepower is like. But TWOB, I really enjoyed the performance from TWOB in this game. I mean, they were just phenomenal, controlling that bridge position for so long, securing, I believe, 10 plus eliminations in this match. They played this zone exactly how it's supposed to be played.
Talking about playing, what about Gujarat Tigers? I mean, they completely wiped out the northwestern corridor. Every team who were rotating from that northern side got taken down by the players of Gujarat Tigers. Let be Esports, Sarkar Gaming, so many names. Even Versatile, 3 players got taken down. So they had 16, I mean, they backed up 16 points from this particular match. They had a lot of finishes to work out with. And it was overall a great performance. A good warm-up, I would say, before the round 3 starts.
Yeah, but let's think about this, right? I mean, Gujarat Tigers, again, at the start of the day itself, were in a comparatively safer position than the rest of the teams. TWOB, same goes for them. The biggest failed opportunity right now is by Esports. They are the ones who failed to hit that marker. They were in such a comfortable spot at the start of the day. Started the day with 18 points. Needed like what? 4 or 5 points in 3 matches. Not even 4 or 5. Let's assume 10 points was required in 3 games to qualify. Had they gotten 3 points per match, that should have protected them from elimination. But no. After the first 2 games, they merely secured 4 points put together. 2 points per game is what they were going for. And after that, before the start of this map of Wrangle, they were sitting there on that 48th position with, I believe, 23 points secured. And that wasn't going to be enough. Should have gone for a heal battle, man. They should have gone for a heal battle, and now they might just regret that call.
Yeah, definitely. As you mentioned earlier, 1 player should have been in the backlines. They could have played that 3-1 split. The 3 players, you can go up front. 1 player will lie behind. And as soon as the 3 players move forward, they will be passing on the intel that, you know, this area is vacant. You can come down and sit in this compound and wait for the blue zone to come, and then you can start your heal battle. That could have been a great tactics for Esports.
I think the plan was to just get close into stage 2, stage 3, and then play for a heal battle from there on out. But yeah, it was always going to be tricky, especially with Sarkar Gaming being right next to you. But let's have a look at the points for these teams. And it is TWOB with 17, Gujarat Tigers 16, 8-Bit with 3, TMG with 9, Blind with 7, FS with 6, Team Versatile with 5, and MOGO Esports get 4 points. So their total tally, it's not even 27, it's 26 points now.
Yeah. I'm still wondering that when the overall standings will come up on our screen, we will be seeing a lot of teams with 26 points. I'm suspecting it. If it is true, then have to see how the tiebreaker goes.
I think they just qualify. I think MOGO is going to qualify. I don't think the cutoff goes beyond 24, 25. I think they are in a safer position, but barely. That's the problem. They're barely going to be inside of that cutoff. Unless there are surprises waiting for us on the other side, because Esports got nothing from this game, so that team is definitely out. K9 Esports along with them, they're going to take an exit and call it a day, and the end of the journey in this iQOO BMPS. Ignite Gaming, I'm a little bit concerned about Ignite Gaming though. I want to see where they end up. On this last page, I think the safest of the bunch are Autobotz. Maybe actually Autobotz is going to be safe, because yeah, even they weren't having that good of a day today. Global Esports is the only one that I can guarantee, like, alright, this team is not going anywhere. This is definitely round 3.
Even for 8-Bit and Gujarat Tigers, I mean, they were
at the top of the leaderboard
already,
right?
so we can say that for them it's fine. Group of Death has been incredible.
Yes.
Everybody anticipated this is going to be really chaotic, and it has been. But everybody thought that Group 3 will be only very intense and very competitive, but all the groups, this showcased us that you can't literally count anybody out of this equation.
Yeah, even the teams making the bounce back today from Group 4, that was incredible, right? Raw Official, that comeback was absolutely phenomenal. But to be fair, that is what we expected to see from Raw Official. That is how they were supposed to play. I don't know what happened to a lot of these teams, man. After round 1, it seems like everyone, that one-day break, everyone just decided mutually, like, all right, we're not going to try hard from here on out. And a few teams stuck to that decision. A few teams just were like, yeah, you guys take a chill pill. We are just going to go all in.
But I am quite unhappy by the players of K9 Esports. I mean, they had so many important fights that if they would have won, they might have been in the situation that, okay, we are qualifying. We are qualifying for the top 48. They had so many important fights, specifically in the map of Miramar. Vikendi was, I would say, they also had a good position in the map of Vikendi, but could not capitalize. They could not enter the circle. Thanks to the players of FS, once again, they crumbled everything down for them, for the side of K9. And even in this circle as well, they had the compound. They just had to defend it, but TWOB, they just came like a tsunami and just flushed them away.
Exactly. And again, I mean, K9 Esports, I mean, you can't just blame these 3 matches. It was the matches yesterday as well where they dropped the ball. And of course, I think it was after week 1 when we saw the performance of K9 Esports slow down. It seems like the element of surprise only worked out in the first 6 matches of this entire tournament. And of course, there were so many hopes from this team, because this is also another one of those undergod names that keeps returning to the pro circuit again and again. And yet, they just failed to reach that LAN finale stage.
Yeah. I feel really bad, but if Sarkar Gaming also this time qualifies for the semi-final or final, I will be really happy, because these guys have been trying for a longer period of time. You see the BGIS, you see the last year's BGIS and BMPS, they have been doing so good, but the main stage they choke.
Yeah, there is one team that definitely does not want Sarkar Gaming to move forward. That's going to be Carnival, because I want that Picardo fight to happen, man. That is going to be hype. Picardo fight, there's going to be the San Martin fight. Miramar will have a lot of drop clashes if that happens, and if everyone is in the same group. But it's time for the big reveal. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard right now and see the top 48 names. Which one are they going to be? Of course, the top of the leaderboard is going to be safe. Global Esports just absolutely bombing an entire day, not performing to the best of their ability, still finish in the top 8 somehow, man. This team is just built different. TWOB as well, good job done by them. This last match was a big one. They secured 33 eliminations. That is phenomenal. Carpe Diem, another aggressive big name that we would love to see how they perform in round 3. We have Team 8-Bit, another phenomenal performance from them. This is where things get intense. Reckoning Esports in a safe position. TMG climb up. Ignite Gaming also in a much safer position. 35 points. TMG end their journey with 35 points as well. But yeah, it is. And MOGO Esports 26, barely pushing through. Rivals Ape, they survive. Blind Esports with 24 points. Also make it on the other side. And Sarkar Gaming, there they are. 26 points on the 44th position in the overall leaderboard. Who got kicked out? As we mentioned, Error Esports, error in judgment, and well, it's going to be an error 404 for their placement in round 3, because they are going to be missing from round 3.
Yeah, but I really want to see how Team Insane's player are going to react, because their 6 matches were done. They had 26 points. Everybody was anticipating, okay, 28 can be the cutoff from after the end of Group 1 and 2 matches. Now they're safe and sound, having 26 points, so Insane will have a sigh of relief that, okay guys, we'll have to bounce back stronger in the next round, which is going to be round 3. But this is where the disappointment lies. Not only Air Esports, Johnny, but VASISTA Esports, they're also out.
Yeah, VASISTA also getting kicked out in round 3 itself. A big name, packed with a lot of firepower, and failing to convert an opportunity to qualify for round 3. As you mentioned, Air Esports as well, also not being able to make it and not being able to qualify for round 3. And one of the biggest names in the community, Revenant Esports, on that 54th position with just 20 points. This is going to be a big heartbreak for a lot of people. Personally, for me, a big heartbreak is Dragon Esports. That team being there, these are undergods that we expected to see a lot from. And to be fair, they have improved compared to what we used to see them in the past. But yeah, this time I just want to see them push further, man. They also were struggling, to be honest. But good job done. I mean, they played well in round 1.
You have to take the good things and also learn from what mistakes that you've done throughout this round 2 and come back stronger in the next one. That's where the game teaches us everything, that you either win or you either learn. So that's the 2 perspectives that you always have. But somehow again, I want to point out VASISTA Esports, they had 2 more points, Johnny. Just 2 more points. 1 extra finish steal or maybe 1 extra placement point they could have been in the top 48. But talking about the iQOO MVP contenders, Goblin still ruling the chart, followed by iQOO Soul's Knuckle with 43. Even SprayGod joins the party, followed by Admino and FS Esports Trace God.
Yeah, eventually now it's all just the big names. The usual MVP contenders that make it into the list of the iQOO MVP contenders this time around. I can't wait to see which one of these lads walks away with those 4 lakh rupees, if all of them make it to the LAN finale stage, that is. And of course, it's going to be exciting to see. Goblin, he has been in incredible form, and I love the fact, and I'll keep on bringing this up, he is supported by his IGL, Hector. Hector, I believe, is not too far away on this list. He might be on the 6th or 7th position, maybe.
Exactly, but even Admino stepping up, it's such a great sign. Hero Extreme God, they have shown incredible class in this particular round too. The kind of comeback they have made, everybody wanted this Hero Extreme God to come back into the form, the OG God, the entire powerhouse to come into play. And finally, as Punk has stepped up as the IGL, the entire team has showed up that we had the gunpowder. It was just the direction that we needed. But talk about Caster's prediction. I mean, Johnny, we are unlucky.
Yeah, we have. It's not just us, man. X-Pac picked by Necro. Yeah, they had a decent performance in one game, but it is X-Pac, so you expect them to do that. Mazy's prediction might have given a jump scare to a lot of people, especially the players from MOGO Esports. I mean, barely making it through, man. Barely performing. God's Reign picked up by GameZone, and God's Reign also had a middle of the pack day, so not a big concern. But Global Esports, it wasn't just me, it was you and me, it was Ankybot and Sparrow as well. And Sparrow should have told us, man, GE is not planning to fight today. We could have gone with a different team.
Yeah, little earlier in the morning, if you would have told GE is gonna chill out today, they're not gonna be fighting or dominating. So my next pick could have been Gujarat Tigers. I mean, I was having that second opinion.
Ah, yeah. Now you're gonna say Gujarat Tigers, right? Day comes to an end.
Why not?
Just goes for the best team that had the biggest game just now. Look at this guy.
I mean, I'm always I love to be cheeky a little bit sometimes when I get the opportunity, right? Again, I'm the smaller one out of all these people in the desk. I do have the rights, right?
But kudos to Mazy. I mean, MOGO Esports, to be fair, and I'm going to be honest about it, today's riskiest prediction was MOGO Esports, man. Anything could happen to that team.
I mean, Maze's prediction has been so accurate. First, it was Hero Extreme God, they tabletop. Next, it was iQOO Soul. They also did a wonderful comeback. MOGO Esports, they qualified, but all these things are happening for that one big stage. That is going to be the grand finals of iQOO BMPS 2024. Which will be happening in Kochi.
Exactly. Everyone's waiting to see who makes it to that LAN finale stage. And of course, 2 rounds of the iQOO BMPS 2024 already over. All that is left is round 3 semifinals, and then we get the grand finals. And we get to be there on the grand finals. I hope you guys are going to be joining us as well. It is going to be exciting for sure. A lot of big things are going to take place. First of all, me and Necro have been eyeing out for those Hero Extreme bikes. So we are going to be there for those. And of course, along with that, I mean, the list of the 16 teams. Our journey continues to see who makes it through and who gets left behind.
So many names that are coming. You can see Team Bliss also coming into the question. So much incredible performance that they've already showcased in this particular round too. But also a lot of interesting stuffs are still to be done, because today 9 PM IST onwards, there will be the round 3 group draw. Don't miss out on the main channel, because we are also eager to see which team falls into which group.
Exactly. We are hoping for those exciting draw clashes when the group draw happens, but that is not in our control, ladies and gentlemen. But if you guys want to tune in, make sure you do. Go ahead and subscribe to Crafton India Esports channel and hit that notification marker as well, so that you do not miss out on any of the exciting content that goes out. But with that being said, round 2 comes to an end, and with that, our broadcast for the day as well. This is Super Johnny calling it a day with Necros, and a huge shout out to our sponsors, iQOO BMPS 2024, brought to you guys by iQOO with our mobility partner Hero. But as I said, it is time to call it a night. See you guys for the group draws. Until then, take care. Good night.
mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा
अरे मिल गया
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग